Oh, rickety, right. Let's get down and do what it do, baby. It's Championship Sunday. I hope y'all are excited. What the? There we go. What up? Hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good. So it's Championship Sunday, baby. Starting in SSA. Gonna be over and hanging out in NA afterwards. Hopefully everyone's doing good, man. I know I didn't necessarily completely announce I was gonna be live today. I just wanted to pop live and watch some championships Sunday action. Bum. All right.
Championship Sunday, RLCS SSA qualifier number 2, and it all comes down to this.
Why does he sound like he's all
joined today by Machtfish and
in
Ultrism? And Machtfish, you missed some
he's like muzzled
yesterday.
Muffled.
I know you caught up on the action. So someone completely outside of it. Your thoughts very quickly on what transpired in our fourth final.
I mean, you could really tell it by half of them were close matches and really interesting series to watch. The other half of them were just curb stops, where SSA showed their dominance, especially Mongolia and Limitless, really stepping up to the plate.
I think we can probably afford to turn this out a little bit.
77 blocks. Defensive masterclass or offensive masterclass, no matter how you want to put it, between those two, and Drift King Spawns going to 7. That was wild.
And it was a great start to the day, Ultrism. I mean, we spoke about it at the halfway point. We said we're halfway through. We've had 13 games already out of a possible 14. We thought we were in for a really long day. But
it's still not that loud, though.
A pretty quick
right?
wrap up after that.
Yeah, it was definitely a tale of two stories at that stage. I mean, at that stage, we were looking at setting a record. I think the previous one was 18, and I was going, okay, we played 13. There's a minimum of 4 per series, so we're going to be sitting, okay, wow, that's an impressive, okay, no, we're down to just the 21. So we beat it, but only fractionally. But I mean, those later games as an SSA local were fantastic to watch. So it was such a good showcase of what the SSA top league looks like. You know, the guys were playing fantastic. They had such good control of the game. The first two, though, and I got to cast that Bonjour game. Man, that was a contest
I need
to watch.
to
and,
pop
your pulse meter was certainly one that I think was reflected
YouTube
across
chat
the
real
region.
quick so we can
Absolutely.
put this in our doc on the other side.
Certainly, probably the most entertaining game of the day, without a doubt. And before we go too much further,
Dude, games yesterday were solid. I'm excited for today.
That,
we are unfortunately going to be seeing.
There is a lot of action going on. Qualifier number 3 gets underway next weekend, and signups and registrations.
Why does he still sound muffled, though, dog? I don't understand.
5 o'clock.
Right? He sounds muffled to you guys too, right?
So if you have not yet signed up for the 3rd qualifier, you need to go and get that done today or early tomorrow. Do not leave it for the last minute. Currently 60 teams are signed up, so there's a lot of you that haven't yet re-signed.
I feel like last year, though,
get it done so we can have more of this action next weekend.
Especially SSA teams. I mean, we're sitting at this regional with a 20% drop in SSA signups. We fought so hard for RLCS. We've got it now. Yes, there's a little bit more competition.
Get
but
people to
that's
sign
what
the
the
fuck
point
up.
of this is. Get better. Even if you're not one of the teams who's looking at that top 2 spot, get in there and get the most exposure you can right now. I want to see more SSA signups.
Absolutely, and the open qualifier nature of it does mean that you are going to be getting to play with better players, higher ranked players. It is invaluable experience, so get in there and get it done. But let's turn around. Well, let's have a look at the quarterfinal bracket and how we got to where we are now. Of course, starting off with 94 teams in the qualifiers, 16
right.
in the Swiss, 8
Stand by 1 second.
yesterday. And there, those two series at the bottom, you see the 4-3 and the 4-2, and then Mongolia 4-0 over Strathclyde, and Firehawks going down to Limitless for nothing. And the 4 teams in the semi-finals, very close to the same 4 teams, Machfish, that were here in qualifier 1. Limitless were there, Mongolia were there, Young Money Clan were there. Drift Queens, though, replacing next for that 4th semi-final berth.
It's one change, but I think we can see that a top 4 or top 3 are sort of forming themselves no matter where they land up after the Swiss stage. Limitless, Mongolia, and Young Money Clan seem to be just a tiny step above the rest. That's being said, Bonjour now twice missed out against an EU team in the quarters. This time it was Drift Queens. Last time it was Next Aqua Vitesse. And I feel like Bonjour could make that step up to be one of the top 4 teams, but so does 77 Blocks. Just a lot of it depends, I feel like, on the Swiss results of how we get here. And the unfortunate truth of this bracket now is that we are guaranteed another SSA local versus import grand final.
I think one of the big factors about those teams that didn't make it through now, namely 77 Blocks and Bonjour, was consistency. I think both teams, we can look back over the whole weekend, and Bonjour, when they started their first Swiss stage, I think it was game number 2, they came in there and their defense was kind of all over the place. We saw in the match yesterday, 77 Blocks was stellar on defense, but when they got down to the other side of the field, they just lacked that little bit of luster for some of the times. Other times, both of these teams showed that they could take a very convincing win. I mean, 77 Blocks managed in one of their games a 4-2 victory. When they looked in much
What up,
better
Muzz?
control
How
of
you
the
doing,
game as well.
buddy?
So
I had to grab my
it
drinks
does
real
come
quick.
down to, we know what your peak looks like, and your peak is certainly good enough to take
I like
you
rushed home
through to
from the gym, didn't
semifinals,
realize I
or
was at the
even
gym
maybe
for so long.
Maybe the grand finals. But it's just, can you do that reliably, I think, for these guys? What did we do right
Here we
in those
go.
moments, and what did we
How you
do
doing,
wrong
Muzz?
when we lost our series? And so that, if you can fix that, man, those guys have not reached their ceiling just yet, I think.
Yeah, look, and you know, Bonjour, Auglis, I think there's a few teams, WRG, who are going to be feeling pretty poorly about what their performances, and they will look back
A
at them and go, "We
casual
could have gone
post-gym
further, and
monster,
we probably should have."
exactly.
And
Gotta
I don't
regain
think
the energy
gap
I just
between,
used, you know what I mean?
Where they need to be is that
Is it the
big,
pregame?
but
Is it the
does need
post-gym
to be
monster,
close.
or is it the
And
pre-championship
it may
Sunday
well be
monster?
a bit of a mental thing. We were talking before the stream
Eh?
started.
Yeah,
you know,
buddy.
sometimes when you find yourselves in a winning position, you need that mental jump as well. We saw it with Bonjour. You know, the finish line was right in sight, 35 seconds from the end of game 6.
I'm gonna stay
and
on
they were
after
ahead,
SSA and watch
they
NA.
just didn't get there. It's sort
I'm
of
excited
like,
to see how that Final Four over there plays out
those
too.
small mental jumps, and this we are being
I
forced.
was
in
really hoping
broader
my boys from
competition,
Deleted
more
XD were gonna
competition,
make some noise and at least get to
Must
Saturday,
that's
but
got
they
to be
didn't.
good for the region in the long run.
It definitely
Been
will be
casting a lot of
because
them in the bubble
because
scene.
of how differently
So it's been
the
nice to see them
importers
making some noise
approach
over
the
in
game
NA.
as well. Their composure, having played against top level,
Especially because like
competition
NA
for
right
long
now, like the
in
3rd and 4th
ranked
spot are
EU,
still kind of
in
open.
scrims and whatnot in the national leagues.
Probably
They
not for a
faced
team like
really,
Deleted, who
really
hasn't
top-level
had at
opponents,
least a
and
top 4
they've
finish.
seen
But
that composure firsthand. That's how they improved themselves. That's how they.
I was
got there. And
excited to
think
see OG
77
back.
Blocks going back to
because what
them.
it's
I
been a
think
while since they've
out
been
of
in, right?
Out of the entire pool of SSA, Limitless might be the only team in the entire region right now that has a more composed defense than 77 Blocks. Otherwise, they are absolutely supreme whenever they're being put under pressure. And that's the sort of level that every team in SSA should aspire to.
Absolutely, and I think we will start to see more and more of it
As much as
time
I always
goes.
joke
But let's
about
have a look at our
TSM, I was
schedule
also
today.
happy to see them
Quite
back.
simply, we have
More
two
so because I really like the
semi-final
team they pick
matches
up.
to play, and then a grand final. And this is Swiss bracket into single elimination, so no extra lives. It's do or die from the beginning. So 2 semi-finals. We start from the bottom of the bracket. Drift Queens up against Young Money Clan, and then our last semi-final will be Mongolian Limitless. And then after that, of course, the
really?
grand final. All of those best of 7.
I am,
So,
I
our
always
first
joke I'm a bit too
semi-final,
dumb
Drift
for the
Queens, Young Money Clan. And,
Dotas
Drift
and the
Queens
leagues.
had a roster
I
change
totally missed the wave, and I feel like I feel like a dummy every time I watch them.
Does it make sense given that change? That
Like
they
I'll
find
sometimes tune
themselves
into them
where
when
they
like the
are?
big events are on.
I mean,
And I still
that's
feel like a
that
fucking
change
idiot.
is just a different
I don't know what's going on half the time.
You're getting rid of Twinzer, who's a bit more defensive, who's a bit more passive. You're getting
Not even half the
Crypto,
time. I don't know what's
of
going
course,
on most
has
of the time.
Static mechanics as an exports freestyler, and it sort of works better as a union. I feel like between Fusion and Lazy Bear, and then you as recruit Crypto. It shows in this placement as well. Like with Twinzer,
I would like to go for this Young Money, or not the Young Money, the Drift Queens team, because I think they've looked good. It's just history says you've gotta
But the one thing is,
go for
Young Money
YMC
Clan
here, right?
Are just supreme on offense. They are so good at keeping pressure.
I think it's going to be important with that roster change, actually. You talk about Twinzer.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we saw him doing a lot for 77 blocks, where he was able to take the
I feel
ball
like
up to
still at the
himself
top of
and then
SSA,
run
we
it
kind of
over
have,
something and really break that pressure.
like we
Not get
had
some
in your, like
progress
last year,
down
where
the
like
length
it's
of
like
the
2
field.
teams at the
And I
top.
think that Crypto is a fantastic
Although I guess technically
midfield
French
player
Class kind
that
of came
really
along
could
towards the
come
end of the
down to it.
season.
If Young Money can
Like
just
during the part of
ramp up
the, or
everything
early
and
part of the
then
season, it was
constantly
all
laying shot
limitless
after shot.
and
I mean, averaging 10 shots per game is no mean
Orlando
feat. There's
Pirates.
very few teams who can stand up
I
to
feel
it.
like that's
Even
probably going to be
77
Young Money
blocks
Clan and
with their
Limitless
reputation
again this year.
was hard pressed into that sort of defensive mindset. So that lack of Twinzer, it all comes down to, can you break out? Can you pop it to Crypto in the midfield, or use some nice little team passes to be able to find a little bit of space? And then I think we're going to see Crypto starting to shine how he does.
All right, well, we see the player comparisons side by side, and just another
Look at these pretty
reminder
pictures.
to all the teams competing. Get your images into ACGL. That looks very, it almost looks anonymous there with all those players, but there they are, and the chat vote has opened up, and Young Money Clan,
Look
they
at those
they
pretty
have their fans,
pictures.
and the fans are showing up, they're voting, so let's see if we can get some Drift Queens fans in there and voting. So, Drift Queens Ultrism seem to
I
me
mean,
to have a
YMC
bit,
at
they had
least
a rough
has like the
start. I think they
DSG
were swept
design.
early
You know what I
on
mean?
by,
At
including,
least put that
their-
much
one of
work
their
into
former
it, because it's at
teammates
least like
there.
kind of a phase
So
now.
they were off to a rough
It's
start.
not hard.
But then they seem to have been getting better and better throughout the tournament, where Young Money Clan have been fairly consistent. They've been winning their games, winning their series, dropping a game here and there, but getting the job done. So I wonder if their improvement, if they're getting better throughout, would help see them overcome a team like YMC.
Also, why is it called
they've
taking a
certainly
piss? Aren't you
improved,
really
but
more
have
leaving
they
a piss?
done it enough is the real question. I mean, we saw Young Money
Real
Clan
question.
yesterday putting in the massive amounts of shots. I was just looking when we had all 6 players displayed there. Poor Nugget there was sitting at 4.6, I think it was, shots per game. And that just comes down to yesterday. He put in 10
Oh, I didn't put in
shots.
Discord.
There was only 1 goal.
That's
I
the
think
British.
This is going to be the key.
Fair, fair.
The defense of our Drift Queen side has improved quite a lot, but can they do that just long enough? You know, they can take advantage of Young Money's crew's inability to finish off all the hard work that they put in at the beginning, and then the counterattack. I definitely think Drift Queen's counterattack is a potent force to be reckoned with. And so if they can start to unlock that, you know, just like I was saying earlier, break away a little bit and then put the pressure back, Young Money could be caught on the back foot, or having invested a little bit too much if they get their timing right.
Well, if they can counter, that would be a valuable tool, I think, because we saw. I mean, the downside Muckfish of YMC yesterday was the shot to goal ratio was a little rough, which
I wish I would've woke up and
very
watched
complimentary of
OCE
77's
today.
defense. But
Just so I kind of know
that's
what
a lot of shots to be shooting. But if they
people
can
outside
correct
of
that, that's going to be hard.
Power
to
and
overcome.
Quick Trip
I
Pioneers
mean,
look like.
overall, like, they had a shot percentage of 18% yesterday against 77 blocks. And while I'm more leaning towards giving props to 77 blocks defense than poor shooting accuracy on side of Young Money Clan, you can't shoot. In 2 games, they had shot 36 shots and they've scored 2. That is abysmal.
That's tough, bro.
I'm sorry. At this level, no. No defense in the world is that
Yeah, I
good
think
to save
OCE
this
is
many
gonna be
shots
interesting.
away from Tide. So the main thing for
Not
Young
gonna
Money
lie,
Clan
I have a
to
soft spot in my
focus on
heart for
today
the
in
Quick
that
Trip
first matchup, but
crew.
then also if
I
they
went
do-
out
if
to
they
their,
do go into the grand final, is that
like
they
con last year,
definitely need
Midwest
to
Fest.
Put the chances away. Don't be
Actually
too
got to
fancy with your
cast
shot
their
placement.
Apex
Just
TDM.
Go, just as a basic
Had
they're
that, little
British,
Fred
right?
son in
they
it.
know Brexit football.
Like
just hit it
10-year-old
really hard, and then you'll see it from there.
Prodigy.
All right, the chat
They
vote
seem to
so
be cool
far,
people. I know they've got a
73%.
bad rep, but I think they've had some
YMC
changes in their
have got it.
management.
DQ have 27% of the vote. How do we feel about that, Ultrazim? Are we leaning that heavily in the way of chat as well? Or your thoughts here?
Oh, okay. Yesterday I was very sad because I put early in the day my full prediction for all 4 matches that came out, and I got denied by 1 match. A single match, and that was Drift Queens managing to rally at the end there. I mean, the first 2 games I thought, oh man, my prediction of Bonjour going.
I mean, wasn't Drift Queens the only upset though?
Then we saw Bonjour rally, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm
Didn't
still
like
on
all of our
track
other
right
games
now.
go
And at
pretty
the
well as
last
expected?
the last moment of game number 6 especially came through. And so I believe that Drift Queens, when they are firing, can take things off anyone. We saw Young Money dropping 2 games yesterday in their quarterfinals.
I hope we have a banger
So I feel
Sunday
like
though,
there
man.
has been a sense of weakness. There, Young Money can be overcome right now. And I'm going to give it to the underdogs. I'm going to give Drift Queens this, but it's going to be a hard fight.
All right, and Mark.
Look,
Man,
I
Bonjour
live for
let that
one
thing
storyline,
slip
one
away,
storyline
didn't they?
only, and that storyline
They were
being
like
that Money
knocking
Clan
on the
winning
doorstep.
this
It felt like
regional,
even in
so we
game
have
4
a
it didn't look too
complete
bad until it
shootout in
did.
Regional 3 for that major spot in Copenhagen. So if Young Money Clan want to make it to Copenhagen, they have to dispatch of Drift Queens, and they have to do it very, very easily. Give me Young Money Clan for the storyline.
All right. Well, I'm going to go with the with the stats, the history of the limited history we have, and I think Young Money Clan are probably good enough. But let's get into the game and over to our.
If Young Money
casters,
Clan go out here,
Pyro, Jay,
I think that
and
pretty well secures
Mufffish.
Limitless for Major 1, right?
All right, very well, Mockfish.
'Cause you'd
Let's go.
have-
We've got 4 Englishmen and 2 Portuguese players to begin RLCS SSA semifinals of Championship Sunday. Maybe not how we expected it, but if you've been paying attention, Young Money Clan have been sweeping the competition.
Because more than
of
likely,
this region.
Limitless
Made it
is
to the
gonna
grand
come out on
finals
top again,
last
be at 32
qualifier,
points.
and intend to do the same today.
They certainly intend to return to a
And
grand
so that
final,
means
have a second
YMC would be
bite
at what, 9
the
points for this
absolute
event?
juggernaut
Be at
that
21?
is Limitless, but we're only at the beginning of the day, and in a best of 7 series, everything can happen.
And let's be
last
honest, I
time
don't see
around.
Limitless
Of course,
getting
they had
under
to go
top
to the
4.
entire length to beat
Under top
next
2?
Alcovitesse,
Anything less than
Drift
top
Queens
1, really?
And pose them
But-
similar problems here, perhaps in our first semi-final.
Oh, we'll see already. Lazy Bear, how about a take on the counterattack? Tell you what, counterattack's something to pay attention to, but as well as a shot from Fusion. it's
I feel
way
like
up
for Drift
softly.
Queens, like the
Young
counterattack
Money
has
Clan,
to
you
be
spoke extensively
the
about
main
how their
focus, right?
possession game is
I
very
mean,
good,
granted
but
they do
don't
have
go
early
away with
pressure,
as
but-
many goals, and they may be a bit vulnerable to those quick transitions. Something for Drift Queens to maybe focus on at the start of the series.
Maybe let Young Money Clan come to you, and then exactly like this
Sheesh,
from Crypto, use
there it
the
is.
overcommit. Young Money
There
Clan,
it
the
is.
balance not quite right, motion misses.
Bro, a
Not
little
able to
motion,
make
fumbled the
contact,
bag, dog.
Crypto Can easily walk
then
the
Crypto's- I mean,
ball
it's just
in.
easy.
That's how we set it on the desk, and that's how it's happening.
You can't make it
right
that easy
here.
for Drift Queens. Let's go,
Crypto
boys!
came close
Let's
to
knock out Young
nailing
Money
in
Clan here.
about half
Let's
the
get it.
shots he took in his quarterfinals matchup, his playoffs debut of the regional.
Let's get it, let's get it.
Trying to do just the same now with 100% shooting percentage. Crypto, that shot taker to keep your eye on for Drift Queens.
Definitely not to be underestimated, but neither are Young Money Clan. Riho flip reset, tries to dunk his
I
way
say Young
through
Money Clan would be the
Fusion.
type of team that turn around and W up though, like in the next
Yeah,
minute.
nothing to be
So they
gained
got to make sure that they're really
for
careful
Young
here.
Money Clan just now, but you can see.
Oh,
they're
you
already
can't be
taking back offensive
leaving
position
that
and
right in
trying
front of
to
the net.
establish their trademark pressure.
Riho with the demolition, and how about the shot as
You got to get that thing
well?
cleared, bro. You
get
cannot
the
let this
demo,
ball
and
sit in
if
front of the
that's
net
not
here.
enough, if your teammates can't clean up, might as well do it yourself.
Like, I understand Crypto sitting back line there, but why aren't you closing the gap at minimum on the ball that's like sitting right in front of the net? You know what I mean?
Equal after about a minute and 30 played. Neither of the teams
If we're
able
being
to
real.
get any sort of persistent play down the pitch. Maybe now Young Money Clan. It's well tried by Riho, but the start well read wasn't to be.
Aside from that one transition goal we've seen from Drift Queens, we haven't seen as much possession. They're looking certainly to get their footing in this matchup, and I think what's going to be key there is getting a solid stop, a progression of blocks against YMC. You see
Bro,
Nugget
I love
trying to
Pyro
work
on the
flip
mic, man.
reset,
He's
but
so
it's
smooth.
Immediately followed up by a clear, by a
Like,
boom
one, he's
to
got
the
the
other
voice
side.
for it, but like
That's what
just
Drift Queens need to get settled into
this
this
storytelling and analysis is always
To
on
the
point,
other
man.
side, we've seen them already exploited once with.
We've
their
got a really
goal
good crew in
earlier.
SSA.
That low
honestly.
ball that could really catch Young Money Clan out. They are known to be very aggressively positioned on the pitch, so
Thank you.
that certainly is a tactic that Drift Queens are working with, although right now worked only once from a few times they've tried. They've already on the back.
Passed over to Riho.
That's beautiful by Riho.
Bro, what are we
beautiful, but it's
doing?
also a little too easy.
Yeah, what are we
Perfectly
doing?
positioned. Didn't need to move it in,
Oh,
just a
Lazy
pass
Bear
from
was
Nugget.
almost
Great
there
cohesion
too.
coming out
That's
of
tough, bro.
YMC.
Great cohesion, and look at that beautiful pass. If you want anyone to pass it to you in that instant,
Oh, I
you
just
want
realized
it
my
to be
Discord's
Nugget,
showing up in the
because that
bottom
was an
right-hand corner. Hold on,
absolute
chat.
peach right on his bumper. 2-1, Young Money Clan, after having a bit of a difficulty settling into the series in the opening minute, have now found their footing and are putting the pressure onto the Drift Queens.
And you really got to pay attention to when teams do get fired up, because with
Is the game at a decent volume where like it can still be heard, but like if I talk, I'm not like drained out?
The quarterfinals matchup won the first 2 games with an 11-0 score line differential.
Decent little spot.
Ridiculous. But then they lost their next 3 games. Drift Queens, they're very momentum based in the playoffs from what we've seen so far. So getting a good start in this matchup is of the utmost importance.
That good start is having to wait,
Shoo!
but wait no longer. Crypto has arrived. The debutant makes it 2 for 2.
There you go, 2 for 2 for Crypto. Expect nothing less. If Crypto gets his chance, he's gonna nail it. He's gonna make it worth every
Yo, good morning,
inch.
Moon. How you
2
doing,
to 2 on the
buddy?
scoreline with just under 2 minutes remaining.
How's your weekend been going so far?
A battle where, especially the accuracy of Drift Queens.
Also, I guess I
shines
should
through
technically
over
ask
6
Muzz
shots.
too, but I feel like I know how
Twice
most
they
of your
found the
weekend's
back
gone.
And on the other side, Rio is gonna make a 3rd one.
But
for
Muzz, hopefully your
YMC.
weekend's been good outside of
Should we clear the field?
SSA
Monk?
Rocket League.
Just say
Yeah.
1v1 between Riho
Yeah.
and Crypto. Hey, 2 great assists coming out of Nugget. That is the 2nd one we've seen from that player. But we have all 5 goals scored from those 2 individuals.
Pacific's
Riho,
been a little
just about
disappointing.
700 points already in this game.
3 goals and 3 saves from Riho, and he might even get an assist here, Crypto. 1 save motion.
Ooh! Well, is this
To
where
the
this is
top
why where
ends.
YMC pulls away, right?
4-2, lead has been doubled.
All right, Motion. We'll leave you on the field. We'll give you your chances as well. Great shot, great placement, top corner. You see Lazy Bear there on the goal line, ready to fend
my
away
boy
a
Moon.
soft shot.
What the
or
fuck's a kilometer?
ill place. But Motion makes the most of it. 2-goal lead. Maybe put down the 1 off the kickoff. No, Motion's got that save.
Motion has it saved, but Fusion is coming in for a second bite at the cherry. Rio gets a long clear. Crypto finds the demo and a great ball control out of the corner. Immaculate position
yes,
from Crypto.
I
Gets his team
did.
so much
I had
distance down that
already
pitch.
seen the news, so I didn't
Fortunately,
respond. That was my bad.
defense
I
from
think I read
YMC
the
already
message when I was getting ready for
positioned for any sort of counter-attack coming
sound
their
check
way. And
yesterday, so that's my bad.
after that first goal, I feel like Pyro, they've already
Yeah, Young Money
made
Clan's just gonna
one
start
little
running out here.
adjustment, and that is to keep third
That's crazy, dog.
a bit deeper than what they would like.
Yeah, and no, I'm on the same page here, Mock. Drift Queens, if they get an offensive
Champions in
try,
Korea is gonna
especially
be
on
lit.
transition, they'll send the house. They'll put everyone on the mark. You saw 2 shot takers from that initial pass go up. Guess what? That leaves no one else for a follow-up chance. You know, you are not going to keep possession that way. You are not going to get a flurry of shots, pepper in the net. No, it's one and done. And boy, was it done. They had no defense left, and YMC made them pay for that.
You can't.
I
want to
see,
any sort of space in your own back half, otherwise it's
Kind
gonna
of
be
curious where the
very,
next 2 events
very
for RLCS are.
painful. Moving forward, there's also another opportunity. Is
I wish
wasted.
there,
It wouldn't have made.
I
a
kind
big
of wish the first one
significant
was more
difference,
NA,
but still maybe
because I
one
think
for the road. On the other
the
side,
farther,
Rio
I think the
nearly
later
getting
tournaments
the
deserve to be in
futures
Europe, to be honest.
for a 6th years. Clock's slowing down, and now what we've
And you'd
seen
have to
with
imagine
the
that
2 game
the Carmine
teams can
Corp
offer after 1 game being played. What does Drift Queens
It would
really
probably have
need
to be.
change here moving forward?
I would imagine it's going, since it's Copenhagen for the first one.
But they registered 8
They'll
saves
probably
in
do-
that game loss.
Where
How
was
do you
Worlds
register
2 years
8
ago? Down in
saves,
Texas, right?
But still concede 5 goals. The pressure is too much for the Drift
Or maybe
Queens
they do
as
something more
lose
West
this
Coast.
First game, it goes to Young Money Clan. Part of it's going to be
But I
Mockfish
think
just
the
instilling
championships
that
might
pressure
be
we're
at
talking
Carmine Corp's
about.
new facility.
They don't have possession. They
Like
don't
dead
have
ass.
that rotation.
That facility is
built
supposed to be
in
nice.
Hold possession and maybe make YMC sweat. Their goals, they're few and far between because they get those one-off chances.
It's only those one-off chances, but they're executed so brilliantly.
Bro,
by
you act like I ain't
YMC,
lived in
and
Europe
that-
before.
that's
I'm
sort of
well
the
aware,
issue here
and it's
that
kind of
I
like the
see.
same like a lot of
I
other
don't see anything
countries.
too
Others, you
spectacular
got
from
fucking
YMC,
Windows units, dog. That's
and
all you
that's
need.
sort of the problem. They're just doing
fuck?
what they want to do, and they're doing it incredibly well. Whether it's bumping the third man out of defense, whether it's finding that pass,
Besides,
play, finding
Worlds
the
will
teammate
be
in center,
towards the end of
they
summer.
are just completely in sync with one another.
I mean, you
They
want to talk
asking
about
us
NSYNC,
what
let's
is
talk
AC? Shut
about
up,
Nugget.
Moon.
Those passes were immaculate. He's got a heartbeat sensor on his teammates at all times, knows the exact position on the field, and says, "Yeah, I'm gonna dart this ball right in your lap, and you're just gonna send it in the
growing up,
net."
my dad was in the
Part of the
military.
thing now for Drift Queens is say, "All
And
right,
then when my parents
Nuggets got the
separated, my
ball, let me
stepfather
keep an
also
eye on the teammates.
ended up
Let me
living
intercept
living
these
overseas for a
passing
little bit.
plays.
So I spent
Let's
time
get
in both
front
Belgium and
of
Germany.
These passes to knock away the bread and butter.
It was when I was
of
like a kid,
YMC.
though.
And that's where communication comes in, right? Where you not only have to
Like,
be
Bel-
aware
when I
of,
was
okay,
living in
where's the
Belgium
ball,
was,
where's the
like,
opponent
grade
behind
school,
the ball, and who's
And then
gonna
I'd go
charge
visit
him.
my mom
But
in
also you
Belgium for a
have
little
to
bit, like
keep
middle
an eye
school,
on
early high school,
where
and then I lived
are
with
the
my
other two players
dad and my
positioned.
mom
Is there a
my
potential
sophomore
pass
year in high
open?
school when they lived in Germany.
Is he going for a solo play? You have to be very, very clear and very, very concise in your communication moving forward on the Drift Queen defense. And that might be where an issue comes in with a bit of a language barrier. Portuguese and one Englishman, so they have to communicate in English. We don't know how well these Portuguese players know, of course, and how quickly they can think, because it's always difficult communicating in a foreign language.
Yeah, military will send you all over the
Only
place.
imagine, Mocked. I'm gonna take your word for it, my friend, as we continue on. Game number 2. The homework sheet, pretty extensive for Drift Queens on all the advantages and changes that we're recommending for them here, but the path forward clear for YMC. Win another game, do what you've been doing. Nugget wants to do that exact thing with the passing option there, but it's fended off well against by Drift Queens. Back pass to Little Motion as he carries us all the way across the field.
They also
Crypto
ain't built
prepared
like
for it
no
on the backboard.
bitches.
Crypto was prepared, but you can still
Yeah, open
see
the
back
fucking
pass
window, Moon.
utilized by YMC just to keep possession.
being a
just to
bitch
keep
about
the
it.
ball away
The
from
fuck?
any orange player. Nugget now going for the solo play, faking the pass, and the shot is good. It's even better than good. It's sublimely placed.
You get a solo play off the wall and you want to make the most of it. And early shots
Zippy up
not
the
what
corner.
you expect. It may just be a pass, but when it's that well placed, when it's cradled in the corner, it's too good.
That's nasty.
Too good, and that's what I said earlier. You have to be aware of the options. No one thought that Nugget had his
Second
solo play
one?
as
Yep.
his option. But
Oh, it's
I
Drift Queens.
believe
Never mind.
They
Still
do
though,
not
quick response from
care
Drift
in the
Queens.
orange half. Lazy Bear putting one quickly to equalize.
I'll tell you what, the shot placement has improved overall today. The top 4 of this region is asking no questions.
Bro,
of the
Moon,
height
both
of the
of the NA
crossbar
games
or the
yesterday
width of the
for
post. They're
VCT
utilizing
were like instant
every
classics.
edge of it to
IMO.
enhance their goal scoring.
Thoughts?
Lovely stuff in the first minute or so.
Yeah, they were good, dude.
That's the sort of accuracy you want to see. And honestly, Pyro, I sort of expect that accuracy come Championship Sunday. You want to win the region, you've got to put the shots in between the sticks and not on them.
That's fair. And
I
you gotta
told
do
you
it if
Loud
you're
was still
take
gonna be
down
fine
YMC.
after
An
losing
overarching
Aspas.
question here after the first qualifier is, can anyone take this team down? There seems
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
the
I
top
think
of
both
SSA,
Loud
limitless
and
of the locals,
or sorry, both
and the
Sen
top
and
of the
100 Thieves like
imports as
looked
well,
good in their lawsuits.
being
You know what I mean?
YMC. So
It's gonna
Drift
make that
Queens, they're
Sentinels
getting
100
their,
Thieves game
I
really
think,
interesting.
first stab actually at this team to try and take them down to see if they can be their kryptonite. And while they're going toe-to-toe
Honestly,
with
Group
them,
B is
they
nutty.
still
All the
need
games in
that
Group B are
lead
good.
in one of
Are
these
gonna be
games.
good.
And whilst they do have crypto, they are certainly struggling with the knight part.
I
of
think
being their crypto
low
knights.
key Group C is going to be
The
pretty
Englishman
burner
will
too.
try but not succeed with the flip reset.
Like Crew's going to be very
Shenanigans,
much.
but he doesn't need
Ooh,
to.
nice
He's
shot
got
from Lazy Bear.
Lazy Bear with a rocket on target.
Crew will like very much
You give
be.
any of these strikers space, and they'll make it
The
count.
weak link-
Motion
the
tries to
weak-
read this off the
The
sidewall.
weak link
Just can't get
in
a
Group
piece of
C,
it. And you
but
make
I don't
those
think they're
little
going to be that far
mistakes,
behind the other
Mark.
two,
Oh,
and I
they're
think
gonna
G2
punish.
and EG are going to be really, really close.
Oh, they will punish you for any sort of ever so slight slip up. As Motion, after the kickoff, infuriated by having just conceded one, YMC already back on attack. Rio finds the center pass, doesn't find a teammate.
It is kind of funny to see Motion go for the bump on the air dribbling player, land on the ground, and then go for a bump on one of the goalies for Drift Queens. Definitely, you can see that frustration, maybe taking a good, productive form on the field. It doesn't give them a goal. In fact, it gives a counterattack to Fusion. It's been a little quieter in this game, but loud spoken as they kick it the wrong way. Lazy Bear still gets a hold of it to deny the counterattack.
Yeah, I
from
was trying to
YMC.
figure
Shot
out
gets
if it's
taken.
more on
Crypto,
Cloud9
though, he's got it handled, moving across
or if
the
maybe
field. Lazy
MIBR
Bear is that
actually
follow,
kind of
slow
stepped
plays,
their shit up this
utilizing the
offseason.
space. Air dribble there, 50-50.
I
Comes out
think
to
it's
the other
low-key,
side.
it's,
Crypto
like a
next,
combination of
ball
the
up
two.
the backboard. Nobody is guarding that backboard. YMC. They've got everyone on the
You
goal
think,
line.
you think it's
here,
like
Mark,
all
and it's looking a
Cloud9?
little
I think
shaky.
MIBR still look decent.
Looking shaky, but they still got it out in the end, and the counterattack is really quick. Rio to Motion, but Crypto was there in the nick of time to deny goal-scoring opportunity for YMC. But what can be said about the second game? It's certainly much more open than the first one was. Fusion having to do a lot
I like
of
Drift
work on
Queen's
defense.
response in this game.
Off the backboard here, Lazy Bear. There's a touch Crypto. That's errant. That gives the chance for Nugget to set something up. Great 50-50. There it is for Riho for the shot. Fusion
Yeah, 100
denies
Thieves
it.
just always
These are the
seems
saves that have been
to
needed from the Drift Queens. Can they continue
come
their
up just a
success?
bit
They
short.
can. Lazy Bear, goal line deflection.
Sometimes they'll make the run
Setting
to
up
get to, like,
Crypto
champs and
on
stuff
the
like they
takeaway.
did
Flip reset
not
across
last
the
year, but the
field,
year before.
coast to coast. And now they're ready to apply the pressure. Backboard touch. Lazy Bear next to rotation. There's a miss from Nugget. Riho tries to maintain
What,
composure
MIBR?
here, but it's already fended away. Drift Queens in the face of YMC.
Drift Queens in the face. Finally, someone is applying the sort of YMC pressure to them.
Oh, 100 Thieves.
Riho trying to keep possession. Fusion comes in for 50-50. Now it's only Crypto.
NA
versus
doesn't want
Nugget.
that smoke from Fnatic.
It's played over. Crypto does well to recover. Does well to help out.
They're happy to see
defense.
Fnatic the 3 times a year they do.
Riho denying this in the midfield. Fusion wants to send up. And Fusion, I think they've got the right idea here. What they want to do is not transfer
Nah,
that
you know what,
possession
though,
so
Moon? I
easily, but
low-key
Riho
think
given a lot of
EMEA is gonna
space.
be
There's a
super
take across the
interesting this year.
midfield. Oh no, 2 misses on the defensive line. Drift Queens, they're breaking apart in the worst time.
Damn.
Shot there and takes 2.
Gotta get this clear.
To save. Crypto
Nice.
with the bicycle
Good clear.
kick,
Good
and
clear.
Lazy Bear registers the save. It's little motion now into the skies. Riho gets 1 touch, wants to make it a goal, gets the dunk. Ball's back on the goal line. Crypto,
There
the
it
clear
is.
that
Get
could
down.
save the game.
Ball
Motion,
still
one
up.
last effort for
Nice.
Young Money
There
Clan
we
with
are,
the
tied up
ball
at
to
1.
the ground. Drift Queens, they'll equalize the series.
They get it over the line.
So
but
when I
oh
say
my,
interesting for EU,
Drift
it's not so
Queens.
much at the top. I think at the top of EU, you
were
very much have
pushing.
Fnatic.
And they were
I think
pushing
Foot's
it.
gonna
They
be
were
number
pushing it on
2.
defense, and they had to give it everything for defense.
And Navi
as
3. I think you
well.
can switch Navi and Foot.
Woo-hoo-hoo. But they got
But then
on,
I think
and they
literally
held
4
on,
through like
and they could
9.
finally say, yo,
And you
we've
could
taken it,
even say
we've
3
equalized
through
the
9.
series. Now they have
Some might even say 2
foundation
through 9,
to
depending on
take
how you
that
feel about
momentous
your
run.
second place team. I know some people feel really good about
the
Navi.
difference
Some people
maker
feel
as
really good
well
about
here,
Foot.
Bot.
Like I
In
think
order
Foot's
to
gonna
get
be
that
amazing
win.
this year.
8 saves again.
Not quite
but
like
this time
Fnatic
only
level,
conceding 1 goal.
but
Again,
I
I
think
think it
Foot
partly
makes every
comes
land.
down to holding some of that possession, really fending away the
Same
YMC
you do to
pressure,
me,
the
alright.
possession.
Yo, did you see
It's
my
been
my
released, it's
tweet
been
yesterday?
relinquished. Control has now equalized across the field. And Drift Queens, they made their mark where it counted. Now, if you want to talk about Young Money Clan, they did concede goals off of little mistakes.
Yeah,
and you
Sentinel's
talked about
decent.
it in game number 1, Mock. If you're going to be in the top 4,
Sentinel's
you're
probably
going to
like
be
the
hitting your
biggest
shots.
fan
You're
base
going to
in
be
them.
consistent. You're not going to be making
biggest
those
NA
little
fan base.
flubs. And you can see how it paid the price for YMC.
Yeah,
I think
did-
Moon's
they did
underestimating
pay the
how
price. And also, I
much
feel like the shooting opportunities, they had great
pride South
shots
America
on
has.
target, or great shooting positions.
Oh, that's
to
fair.
stay on
That's
target.
fair.
But sometimes the place was just lacking. It was in the center of the net. It was a sort of half height where you could easily put in. Yes, they forced double commits, but I also sort of forced the saves with that.
But I do think Carmine Corp and Vitality and Gentlemates all are like positive question marks
nature,
in
but they just have to
EMEA.
pace themselves a little bit better as to when do they want to supply all their goals.
Well, let's get another supply here. Game number 3, and Nugget, well, no better way than to issue the supply chain than with the first take here. Double tap and in.
Double tap in. Crypto misses that one by just an inch or two. And that gives all the opportunity to Nugget with that go-ahead goal after 5 seconds early kickoff lead for YMC, and the perfect response after being shut out in the past 2 minutes of game 2.
And I'll tell you what, we can't really speak enough about Nugget so far. In
Nice
this
pass.
series, the only goal in game number 2 for this team supplied a majority of them.
That got a
in
double
game number
commit though,
1,
so
and
they're
now
gonna be out of
trying to get a
position.
second
They're pretty limited on
already
boost right
in
now as
game
Drip
number
Queens
3.
too.
If
Pass?
one player's in their flow state, so to speak, in this
Oh,
game,
this would be
it
a
might
wide
just
open
be
net.
that player
Yep.
motion. That's a fantastic second touch off the ceiling to set up Nugget again.
Yeah, they did
Set
a good
up now,
job
but
of
look at
controlling
Reno's
their
lateral
boost,
jump
so you
there
knew
to
when you had
get
the
into
double
motion
commit there,
in
there
the
wasn't gonna be
first
nobody
place.
around for the
Not
save.
wanting to shoot it
Really well
themselves
done by
or take it
YMC.
central. No, use your teammate on the wing. Let them get the ball back in, and that's brilliantly choreographed attack from YMC. Nugget at the end just has to walk in the open net. Yes, the pass was good, but the pass even before the assist was quite better.
Cohesion coming together here for Young Money Clan. Nugget had a whole lot of space to work with there on that attack, but it still peppers the net. Very close save there from Lazy Bear, and an important one as well. We're down 3-0 in that first
I think
minute.
one thing that's interesting
May
to
not be
see from
reconcilable.
YMC
Fusion
is how comfortable they've got
the effort just to get
playing
the team
in the air
back on the goal line
and going for
that
stuff
second one as well.
despite the
Crypto just
ping.
won the beat here on the flip
Like,
right.
I know
That takes it
obviously
down to
here
the
both
ground.
teams are playing on the high
Riho
ping
able to
being
deny.
EU teams. But even
Just
when we've seen them
denying
play
having
against
Crypto
SSA
red, but
teams,
Lazy
like
Bear
they
comes in
don't
with another
really
melter
slow
Nugget.
their game plan
Stand
down.
around. Gets it to the side. Crypto
Yeah,
just
puts the Turkish
has
team.
that one on tides, not too dangerous, and Motion even beating Fusion in the midfield. Could be problematic, but no follow-up here from YMC. Pressure subsiding
footballist.
for just a moment.
Now it's Fusion out to the other side of the field. Oh, he's gonna get a touch of this motion. Couldn't keep up with the play. Might be his first goal of this series here, but Fusion coast to coast.
Oh, he just gets a good 50-50 there, doesn't he? He lands on the ball, gets a second touch after the initial dunk.
Bro, BBL
Motion
need to
pretty
get a
much
new
did
fucking
everything
name,
right
dog. You ain't lying.
Until he didn't have the perfect touch for the 50, and that sometimes you're just gonna have to deal with that. It's not going your way. Lazy Bear trying
Someone's
for the
gotta
immediate
tell him.
equalizer, tries again. In comes Fusion. Can he get a second one? No, he cannot. Fusion Motion is there. So is Crypto, but that shot really should have been, and it doesn't matter. Still, the attack is commencing, and finally, Lazy Bear breaks through the defense.
At a certain point, it had to, right? How many reinforcements can you have on the line there? Yeah, I know.
Nice
Double
shot.
commit on that last goal, but can you blame them? That's
And
the
we're
fourth,
all
the
tied up,
fifth shot
baby.
in succession, and sometimes the comms, they just break down.
Sometimes you just break down, and sometimes you just have
Brazilian
to
blood.
play on pure instinct. I'm sure Motion didn't want to bump Rio away, but alas, he did. And that's
You're
what
fucking
opens
wild, man.
the net there at the end for Lazy Bear.
I can't with you,
2-all
dog.
Drift Queens, after pretty much being non-existent in this entire game, suddenly find themselves back equal.
That's how the tides can turn here.
Do you know how much I'm
Talked
fighting
earlier
the
about how
urge to try and
momentum-based Drift
press
Queens
tab,
are,
thinking I'm
especially
like
in their
in game to see the
quarterfinal
stats?
showing yesterday.
It's
They
so
proved
hard.
that much. If they get fired up, they'll certainly be ready to take the test to YMC, forcing Riho to get that Savior's medal. Another clear down the stretch. Riho setting up with a blank canvas. What can he paint? That's the touch across the midfield. From the width of the field we go. Nugget with boost here. Wants the double tap. No, denied on the backboard. Drift Queens not allowing that backboard touch so easily.
One thing YMC's been really good about too is their like third back is like super quick to rotate back.
Neither one is sure who's to take it. They wanted to pinch, but the pinch
So like
did not
usually
come
they're
through.
meeting with a
And
lot of
quite on the
resistance like
contrary,
right around the
it's a long clear from
half line.
Fusion. causing trouble for YMC's defense.
But Drift Queens has been, I mean,
It really
I
feels
said
like
going into
kind of
this,
that
their big thing that
Drift
they would
Queens
need to
have
focus
just
on is their
woken up
counterattack,
here
and
in this,
it's done
in this
decent for
series.
them.
They are certainly bringing the fight to YMC and making
Kablooey!
YMC work diligently and very hard for it.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, you mentioned how you're like, you know what? I want to see YMC take this qualifier. That makes regional or qualifier number 3 so much more interesting. How about Drift Queens taking this
Okay,
win?
come on,
That
Lazy
certainly
Bear.
shakes things up in a way that I don't think Drift Queens were in the top 8 last qualifier, and suddenly they'd get a top 2.
Yo,
Shakeup
honestly, if
could
Drift
be
Queens were to get
serious
to
here.
top 2, that'd
If
really make
Drift
things
Queens
interesting
continue
for
to find their footing.
second
They've got 2
spot.
in a row.
But
May concede this one. No, Fusion can't get there
it does
in
mean
time.
that I think
Just a
Limitless would already be.
pixel away.
Well, I guess technically Limitless is already
Patrick Hero Nugget
secured
finds
if they win
the
this event,
tight
right?
Angle, gets enough power
Unless
behind
they were to
it,
finish, like,
and
not in top
ever so close
8?
from Fusion
16?
on the goal
8,
line.
and Young Money Clan were to win it all.
I'm gonna say go on Olympic.
But, like, that ain't gonna happen.
Low ping. I think he would have saved it.
Yeah, well, now you're sounding like my teammates in ranked. It was lag, bro. It was lag. I had it. But
This is
yeah,
close.
we
This is
continue
kind of what I was
on
hoping
here.
to see,
Hey,
though, to be
2-goal
fair.
comeback earlier from the Drift Queens. They just need 1 now in the final minute. Crypto from the ceiling wants to work this on a solo hand, but Rio has other things in mind. All left for, okay, Fusion at a later time. But they're just getting these boomer balls. They're not able to set up a powerful counterattack. And Mark, they're
Nice.
running out of time to make it work.
Good
Certainly
second
running
touch
out
by
of time
Riho.
because
Riho's gonna get the
it's
pass to the
YMC's
middle.
establishing
Oh,
their
dude, little
midfield
motion was just a
control.
step
They're
too
trying
slow.
Everything to keep that ball deep in the orange half.
Anybody
They
gets
don't
that?
want to defend if they don't absolutely have to. Riho gets it behind Fusion.
We will
gets
made
into
some
motion
eggs
as
and
well.
toast.
Nugget.
I need to have my shake here
And we
soon.
know how good this man is at once. Unfortunately,
I'll probably have
the
my
crossbar
protein shake
will
after
deny him in this
this
instance.
series.
This is their chance, though. Crypto flip reset sends it the opposite way. That's not where Lazy Bear wanted that ball to drop.
I need to
Was
have
playing
my,
the 50-50 instead. Fusion
second
on a
couple
touch. It
grams
gets down to the corner, and
creatine.
YMC hold their ground. A nearly flawless final minute of midfield control and possession to close Game 3.
And it's been pretty much besides the sort of spec that the 2 Drift Queens goal have
But
been.
look at how
I
close
feel that
things
it's
were,
one of
like,
the
looking
best
at,
YMC
I
we've
mean,
seen
literally
yet
down the line.
in terms of their ability to control the pace of the game, their ability to control
I have to try to get around,
the
like,
spacing
220.
on the field, and just their overall speed. This was just a very well
250 because I'm trying to bulk right now.
with, of course,
Grams.
our little star nugget coming in through.
Because I'm a deceptively big boy.
Yeah,
right
you
now,
say a little star. He's
weighing
shining
in around
bright right
255.
now. That's, again, the 4 straight goals that he has scored just
So
for
to
the
try and
team
bulk, I gotta
of Young Money Clan.
Throw down some
You've got to be
protein.
impressed by that effort. Listen, if somebody's fired up on your team, you got to feed them, right? So the beast has been awakened, and it's only about continuing that momentum.
Am I trying
as
to be
we
the
move on
next
through the
Fast and
series.
Furious? Why? Because I'm hungry?
Exactly.
I'm
The beast
hungry.
has been awakened, but so is the entirety of Young Money Clan, I feel like. Again, they put on over 10 shots. Again, they forced 7 saves out of Drift Queens.
I'm
The
250.
reality of it seems to be that if you play Young Money Clan,
Yeah.
you gotta need to make a lot of saves because they will.
I'm
put in
also
shots
6'2",
after
so, like,
shot
I'm kind of
after
a big
shot,
boy.
and they will put most of them on target even.
Yeah, you mentioned that about the last series they were in the quarterfinals between 2 games. We won't talk about how many goals they scored, but they did put on 36 shots between games 2 and 4 of their quarterfinals debut. The pressure's serious, and if you crack under the pressure, Drift Queens, you don't have.
I played
any
basketball
chance
up and
at the
into
finals
college.
bid. We've got a 2-1 series lead for Young Money Clan as they
I
look
played some
to
football in
complete
high
the
school,
series
but-
in the next 2 games.
After I tore my groin
Looking
muscle my
to
sophomore year,
complete the series.
I didn't want to risk any more
I'm
injuries,
sure,
like,
though,
right before
the Drift
basketball
Queens
season.
will have to say something about that endeavor in particular, but they have to show it on the pitch. Lazy Bear takes midfield.
I played a
control.
little bit of
Crypto has a
everything
redirect
because
open
I
to him. Rather
stopped
goes to the back,
growing
drops down from the skies, but
very
there
early, so
is
I played a lot
motion
of, like,
to get it away.
power forward and stuff early.
Gotta be worried when Crypto
And that was
has
kinda like
ball
during the
setting up a
transition
high
of, like, to
double
small
tap
ball.
for themselves. They have come close to the flip reset.
So I could
as
fill in at,
well.
like, a good 4,
When you've got that solo
depending on who we were
caliber
playing against.
ability. Crypto can make it work.
But I
even if
played,
you don't
like,
have the team ready on
I
the
was usually our
possession after
6th
the
man, and
kickoff.
I'd come in and I'd play 1
Trying
through
to corral
4,
it to the
basically,
corner
sometimes
for
5,
themselves, though.
depending on how small we were playing.
Need every engagement. Oh my goodness, Crypto doing it well. Gets the flick on the first touch. Lazy Bear off the sidewall, loses control and motion. Already set up for the counter. 50-50 out to Riho. Pass up the backboard. He's going for the bump. Can't find it. Neither can the shot be found. Close chance for YMC.
Close chance, it just breaks down because of no follow-up. being applied by YMC.
Yeah, so I
Now
mean,
they
we
have
only
an
had like one
opportunity.
really
Nugget,
big guy on
long-range
our
effort, not on target.
roster.
Seeing Drift Queens being a little bit too overzealous.
At least my sophomore year, because our other one got hurt like going into the season.
Last, not enough accuracy found. This time maybe done better by Rio. Is looking for the dunk. Finds a delayed double touch.
I grew up playing against the soldiers when I was, you know,
they still
12, 13, 14. Like, I know how to utilize my weight.
Around, finds the demo.
So I have no problem playing
Effort
somebody who's got an
shooters
extra
respawn.
60, 70 pounds on me.
Spotted right on the ball. There's 4 positions you can land, and that was definitely the best one of them. But they've got to land on the goal line here. As Young Money Clan, they can't find a way to traject that ball to the goal. I'm surprised. That seemed like a very advantageous effort. But again, on these counterattacks, they haven't been able to fill a shot.
But also,
towards
since I was
the
playing
goal.
NAIA, like most of our centers in our like
I think
conference
Fusion
were
was
more
close
around like
enough to
6'8",
confuse the
6'9".
attack. YMC,
So I
they
still had
just
a
can't
half
get
foot
a better
differential, but not
angle
quite
on
as
the
big.
ball.
It's also doing a lot with from which angle they approach the ball. Oftentimes it is from sort of a lateral angle rather than from.
Yeah, I've been
straight
thinking about
lines,
getting
so
back
you
into like
can't
actual
generate
hooping
that
shape,
much
so
power,
I'd
and
have
you
some
might
fun
be caught
bullying
off
some people
guard
around now.
As YMC is right here, trying to get the go.
'Cause at the
goal,
time, I
but that
couldn't
touch
put
from
on
Rio,
weight, like in
that
college.
Wasn't it?
So when I was playing in college, I was like
I mean, that
190,
series of
185.
touches
I think my
feels
sophomore
like
year when I lost
exactly
more
what
weight, I was at like
the
180 soaking wet.
theme of this match is
Pennies
which
in my
is-
pocket.
It's all based on the execution of Young Money Clan. They have their opportunities. They've got their passing plays.
So now that I've
and they've
actually,
had
you know,
plenty of shot chances as they have
my
throughout the
metabolism has
series,
slowed down and I
unless they
actually put on some
execute.
decent weight, I
Unless
would bully
they
the fuck out of
find
some
their
people
shot.
on the
Drift Queens
court.
are going to make the most of the little chances they get. And that's all they need. A 1-0 lead at the halfway mark.
1-0 lead, but can they hold on to it? The offensive juggernaut is certainly trying to be fired.
But like,
up
so when I played
once
college,
more.
that was
Rio
kind of towards the beginning of like
control.
when the
From
game
his own
started getting
backside,
played a little bit
taking to
more
the
like
skies as
4
well.
in,
None
5 out, or
from
4 out,
Drift Queens
sometimes
are
5
really
out.
biting on that, just letting him pass.
And
Maybe a good
my big
decision
thing
as
was
Rio
if you were
wasn't
my
even
size, I was
able to do
probably
anything. He
stronger than
expected
you.
the 50-50 to come.
If you were
50-50
bigger
did
than me, I
not
was
appear,
1000%
but maybe
quicker than
the
you,
shot
and I
will
just
come
used that to get to the
through.
hole.
Crypto on the line together with Lady Bear. Get them out.
Ocean again and again has to turn into these shots. YMC, if they're quicker on these follow-ups, even if they're just cutting
And then the
rotation,
summer between my
they'd have
my
that follow-up
freshman and
opportunity as
sophomore
Drift
year,
Queens are double committing on the very first shot of the possession.
when I was working with
Not in
a
position to take advantage of those moments. They may be on
semi-pro
this
coach.
attempt though. As Fusion takes this to the ground, still 20 boosts to make their midfield pass come to fruition. It does get to Lazy
my shot
Bear,
got super wet.
but Riho, no big issues. Making for that save. Fusion has to play this smartly in the first engagement, gets that quick
And
challenge
then I
to
fucked
go.
up my shoulder.
Riho, the pass denied from the corners. Lazy Bear does a great job of staying behind that ball. Now Crypto, flip reset, stays to the ground, gets a 50-50.
Yeah, but
Lazy Bear playing for the next
Everyone
dunk,
thinks
but it's
they're
back out to
Steph
Fusion
Curry,
at
and
the
Steph Curry's a freak.
Back out to Fusion, he's got time, he's got the reset, but the shot lacks a bit of power motion. Darting across the face of net, gets it out from under. And only a minute though remaining for YMCS. Drift Queens able to get out of the noose that YMC was slinging
Bro,
around there.
facts though, dog.
Touches in midfield, only going laterally, only going into the waiting hands of the Drift Queen defense.
From the ceiling, Lazy Bear. Oh, a flip. A dunk almost a shot.
I'm
on
surprised
target.
this game's
Crypto's
been
gonna have
only
that
a
follow.
one-goal game.
Touch from the backboard.
This is a
motion.
low-scoring
Great
game so
read
far, isn't it?
on the back wall. Necessary for the Drift Queens to stay at just a 1-goal lead. Crypto bumped off the play. Motion says, I've got other ideas in mind, buddy. We need a chance. We need it now, but it's not going to happen. Off
Cookies.
The backflip there. Nugget with no boost to play this ball.
No
Trying
one
to
able to
find
follow it up.
motion, but they're just not cohesive enough. Final effort in the 15 seconds available for YMC. Pass
Oh, it's
out to
open
Nugget.
net.
Riho there to complete the effort and gets it with
Yep.
10 seconds
That's tough, bro.
remaining.
Ingenuity on YMC. Motion across Nugget. Hopes Riho doesn't get demoed. And Riho will supply the equalizer with 10 seconds left on the clock. They finally get what they believe they deserve. But still, their glass cannon status remains on offense. They're really good, but when they're forced on defense, it's problematic. Can they be more on offense? No, this time around after the kickoff. Ball's still alive. Riho taking it up, now down. Everyone red. Nugget to put it down, and Nugget actually completes the comeback in regulation.
Oh, Drift Queens, you did your job for 4
Damn,
minutes
bro.
and 50 seconds, but those last 10 were
Talk
in
about a throw.
shambles. We don't get our first overtime. We get our first team on match point with the YMC victory.
YMC, never count them out when they have to push on offense. Once more, they supply some wizardry in the opponent's half. And by God, Drift Queens, you did so well. But a game of Rocket League is 5 minutes and not 450.
Yeah, that's rough.
You get
players call out here.
so
Riho,
far with the
MVP
lead.
title, almost at 500 points. But I want to talk about their
4 minutes and
individual play
45
very much their
seconds, was it?
forward-thinking
You got the
approach here,
lead?
Mocked.
1-0?
Not only was it that final play with the
That's
pass
tough.
combination, in turn with the goalie bump that he went for, but it's also the 50-50s and the dunks that Rio have had. I'm just very impressed with his ability to have the fortune teller aspect of the game and really traject the ball into a better place for YMC to maybe get those late game chances.
But the other thing was
not
he was a
forget
player
where
who
the
didn't
Drift
get a lot of
Queens
time
are
early. It
going
was
to
once he
take
got
their
his
time
time
out.
and figured
Funny
out
enough,
his
after they
game.
took their timeout in the quarterfinals, they won the next 2 games or the next game or so to win the series. So they're hoping for it to be just as effective.
They're hoping for it to be effective. They're just trying to break that sort of momentum that no doubt YMC.
Oh,
would have
and
here, right? It's the
1000%.
objectively
Ant's next
correct
up.
decision to take the timeout here. You've just conceded 2 within 10.
Like,
You've
he
lost
will be the
game
next
on
face
0
of the
seconds
league.
because Rio basically 1v3'd you. If
They
at
want
any
it to be
point you
Ja,
ever
but
need
Ja's a
mental
fucking
reset,
liability.
If at any point you ever just want to sit in silence for a minute, go
Marketing liability.
inside of yourself. Just take a deep breath. Now's the time.
Yeah, no, I was watching some VCT yesterday, and when they take their time
Nah,
out,
dog,
there's plenty
Anthony
of players
Davis
who
ain't that
just
much younger
kick
than them
back in
two.
their
And what you
seat
want?
and just go
Fragile-
into their
fragile
zen
legs?
mode. They try and
You got them
relax
glass
the
legs,
nerves.
dog.
There's no comms needed. Yeah, exactly. They're just kicking back. They're getting ready for the next game. So the mental reset, definitely a priority.
Anthony
Yeah,
Edwards.
I mean, the mental reset needs to be a priority if you think about it. But speaking apart from that obvious mental reset that they need, YMC.
Fuck
just
no, I don't think them
refused
glass
to budge
legs
there.
won't
They
be the
had
next
so
face
much
to the-
offensive pressure, but they were kept.
He
to
had his time.
about
It came and went.
8 shots until
Only thing that left that stayed
until
around
they,
was the
you know,
unibrow.
scored the equalizer. By
They don't call him the
Drift
nickname
basically
no
did
more.
Everything that was asked of them, but still then failed. How do you?
He ain't feared like
do
that
you
no
recover
more.
From that, and if so, how do you recover from that sort of neck breaker?
Deny Rio.
Yeah, he was the one that was in that
Obviously, he's got a
Adam Sandler
plan,
movie about ball.
And it's all coming
Can't remember
to
what that was called.
formation, even if it is those final seconds of the game. So.
Oh, you mean when
it's
defense
about
wasn't, like, so
denying
far
it
out,
at
Muzz?
every end as much as you can, and making
He's
certain
giving all that
your
sort of room out on the
chances,
edge.
Oh, come available for Drift Queens. We are here. We are 20 seconds into game number 5 in Drift Queens. Well, they've got to win the next 3 if they want that grand final spit.
3 in a row. The gentleman's reverse sweep necessary from the Drift Queens. Do
That's
they
a
have
lot-
it in them?
a big old word.
Crypto
The gentleman's
looking for
reverse
Fusion, already
sweep.
wants to get the go
Say that
goal.
5 times
As
fast.
a miss comes up from Rio, they might even get away with it, but no. The post will deny the Portuguese-English combo right here, right now.
Okay, now I don't know Riho's plan. What was the plan to fake that clear?
Oh, no,
to fake the save? I don't know. Who knows? Well, here's the one thing that we do know. It worked, okay? And that's been the MO from YMC. Maybe you're not hitting every chance, but hey, the pressure and the possession and the shots, they've been working out for you. Riho on that deep offensive rotation, able to get a touch in the midfield, but it immediately counteracts them. Big save on the goal line motion with already a third at the start of this game and may need to make another. Crypto in the skies, and this is always dangerous, but Lazy Bear a bit too far forward when the follow-up needs to come. Crypto still ready to cherry pick. Does not get the redirect after stealing boost, so he's going to go steal more. Fusion on the 50 and Lazy Bear. That midfield boost will empower him to take another shot. Crypto at the midfield,
it just gets
ready
taught
to
so young now,
guard
right?
that
Like, it's just
line
everyone's
as
gotta-
Drift Queens trying to get their foot in the door.
Like, to get into the
They
league,
have their
at
foot
minimum, you have
truly
to
now
shoot
in the goal.
nowadays.
Boost
Even the
control
big
has been
guys.
established as well, but no, there's the breakout from YMC. And it's just what they
It's
need,
just
just
part of the
enough
game
time
now.
to refill on boost. Now,
Nice
the vote
pass.
is enough. No, it won't. Lazy Bear, 1-0.
Well, there it is.
Woo!
I mean, it took long enough. Come on, Drift Queens. They had possession, they had the shots, they have had something we haven't seen all series long, which is just denying YMC at every end when they try to regain control of the game. Something else that was tremendous out of the Drift Queens was the boost management and the boost steals.
Oh
But,
my
hey,
God.
why don't Young Money Clan steal the lead, steal your life on the goal line?
It's Mr. Stelia,
Look
girl.
at the awareness from Motion. Just, he's rotating out. You always look for those sort of exit demos coming out, but now he knew his team was in there. They were delaying it. Motion got contact. He got the opponent. He did everything he needed to do, cleared the way. Rio in the end, the goal scorer, but it was truly a team effort. This one as the fake comes through. Motion just a little bit too far back.
Though with boost on the backboard, able to find his teammate to pop that high. Another touch off the backboard. And I'll tell you what, Young
Why?
Money
Because it just
Clan's
seems like he doesn't
defense,
care enough about his own health?
tested,
I agree.
battle tested in this game thus far.
People like Zion piss me off.
With these passing combinations, midfield attempt there. Fusion goes on the double tap. And Crypto nearly there on the shot. Drift Queens cooking up something different in this game 5.
Drift Queens quicking up. They're trying to be a lot more aggressive. They're trying to be a lot more in their faces because they've seen.
I mean, I
earlier
think
that
Shaq
this is a
will
strategy
forever
that
be the
works.
most dominant
Put
big man the game has
YMC
ever
under
seen.
Pressure. Cracks are very quickly beginning to show. That's exactly what Drift Queens is.
And I think
trying to
especially
put in
because
here.
the game
But
is
alas,
becoming
they are
more
not
5
as
out
effective as they
than it was
need
before.
to
I don't think
be.
there's ever going to be a big,
Nuggets
unless we see
bringing a second one in the
a
center,
bunch,
but
like a
Laser
wave of
easily
big men
loses
come
that
in
one.
Oh no! Young
that start
Money Clan,
playing
they
more.
needed
You
something
could
better
kind of
than
say
that.
the way that
Drift
like
Queens are
Embiid
nearly
does and
handing
stuff,
the
right?
ball to them on a silver
Then
platter
maybe we
with
start
these
to
weak
see
clears. And they're just
in
throwing
another
it right
10,
back at
15
them.
years that it starts to trend the other
they've
way.
They've got the
but
rotation, they've got the positioning, they just do not have the execution right now.
I don't think we'll ever
If
see
Drift
another
Queens
Shaq.
execute on this effort, they'll be better off for it, but no, instead to go to the shot. Crypto
Not
trying to
that level of
salvage whatever he
dominance.
can out of the play, and he's taking enough time. Lazy Bear, a second touch there. I'll get tested from the backboard. Riho back out to Nugget. We go back to the side of YMC to get their lead and potential win of the series.
the Hornet boys.
1 minute, and we're all tied here, so YMC really has potentially only one more goal to score if they want to secure themselves a spot in the grand final. They have to be a bit more careful on boost control. Oftentimes, 2 or more players on low boost for YMC, leaving a lot of work on one man to get a good 50-50. Rio was able to do here, gets it to Motion across. Motion into the skies, flip reset denied by Crypto.
Nugget with a nice
from
shot.
Nugget. Saved away.
Good save by Fusion. They
doing
got to
well,
find a
but
way to
I
get
feel
this
like
clear
that's the
here.
last push from YMC, it's coming.
Job, Lazy Bear was at
Yeah,
50.
we saw what they did in the final 10 seconds. They've got 30 now if they want to win this and deny the first overtime
YMC's
of
just
this
faster,
series
bro.
like they did at 0 seconds the last time. Fusion's got a touch here. Nugget finds it instead. The corner touches. They are instrumental to keep this possession alive here. But on 0 boost, Nugget escapes the play. Riho trying to look for that bomb.
Damn.
Oh, he doesn't need it because the lane's
Ice
already
in the
clear.
veins
avenue
once again.
open for success of
Damn,
YMC.
bro.
Open
Crazy.
for success because Rio does that little turn towards Crypto. He forces Crypto to move back, opening up the pinch from Nugget. And once more, with 10 seconds left on the clock, YMC find a crucial and important goal.
Hold on.
Might it even
Hold
be
on.
the grand
Hold
final
on.
goal? Oh, Crypto equalizer.
Jeez.
Motion, that was a sneaky ground pinch, but Crypto's got something up his sleeve as well. A quick air dribble from the kickoff ties
Damn.
things up.
Ooh, we got us a
Oh,
game,
tied.
yo.
4 seconds,
Final
one
4
more
seconds.
volatile kickoff to go before he gets sent into overtime. Where does it go? Where does it end? In Lazy Bear's arms, he goes to the sky.
Man, Muzz, it's so hard to find like Apex casting unless you're just like casting scrims.
We've got overtime.
And like, I don't want to be that guy.
Tell
I
you
just
what,
like,
if they play
I'm
this
already
overtime
busy enough. Like,
these
I'm not.
players have been playing the
really
last
casting
10
scrims right
seconds of regulation.
But there's
Oh,
no
we'll have a
third-party
great
stuff
one. We
going
might have
on.
a quick one as well. Shot fired by Fusion.
But I
denied
also
by
think
Riho. Nugget doesn't get the better of
just
it.
from
Lazy
start
Bear
to
pass
finish, Rocket
across
League
the
is my
face of the
favorite
net,
game to
but
cast right
follow
now.
up a little
Apex,
slower
like, I
from
don't think think anything
Queens. They
beats
actually
like
wanna
the
continue
top, like the
possession
last
instead.
5
Pass on the
minutes of
backboard
Apex.
Once again, shot there. Nugget save.
You know, final circle
Everybody
type
forced to get the
casting.
Savior's medal on the side of YMC, but Lazy Bear again. The idea to pass up the backboard. Nugget saves this time around. Goal line pressure, well
But
handled by YMC.
since
But how long can they manage?
Spring
Long enough
split,
to give
I've
Nugget
started
a try on the
casting
other
majority
end.
Apex, or Rocket League.
Nugget leaves
if
it
I'm
to
being
motion.
honest.
Quick, cheeky little double tap. Infield Lazy Bear. That's a whiff and a half from the Portuguese, but it will not be Punisher now.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed doing
think
the
we
little bit of
can
Overwatch I did
finally
with
get this
TEC last
overtime
year.
Settled into smoother, into calmer waters. It's Crypto.
I mean, you gotta remember,
pressured
Moon,
really
I kinda
on the
got
backboard
my
once more, but there's Lazy Bear.
Esport
But the
itch
good thing for
when we do
YMC
watch
to
parties
know
for
that
Paladins,
even though
right?
they have been all
Basically
for
the
defense,
same
even though
game.
the pressure has been there, they're not as much of a glass cannon here at the start of this overtime. They even get a shot off here, Nugget. Saved by Fusion.
Fusion panicking there as if he's the last line of defense. There is no more defense. It's over. The placement to the opposite post from motion. He had the ground pinch that thought would win it, but this time it comes off Fusion.
bro.
Crypto.
What a way
Not
to
enough.
lose in the final four, dog.
Not enough, and
Oh.
so close. He could get that pinch, and that pinch could land
Damn.
literally anywhere, Pyro. I feel
That's
like
crazy,
this pinch,
bro.
Immaculate. Could have been immaculate, but it wasn't. So let's bring back Gravian and Ryan. I hope you had as much fun watching this one as we did.
That was it was incredibly entertaining,
mic
and I
sounds so
can't
much
tell you how
better now.
disappointed I am that it didn't
Love
go
it.
to. It didn't go to the next game. It felt like it needed that. It was just the temperature of it was amazing. But what blows my mind is how quickly things turn. I mean, when Rio scored with 10 seconds to go on the clock, which he did in the previous game, I put in my headphones. I'm like, okay, get ready, we're about to. And then it goes to over. It was so good. But one of the criticisms, or no, it wasn't a criticism, it was a question about Young Money Clan, was bringing in Nugget, because he is a ones main, is from what I've heard, and everyone's like, the guys, he doesn't really play threes, he might not be good at threes.
Bro, the ones
but
mains,
he seems to be coming into his own.
just put him
Pyro.
on your front line,
He was
dog.
very
That's what you
involved,
do.
especially early
Like
on
Wavy
with
in
the
TSM.
passing plays. It seems like he's getting into the groove with the threes meta.
I mean, think about what 1v1 does, right? It's the best strategy to beat the
But yeah,
opponent
Muzz,
in
since
front
spring
of
split's
you. So
gotten
what better
done,
way to create
I
those follow-ups
started
and
casting
those
high school and
opportunities for
middle
your
school in my
teammates than to win
state.
those
I picked up,
50-50s, those challenges, make
casting
those
one of
creative
the
endeavors
collegiate
to get
esport
the ball
leagues
across the face of
that
the
are
goal
out here
for your
by
team.
me.
Nugget was instrumental, though.
And,
if we were
I've
just to
done
talk
a little
about
bit
his
of work in
passing
the NA
plays, we would
bubbles
only
team.
be talking about game number 1. In games 2 and 3,
I feel like
he had 4 straight goals for
95%
Young
of
Money
my
Clan and
castings nowadays
continued
are
to
Rocket
show
League,
that
actually.
prowess across the series. Definitely.
No,
I would say potential MVP coming out of
stay-at-home
YMC.
parent, and I
if
just
you
I
consider
mean
the
now I've
whole
been doing
series.
able to pick up like
Late
small
in the
casting
series,
gigs.
Riho was
Like the high
everywhere,
school
but,
league is
yeah,
funded by the
YMC
state.
as a whole.
The high
Great
school and
effort.
middle school league.
And a similarity that struck
bubble
me in
scene
this
page is,
series,
like,
and also
small, but a
the
little bit.
series with 77 blocks, was
I got me a nice little sugar mama. You know what I mean?
YMC allow themselves to be challenged, but I start to get the feeling they're almost like a little bit of there's a bit of a donkey and stick sort of mentality, because they do enough to give the opposition hope that the opposition are always in it, that they can, that they're in
Perks
it, they
of
just
NA,
work a little
exactly,
harder,
yeah.
they figured out they can get there, but then they kind of just keep yanking the carrot away, and it's just they're just never close enough, and given the whole series, Muckfish, it felt a little bit like that
But
Drift
also gonna
Queens
be
had
picking
hope,
up
they
some
were
2K
there and
casting,
thereabouts, but
trying to
just
see if I can
never
land on the
close
2K
enough
desk
to
this
get
year.
the carrot.
I started meeting some of the
exactly.
like
It's
production
like
crew and
almost
stuff last
YMC
year.
being like, oh, you can beat
Going
us,
down
or
to
you
a
can
couple
score
events.
goals against us, but at any point we're just more than able and more than capable of putting it back and pulling everything back to our side. So YMC, I'm still not convinced entirely by them on defense. I think they're still a bit too much of a glass cannon in that regard. But if they can simply outscore their opponents, that's worth it. The question is, can they do it against either Limitless or Shmogolia?
Well, we're going to have the answer to that question in the not too distant
Yeah,
future.
I got to meet him at,
Driver of the Day vote is
Midwest
open.
Fest
If you
last
go
year.
to
He's a pretty cool cat.
acgl.gg/vote, you can vote for your driver of the day. Who's the impact player? The player having the most impact on their series and the course of this tournament. Go there and vote. It's open now. It can be from this series, the next semi-final, or of course from the
English
grand
broadcast
final.
in APAC
We will
North here
announce
soon
that
for
at the end of the
ALGS
day.
once we're back in,
But
once they're back in session.
One semi-final out the way.
I don't know
Young
if that's
Money
like this
Clan, the
split, or
first
if we'll wait
team
until
to
split two.
secure their place in the grand finals for the second consecutive qualifier. And now we wait to see who they will face up against, either Schmongolia or Limitless. We will start to get some answers after this very short break.
Yeah, it was at Copper Box, right? Wasn't it? Yeah, it was the same venue that they had ALGS at. It looked pretty cool. Looked like a pretty solid venue. It looked like a better venue for Rocket League than Apex, personally. I think the setup that they had at Raleigh was great. I just think they have problems finding stadiums that are small enough that they feel comfortable booking for that like style of stage for ALGS. So I do think like a hockey arena works the best, and you have like the back side of it where you can't sit. So you can literally see all the players. They're like in the middle of the ring.
And then we got the limitless decal.
Man, Carmine Corp has just been doing it right. I think Carmine Corp realized that building an arena, especially with like their position in Rocket League, at minimum they'll be able to host off-season events that will still pack it up. They have their one like annual event where it's like they do like show games. With all of their teams. I can't remember what they call it. KCX or something like that. But they sold out wherever it was last year. It looked nutty.
All right, so Alt, you
All
can you can give us your. We were talking about that series, and you and I have often said, you know, big events swing on small hinges, and one in particular you highlighted, and you might as well regale with us one more because it was a massive turning point in that series.
Those last 10 seconds, you know, I put it into Twitch chat at that stage, and the last 10 seconds and Young Money Crew, name a better duo right now, because that was actually breathtaking to watch that. I mean, the moments when it was leveled up and then Riho, as the buzzer goes, he takes it up into the air, and I watched two of the players from Drift Queens dive past him. I went, no, it can't actually go like this, right? But I mean, that's what it means to be an SSA. The tails are never set in stone. Things change on a dime. I mean, that moment really just solidified what the series was. But as a whole, I gotta say, that series, even though at the end of it, the scoreline doesn't show it, that was way closer than anyone was expecting.
banger of a series, and it really would have been amazing. Because if it had gone
you
to
can't
4, I have
build
a
a
feeling it would
league
have
like a
gone to
sports
5,
league
you know what I mean?
without having
Sorry, if it
the
had gone to
stability of
5,
a
it would
sports
have gone
league.
to 6. It just
You know what I
felt
mean?
like it had that build up. But those dying moments in the scoring, we saw it in the Bonjour game yesterday.
And I think that's one of the hard things when you
Bonjour
look
had
at
come back from 2 games down,
CDLs,
1-3 on the trot.
OWLs, where
They
you
were
have
a
city
goal ahead with
teams.
35 seconds to go. We were literally counting
are you
down to
keeping
their
your
series
players?
victory.
Are you building
They conceded,
storylines?
and then it all fell apart from there. And then the same thing happened here. Drift Queens, a goal up, 10 seconds to go. It would have been 2-all. The entire complexion changes, Pyro, and then Rio gets in that 10-second goal, and then what Ultrazim just highlighted there, the 0-second goal to kind of finish them off.
The theme of that series was YMC will win if they execute when they need to. They had control, I want to say 80% of that series, of just the midfield pressure, of possession. Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
They're very effective when they get chances on the attack. It's just
I think
until the
more
last
people need to
game, they
be
really didn't dominate
talking
in that
to
effort. So, YMC,
the
yeah, they
owners,
waited till the last few
CEOs of
seconds
Carmine
in the
Corp
last
and
couple of
Vitality
games,
right
but
now.
Aside from that, it was a pretty dominant performance from them. To
Especially
establish that
Carmine
number
Corp.
2 spot.
They're
Again,
building the
number 2
blueprint
at least.
right now.
All right, well, there you see it. In the grand finals are YMC, waiting for their opponents, which will be one of Limitless or Shmongolia. And now this is a matchup that is not unfamiliar for us, Ultrazim. These players, these teams, and
Let's go,
Limitless have had
Limitless!
quite a breezy run up till here, dropping just the one game. But the team that does trouble them is Shmongolia.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so sad to see these two coming up not in the grand finals because we
Yeah,
know
we really
how
need to
good
get these
this
boys
is
on
gonna be.
opposite sides of the
Mongolia
brackets, eh?
obviously coming in as the underdogs, but not by as big of a margin as everyone, I think, thinks. You know, they can make the saves on their side. They're getting on a really good shot tally for each of this. They are the less experienced team, though. Each individual player is got less individual experience than anyone from Limitless. And then as a squad, you know, they've just formed together, whereas this Limitless side, since their formation last year, has looked stellar and really pretty much untouchable in the region. So I'm very interested to see how close Shmongolia can get right now. But their performance yesterday, 4-0 sweeping Straskibity, was a real signal to
Look at
everyone in
that.
the
We have
region and
pictures for
across the
everybody.
world
Look.
that these guys in the future
how pretty
and
that
in the
looks.
present are
Isn't
someone
that
to be
cute?
worried about.
Yeah, and I'm loving the makeup of the Shmongolia team. Werty, who's an OG, been around, and sort of bringing up these 2 young players. Guns, who's just fantastic. A lot has been said about him. And then Snoozy, hopefully coming into his home, into his own, and being shepherded by the wise and experienced Werty, who, you know, along with Sweaty last season, they came out of nowhere in the last split to make it to Worlds. So absolutely a team worthy worthy as an opponent for Limitless. But and there we see Sweaty up against Guns.
See,
and,
Guns is going to have to be the one that
2
steps
finer
up if they're going to
players.
take down Sweaty
That's
take down
actually
Limitless.
a great comparison there, Pyro.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, especially when you look at Shmongolia, right? You're talking about driver of the day from yesterday, from Guns. He was extremely effective on the attack, and that's one of my ways to beat Limitless today for Shmongolia, to take the series, is you need a way to create that space. If we look at series yesterday against Straskibity, Shmongolia did a great job of creating that space, allowing Guns to flex in the air. Limitless don't provide that space. They are suffocating in their effort of quick challenges and tend to dominate the skies. So
Chat, I'm gonna go through
Shmongolia
my,
needs some way to
play real
create
quick.
that space, as well as against any team that's playing against Limitless, is make sure they don't score like at least 4 goals. The defense has to shape up in a big way for Shmongolia as well.
Well, this is one thing that I think Shmongolia has that a lot of the other teams that Limitless has shown such prevalence over is Shmongolia has a different way of shooting. You know, they're able to take it so high into the air, and there's very few people in the region that can pull off a good musty like someone like Guns can. And so it's going to be interesting to see how well these new innovative styles of approach to attack can take on and match up against this Limitless squad. You know, I think they'll be caught out once or twice. I don't know if it's going to be enough to carry the season for Shmongolia, but it's certainly a really cool fighting point and something that Limitless might have to adapt to.
Now, Ultrazum, I want to stay with you because there's an interesting dynamic within the SSA community. You know, you talk about Shmongolia being an underdog in this matchup, and just how much there has never been an RLCS grand final without well, it was Orlando Pirates, and then now Limitless with Snowy and his team. We have not seen Snowy and his team in the grand final. I mean, that's a huge. They haven't won all of them. They've won the vast majority. So they are out far and away the team of the region. But when you look at the chat vote, Shmongolia get 54% of the vote. And there's such a weird dynamic in the SSA community because they want a new team to rise to the top. So there's almost like we want someone new, but they truly are the final boss of the region.
Okay, listen, that's exactly what it is. I don't think anyone, the 54% of you guys, we got over 550 people busy watching Twitch right now, and you're telling me 250 of them, 275? I think that you've kind of hit the nail on the head, and Snowy said it a couple of times. They're the team that's constantly got the mark on their back, right? Everyone's targeting for them, and I think that's where a lot of these votes are coming out for. I think it would be great to see
betting on
a team
Shmongolia.
really
I was actually about to do the
challenge them
same
and
thing,
really push them.
honestly.
So I want to see this go all the way to a Game 7. I want to see Shmongolia really make themselves and everyone proud of their performance right now. But Limitless is used to this pressure. It doesn't matter what the chat vote says.
Easy
It doesn't
return
matter
on
what
investment,
the whole
you
of
know what I
Twitter
mean?
says. Snowy's just going to shrug it off in an interview, say we did what we need to. I mean, there's not the emotional game behind it that I think a lot of people give it to. Limitless is a cold, clinical team that comes out and does what
Easy
they
return
need
on
to do. And I
investment.
think that that's going to be their attitude going into today.
Well, while we were
Got
talking,
decent
the
points, you
vote
might
did
as well.
turn around. It's now at 72% for Limitless. So there you go. So Pyro, the chat vote has said what they said. What does Pyro say?
Listen, Limitless would be untouchable if it's not for Shmongolia. It took a game off them in the best of 5 and 2 games off them in the semifinals last qualifier. But Limitless, the cards are stacked against them in a very unique way this season. I don't think with all the pressure on them, they break now. To me, they're in the grand finals this qualifier. I'm taking Limitless in this match.
Facts.
Ultrazum.
Yeah, I'm going to have to force you into splitting the panel there, Greybeard. I'm going Limitless all the way. They've got the history. They've got the personal talent. They're looking as strong as they ever have. Give me Limitless.
Bucket, sweep the desk.
Yeah, it's tough, and I don't believe I can be splitting the panel. Ultrazum, how many times have we said that there comes a time where you predict against Limitless, but it's not today. Limitless will take it, but I would like to see it go to Game 7. Shmongolia do better than they did in the last
Greybeard's
qualifier
such
and
a
take
G.
it to 7. So Limitless
He's
take
such a
it,
great
but
host,
in
man.
Game 7, a 4-3.
I was
This
happy to
battle
see during the
go
first
to
qualifier he was getting
grand
some recognition kind of
final and
around
meet up with young
the rest of the
Money
world in the Rocket
Clan.
League
and
community.
an important, not just for this victory, but it's also looking ahead at the major, because if Limitless prevail here,
T-Bait shouting them out,
whichever
you know?
the two teams prevail, it makes the battle for Copenhagen tight. If Limitless can take it, they will be well on their way to Copenhagen. But there's some road to be traveled before Copenhagen, and that road is right here, right now. Our second semi-final.
All right, come on,
Limitless
Shmongolia.
and Shmongolia. Over to our casters, Muchtfish and Ultrazum.
The road to Copenhagen is a long and treacherous one. Limitless, though, the favorite to make it to Denmark. Can they dispatch, though, on their way?
Slow play by Sweaty.
Regional and international competition. Altruism, you've said it there on the panel. Betting against Limitless would be interesting, to say the least.
Altruism?
Storyline. You want YMC to take this regional just so that the third one becomes that little bit sweeter. Do you think that they are going to have to face Limitless? Because, I mean, that would make it even better, right? The two of them absolutely locked for that rematch in the finals.
I mean, I love myself a bit of an underdog story, Alt. I'm not gonna lie, and out of the SSA pro player scene, I really like Verti. I don't know why exactly, but I just really like him. I like his approach to the game. I like how serious he is. I like the way he's mostly putting the team first at every team he's been playing for since since RLCS got to SSA. So I'm gonna go with the upset pick here, but it's a bit of rose-tinted glass for me.
Oh, you're going for the underdog there, just to give some credit, and credit should be due. You know, this Mongolia side doesn't ever deserve to have a panel fully against them, but they're going to have to take an early deficit right now. Even with Snowy cheekily trying to snatch this away at the end there, Sweaty spots out the mark, and Snowy, having cleared the way for him, tries to claim. Instead, the double
too good,
Dragons
chat.
in black going to have to presence our field for the first time. It is 1-0 to Limitless.
Yeah, but it's a great demo there from Snowy. Again, the game awareness. It is why Limitless is such a good team. They've got all the components. They've got mechanics. They've got awareness. They are a well-working unit who's also not afraid to innovate and
touch
take
by
the young
Snoozy.
guns up to the highest level.
Give space for them to push forward.
Sweaty
Snowy's going to be able to get a
really
second
only made his
touch
mark
off
in
this
the
to dive
spring-
for with
in
the
spring
pass
split
to
of last
Sweaty.
season, and now he's already on the top team. That, by the way, in the spring split, that was with Wordy.
An amazing bit of storylines that's starting to thread its way through the SSA scene. I mean, most of these players have played with each other, if not, then certainly against each other enough times. But the number of teammates looking at
Guns
each
with
other
the
from
bump.
different
Nice
sides of
shot
the
from
field.
Wordy.
The shot,
Let's
though,
go.
Wordy, the man that we were just speaking about,
Yes,
finds a bit of
sir.
opening.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
know why no one was out here challenging. Sweaty getting harassed and assaulted on the goal line.
Far
Makes it
down,
can't
let's
even
get it.
Get up for an attempt there. And a clear spot, well taken, one apiece.
What a piece, and Guns are saying it. Well, anything that you can do, Snowy, I can do too, and I can do it quite as effective as you can. But there comes the veteran of SSA, Snowy, to take.
Bro, I really
the
missed
lead.
the equalizer or the response
Man,
that
even
quick,
if you
huh?
managed to pull things back.
Yeah,
against
Wild
Limitless,
Weevil
they're
appears.
not
You
a
are right,
team
man.
that likes to get settled for too long. Instantly back into the challenge, getting physical, baiting a couple of people into the corner, and the pass across. Soft, but well placed and well timed for a follow-up.
Nice shot
Sweaty
from
now.
Sweaty,
Gonna have an
easy
open
open
goal.
goal.
Another ball squeaks through perpendicular to the
And as
center
per
and
usual,
finished off
you
succinctly.
score
2 kickoff goals
on
in
Limitless.
quick succession.
and they take that
Unfortunate,
shit
of course,
personal.
For Mongolia, but
Unfortunate.
Limitless are not going to give a care in the world to this one. They just get a good 50-50. The follow-up is there. The immediate rotation after kickoff, just a little bit cleaner, just a little bit tighter to allow Sweaty to take that. It's the third goal.
My
for
co-catster,
Limitless, and
bro.
it nearly was a fourth. Demos coming around as well. Snowy in front of goal, but no one there.
He
to
wasn't
follow
feeling
in.
it today, I guess.
Now,
I think he wants to hang out with Mom out on the couch.
Prowess of the teams and how it's been forced out by.
They have been hanging out with her a lot
incomparable
more
pressure.
since,
And I think that's the case right now. Limitless, a team that loves to pepper the back line.
She has been
as much
with
as
Child.
possible. Eventually, that
They can
starts
definitely
to
sense
whittle
it, you
away
know?
at any team. They manage to come out the better if they are unchecked and uncleared. Right now, though, a bit of a progress down the other side. Sweaty having to challenge Worty out.
Yeah,
Runs up
exactly.
for the shot, but Snowy does well to squeeze it out towards the side to die for. Chasing it, senses a bit of weakness there. With that pop through the center, Snowy going to get
the
an
demo.
open goal presented to himself, this time on a platter by to die for.
Yes.
Third goal with immediate physical contact
so, 'cause I
right
think it's
before
another
it
one, so.
to die for. Well, that
they,
demo
like, swap,
really
so.
did create his username, didn't it? With it opening the way, Snowy saying thank you very much, and a 4-1 lead to Limitless in a game that honestly doesn't necessarily deserve a 4-1 goal. Like, Limitless have just been so incredibly efficient in offense.
I think that's the big thing, you know, compared to a lot of the other teams that we've seen today and yesterday, the efficiency, that goal conversion
He does
percentage
love that
that
spot.
Limitless is running with right now. When they go forward, the first couple
yeah.
are just
That's
testers,
also what we
as is
said.
that one. Snowy put on the line under a bit of
Talking
pressure.
about how
But Limitless,
now his
when they
favorite
come
spots with
forward, they're kind of chipping
'Cause I saw him
away
jump down
until
very
they sense
quickly.
that opportunity. And when it presents, they make absolutely no mistake.
They are sort of the opposite of
Do
YMC,
we
I feel like,
wanna
in that
move
fashion, where
one of
YMC
the-
just takes shot after shot, taking pressure opportunity
Well,
after
I
pressure
know we were talking about doing one of the
Limitless
boxes
is
in
sort
here,
of
but I was also thinking
more building
we
towards
want 'em
something.
with the
In whenever they go to attack, they are a bit more
trees out there?
deliberate in when they want to pounce. Yes, there are a lot of shots, but most of
Harbor,
them
probably?
are just exactly placed off target just to get a defender to commit.
I'm wondering if we
Now
put
coming
that
forward
like,
with that
next to
confidence,
the
go
side
for
of
some
the
more
chair we
physical
sit.
plays, getting into the face of their opponent to die for with some space off the wall, gets the pass across, and Sweaty like I said, makes absolutely no mistake. It was just harassment in that corner until to die for, utilizing the best little angle to get it to the center. Sweaty diving past the waiting defender and finds a beautiful angle. 5-1.
5-1 in game one. Definitely a statement of intent here coming out of Limitless, saying, no. We're still the top dogs. Don't you worry, SSA. We still got your back. Limitless having to do, well, not a lot of heavy lifting here in this first game to get it past Mongolia, but definitely they have to still work hard for their chances. A lot of the goals have been with the help of bump plays, have been with the help of demo plays. And yes, while they are connecting now, all that doesn't necessarily mean they will be connecting in the future.
Well, you know, you mentioned the statement of intent. That is a big dynamic, I think, coming into this, if Limitless do progress at this sort of rate throughout the semifinals. Young Money Crew was certainly tested on a lot of opportunities, and they were swept completely by Limitless in our last regional qualifier. Limitless looking to do the same thing again. Snowy to beat the buzzer and the defender all in one there. Makes it a 6-1.
I had a feeling this was going to be the case when this series came up, but I had hope.
Like
I was really hoping Mongolia would be able to
carry us all to greatness.
Keep up with them. Boone, do we think the game tonight is going to be decent, or does G2 just clear that crew?
During Swiss and even in the last regional, looked
There's only one game
strong.
tonight,
It
right?
looked like, at least from the SSA, Limitless is a best, well, or closest rival. But right here, that was a dispatch unlike anything I've seen. That was really a putting the child back into its place.
Wow, that is a savage way to put it, but it certainly does reflect like this at the end of the day. I mean, the shot tally alone kind of tells the story. 15 shots here for Limitless. Barely breaking 3 there from Mongolia. They didn't get enough space to get a real approach going. They didn't get any sort of pressure forced onto the Limitless backline. And while you might squeak 1 or 2 here towards the center to try and threaten the defense, they were able to control the tempo of the game the whole way through. I think Mongolia are going to have to take control of that first before they want to take control of the series in any meaningful way.
And the one stat that really shot out to me was the demolitions. Limitless 6 demos to 2 in favor of them, and the timing of when Limitless took those demos. Oftentimes
opening up the goal,
goal scoring opportunity, but also it was to just get rid of third man, to get rid of a follow up from Mongolia, make them think, make them sweat that the player behind the ball has to get a great 50-50 because the follow-up will be lacking otherwise. That is what Limitless is doing so well, and that's sort of the one thing that I think Mongolia needs to take from this game one and apply to their own strategy.
Yeah, you know, demos were kind
of
weirdly used in SSA for the longest period of time. I remember the good old Papa Capes, if he's watching, shout out to him. But he kind of revolutionized demos, but it was more in an absolute physical sense. He would go for them in most plays. They wouldn't always be the most necessarily well-timed. All the other teams kind of just lacking on that aspect of the game, whereas Limitless has very recently brought that into their fold. And now has that arsenal.
I didn't realize that Papa Capes was a previous pro player.
Along with the team plays and the passing
in the region.
That is something that I think is fantastic.
When he casted on the desk, the one event last year.
Showing across the board.
Papa Capes is a good caster, man. I follow him.
Those sort of plays can be.
Again, honestly, man, the whole squad over at SSA is
with a lot of the players.
Like last year, there were definitely times I felt like I was obvious I was the newest caster.
Potentially didn't think
Felt like I was able to at least hold my own
this
event around, which is nice.
And Sweaty gets another demolition on Snoozy on the goal line to remove a third defender. Flip reset past the second. Where's the follow-up?
I felt really good this event.
Dives in as well. Wurty finds a very solid 50-50 though to get it to safety.
Man, I love that. Sweaty, even after he's done all the work to get the pass across, he doesn't check out and start rotating back. He even goes for the aerial bump just to make life a little bit harder. Guns there doing a great job off the backboard, coming the wrong way towards it. Has to get a touch on that to deny any further shots. Does well there. It seems like Mongolia proficient on the defense, but I still want to see them going forwards. Unfortunately for them, every time they try, they seem to be missing someone, and instead a puff of smoke left in the wake.
Puff of smoke left in their wake, and especially Sweaty has been so aggressive. And not only in the opening game, but in this game in particular, going for a lot of demos, going for a lot of bumps on the goal line, just trying to be a nuisance to that Mongolia defense. And, well, since one half has been now played, the ball is now pretty much for the first time meaningfully has left the orange half of the pitch.
Yeah, 100%.
But only
You can
very
see
briefly.
Limitless is just clamped down on that back line. Even going forward for the first real time for this Mongolia side, they don't have much possession. They don't control the ball for a long time. So Dive4 just waits and leaves it up to Sweaty. Snowy waiting there. Big clear comes through from Mongolia, but it's straight away into the hands of Dive4. They're looking to try and create something. Pass towards the center, doesn't find anyone even attempting for that. And instead, Limitless just now being pushed back, but certainly not challenged.
They are pushed back, but there's still that air, you say, of uncertainty around Mongolia. They don't know how many people they can really afford to commit, knowing that Limitless is that aggressive with their demolition play, is that aggressive when it comes to rotating out.
And it's open for Dive4 to get that bump for Sweaty.
It's away to the
Oh,
side.
yeah.
Out of my way, you peasant.
Absolutely savage to Dive4. He did it previously, and Snoozy thought he had all the time in the world. He was getting himself a nice line to tuck in behind that, then suddenly removed from any semblance of touching that ball. The ball trickles in. The team of Limitless continue to find new and different ways to abuse their opponents.
At this point, does it classify as abuse? Can we still show it on Twitch? Is it still E for everyone? Because I've got a feeling that with the amount of bombs and demos going on, Limitless are just harassing, physically harassing and assaulting a Mongolia side that is a little bit too innocent to take the punch.
I mean, Mongolia's at least their defense is still
So
tough
a nice
here,
push
right?
forward coming out of Mongolia. Guns gets it across the goals. It's a beautiful center, but there's no one there. A little bit too much juice in that to be able to settle it down where it needs to. Guns, however, continues to challenge the skies. They've given away possession for now, even getting involved with Snoozy. I don't know if it's because of the demos that they just can't trust that their teammates still going to be present to be able to take any sort of clears. The rest of the team, maybe it's the mentality of being hammered this hard by such an intimidating opponent. Guns, though, going to return a blow, and Snowy with an amazing attempt there. Denied out by Werty. Snoozy with the second one. Guns with a bit of a breakaway. In the last minute, can there be a little bit more drama to add to the scene?
It's only one goal lead for Limitless. Is still not the most solid foundation. They have had shots, 7 of them, in fact, only one finding the back of the net. And to credit where credit is due, Mongolia defense is doing incredibly well with dealing, or getting at least a lot better at dealing with those demos, at dealing with the harassment that they receive at the hands of Limitless. But right now in offense, they're just lacking. They don't really find any meaningful touches in that final third to put the defense of Limitless under pressure. Guns, maybe here, 69 boosts remaining, takes it low, 50-50 with Dive4, but Dive4 just brilliantly in that effort.
Man, Limitless is so quick on that second man follow-up, whether it's off their player or not. And here they go. It's a Dive4 in front of the net. Snowy going to put it just a little wide. I believe that was Snowy anyway. At the end of the day, 1 goal is all Limitless is going to have to settle for.
Wasn't bad, though.
More
Good
importantly,
game
they
for
pick up their
Limitless.
second game.
1 goal is all that it takes. Mongolia 2-0 down in the series, and after a game where I think they coped better on defense overall, they still looked outclassed here, and that is why I think they take the timeout here.
Yeah, timeout is a good option. We talked about it yesterday. 2 games is enough. A path back into the series when you want to take it, and you got to figure this out, because this was a better showing from Mongolia. It got to be said. Certainly restricting Limitless to far fewer shots there, only managing 9. Only 9 is a terrifying thing to say. But getting 6 shots on yourself there, they suffered pretty much the same amount of demos, so that might be a key talking point now in this timeout. How do we avoid this, or at least how do we make sure that the second person gets up into a position that if our first guy gets demoed, it's not an easy trickle ball through there. You know, having that little bit of a backup on their teammate. I don't think it's about trusting your teammate as much as it is just being aware of where the threat lies.
Yeah, I feel like that's sort of a similar issue that Drift Queens in our first semi-final of the day faced against Young Money Clan, where YMC was so aggressive and Drift Queens didn't quite know how to handle it. This is quite a calm copy of a Limitless, really, really aggressive. Mongolia wasn't prepared for it. Obviously, they had a game plan, but I think that game plan about like 2 minutes into game 1 got thrown out the window because Limitless was just unpredictably very, very aggressive. And now they have to sort of, in this minute, have to find an entirely new game plan. And here's the issue that I have for them, for Mongolia.
It's definitely feel out in shoulders
They're
today,
just
man.
those three. They don't have a coach behind them. They don't have anyone that watches this game with them. They don't have anyone they can get an outside opinion of. And that's, I believe, where a value of a coach would shine really through for Mongolia.
Maybe they're tuning into the stream in the background and they're listening to us. So if
Don't do that.
They're getting back into the game now. We can talk safely again, but I must admit, Mongolia, I feel it's that difference in aggression coming out between the two teams that you hit the nail on the head there with. Because Worty, Guns, Snoozy, whenever one of them makes a really good play and the ball pops out towards the center, or it comes over 50, one of these Limitless players is just onto it at lightning pace. And I mean, something like that needs to be accounted for. Either you need to be getting to the ball a little bit faster, in which case you're worried about, Limitless.
All right, here's a chance for Snoozy to get a counterattack here. Deny4 is going to have to push back with
that,
him.
or you need to start playing around the fact that they're going to get to the ball faster, and either start rotating back or go for a late 50 into the challenge, so that off their touch you can start doing something. And Limitless starting to play around a little bit here, throwing huge numbers of bodies in any of these challenges.
Yep, and they also, I feel like they are throwing those numbers of bodies at it because they know they are allowed to, because at the moment Mongolia simply isn't playing as tight as they need to be, isn't playing as quickly and as adaptively as they need to be to beat this Limitless side. They know they've got a speed advantage and they're using that speed advantage to their fullest effect. So as to what you were saying earlier about, either go for it.
Nice
or
aggressive play from Guns despite his
go
teammate
all the way
being
back.
demoed
I think
there.
really Mongolia needs to just
Allows him to keep this ball
be
up
there,
in
be
the
ready to
offensive
jump at
third.
every single opportunity.
Well,
if
offensive
the ball
half,
is only
really.
semi-loose, you need someone to commit to it.
Only briefly, though.
100%. Worst case scenario is you give space to Limitless to start causing havoc like they are right now. You can see the touches are being so good. They'll pop towards the corner. And Snoozy, being the third man, has to make a good clear there. If anyone from Limitless, one of their second man, wants to charge forward, they're going to be on you so fast, and they're going to put in a decent jump that eventually something's going to overlap to your detriment. Now Snoozy goes up for this. No one going to follow him into the air. Worty just sitting on the midway, but to die for, spotting this out, decides to go forward, even looking for the demo. And he finds it, clears the way once more.
Demo clears the way for the shot.
You give space to the players. They're going to read this game with premonition and just cause havoc.
Causing havoc is exactly what To Die For does. Another great demo on the goal line to get the ball and to chaperone it really into the net. Mongolia look a shadow of their former selves from Regional 1, and especially now looking with two young guns playing with Snoozy and Guns on the field. How important is it that Worty keeps a good mental? How important is it that Worty can somehow get Mongolia out of
There it
that
is.
hole?
A good push forward.
Yeah, I think it really
Should've
does
known
come down
Sweaty
to
to
Worty
bet
being
the
senior
side.
member of
Snowy
the
should be able to move it
He's got to
upfield.
talk to his team and just be
hold
very
on.
cognizant about what their mentality is doing right now. But still,
Bro,
we're
it just
seeing some
Limitless
good jumps
plays
coming
so
out
much
from this
faster, like,
Mongolia
in
side. They're
control,
challenging
too,
us
you know what I mean?
aggressively, pushing themselves a little bit too far forward
They
now. but
really
covered
don't do
well
too
by
much
Worty
individual
as
play.
he
It's
rotates back. Snoozy with a bit
a
of a
full
breakaway.
team game.
Someone got to be up to this faster than Sweaty's given credit
Like, To
for.
Die For is definitely like,
Someone just needs to be a
I
little
would
bit
say
quicker.
the
Worty there,
standout.
Finally a clean beat on a Limitless challenge.
but a lot of
Still,
it's
they
because
just
his
give the ball away
teammates
too easily. It's almost
really
like
enable him to
Mongolia are expecting
play,
them
like,
to
free and
rush
clear,
every
you know?
single ball, and that's where the breakdown really happens.
shot.
That's where they get caught because they give the ball away
Bar
in midfield,
down.
and then Limitless is more than capable of producing a chance apropos of nowhere.
I mean, Guns looking for the soft touch there, but once more escorted out of the play by one of the Limitless players. And eventually, Sweaty, like you say, a ball like that lying in midfield is just a shooting practice opportunity To Die For now. Looking to carry on adding insult to injury, with them already being 2 goals up. The kickoff doesn't go their way. Now turns
Okay,
back.
hold on.
Guns with a bit of space, takes a boomer of a shot, but it's high. That's something,
Nah,
that
man.
sort of shooting accuracy that we've
Yeah,
gotten to
that's
see
where
from
you
our
gotta-
two
you gotta put
European
that on
teams
net,
and
man.
Limitless to join their ranks. It's one that we have got to see a little bit more cleanly if you're going to challenge the top team in the region.
Well, if you want to be a top team, you have to take every opportunity, and every opportunity is currently being taken by Limitless. Unfortunately, not by Mongolia. Definitely a reason for this thus far so one-sided affair. But we know, of course, from Regional 1 that Limitless, they can be beat by Shmongolia. They can be put to the test by Shmongolia. It's just that today, with how impressively aggressive and how well Limitless are playing, Shmongolia look.
I think like it's so tough watching their series is because like you just expect it. You know what I mean?
Snowy actually off camera here does another cheeky thing. There's a reason why Snoozy came in very late to that play. It was on for just a fraction of a second, but another physical check means the defender not in place to make the save. And this is the thing, you can't react. If you're Shmongolia, you cannot try and constantly react to what Limitless is doing. You have to get more proactive. You have to start shutting these things down at midfield or better.
Ooh, good pass.
Start putting in pressure.
Good
That's a
eye force
beautiful
right there, though.
passing play. Nice movement coming out.
That's
from
the type of
Shmongolia
offense you need,
to
though,
try
man.
Challenge like that. But it's just unfortunately a little bit too little, too late. With a minute left on the clock and 3 goals down.
Too little, too late, but I still think they deserved to at least get that one because it was well played out. It was well executed.
There ain't
by
nothing
Shmongolia,
deserved in
all
Rocket
three
League.
members
You gotta get
involved.
that shit.
But then the shot just a little bit lacking. Tried to play it a bit smartly behind to die for a play with his expertise and
Kablooey!
his knowledge of the game. Just he's got to be ready for any shot that's being placed behind him. Wurty trying from the air, but still no goal scored by Shmongolia in game 2, and thus far no goal scored by Shmongolia in game 3 either.
That's a big part of the mentality, especially when you've just come out of that time. You've talked about everything that's needed, and you're still not executing anything well enough to be able to challenge this team. Getting close, it has to be said, but on very few occasions. Now a long bit of a breakaway. Snowy more than up to the task, and Limitless continue playing with all the confidence in the world. A late goal now for Shmongolia would of course settle some nerves, but can they even do that?
Will they even be allowed that? Will they be allowed to get at least one on the road? They will not. Limitless. After 3 games, match point for them. For
They've
another
been
entry
dominant in the past,
into
man.
the grand
But-
finals.
I mean, how many goals have they just let up?
Just seeing Greybeard, he's messaging
The last
in
couple
the
of
background
days.
saying that this is not a game for Limitless, it's a declaration of war, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Full credit to your resident wonderful host, because this really is everything Limitless has wanted this series to be. It's going their way with zero doubt in the mind. And if you're Young Money, you're sitting there waiting for this final match, knowing that Limitless is playing as best as they ever have. You know, this is the Limitless playing at their absolute peak. It might be starting to create some nerves down the other side.
If I'm Young Money Clan and I'm looking at this, I'm like, yep, nope. I'd rather not if I could, but Young Money Clan is going to be facing that Limitless. But, of course, that series is potentially still away. Not even set in stone, a reverse sweep. Still a possibility here for Shmongolia, but it would need to take a miraculous shift in fortune, a miraculous shift in execution, basically in any other metric that you could think of, because Shmongolia is just being run over by a train, and the train does not have any brakes.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I do want to see Shmongolia come back and at least take one game. Hell, even just some goals at this stage would be a really nice showing for them, because this is a team that is good.
Because
It is
so
a team
far they're
that
getting
we're
their
looking
cheeks
to for the
clapped.
future. And while they're certainly using this as a metric for how far behind and how much work they need to do, they do deserve to get a little bit more credit behind them. But when Sweaty is able to carry it like that, oh my goodness.
When I
that's some
move, you
individual play.
move.
Even getting checked by 2 players there, just as Snoozy to beat, takes it up nice and high, and Snoozy with a valiant attempt just short of that. It means Limitless carry on their rampage.
Hell yeah.
Limitless's
Hey, DJ, bring
rampage
that back.
is very much still underway, and I mean, Sweaty's last touch there, just that little delay on that last little pop-up, just completely throwing Snoozy to the side. And yeah, I think the reverse sweep it's still a possibility, but it is very, very improbable. Limitless are just doing what they want. Wurty with a great read off the backboard, good continuation down the pitch, but then again, just someone from Limitless waiting in midfield. This time it was Snowy, just ready to take control whenever the ball is pretty much
my
gifted
God.
to them.
Get shit on!
Even there, a bit of a breakaway. Snowy waiting patiently in the center, and look how quickly up into the air he is. Allows him to beat out the challenge from Snoozy. Snoozy now having to do some work to get back. Guns has bought some time for the side. But to die for looks to carry on.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Sweaty was coming for a back pass towards Snowy there.
It's popped away. Guns up to the task. But Sweaty able to sneak it in underneath them. Snoozy now trying to find an avenue to get it out of their side of the field. Wordy slows it down, gets a decent flick, but to die for
also, chat, can I just say, after the off-season, spending the time playing a decent amount of Rocket League, I feel like it's helped me so much in the booth.
Fight forward. The tenacity of the side has to be commended. At no stage have they looked like giving up.
It's definitely not giving up.
Oh, yes!
They might be even. Oh, no, they will not be rewarding themselves for their mentality. Snowy finding a way to get that shot out from under, coming down from the crossbar. Bertie thought he did everything correctly, and he did. That's the scary part.
I'm trying to remember how many goals Limitless had in their series yesterday.
There's nothing more you could really ask from Mongolia at this stage. That was a fantastic sequence of play.
And in similar fashion, I don't know if they let a goal in.
There was no one left at home. And suddenly Snowy materializing off that backboard, clashing with the ground at the perfect time.
I think the series with them and Young Money Clan will be decent though.
Pivotal shots. I mean, what a way for Mongolia.
Who knows though? I think they swept them last time, didn't they?
Yeah, we are a good team. And yet somehow Limitless goes, yes, you're good, but you're not the greats that we've come to be known as.
Good, unfortunately, does not mean better than your opponent. Relativity.
Oh, bro, I forgot to make my shake in between series.
As Limitless,
I need to do that.
Set in their ways and are
no, yeah, they swept Young Money Clan last time.
The ever harsh dictators of SSA. Snowy nearly with a second goal there.
Well, Mongolia showing that they can frustrate their opponents as well. Now comes clashing off both of the uprights. Limitless and Mongolia both struggling to find any further purchase in this match. The 1-goal lead remains, meaning it's still up in the air for Mongolia to try to bring this back and keep their hopes alive. You said it yesterday, Mark. It's not a true reverse sweep until you do it from late in the fight, the mid-breaking game to start your rally to turn in the series around.
What a rally it would have needed to be. I think the most charismatic people in history wouldn't even try and dare to attempt this reverse sweep and to attempt to rally behind something that is this low chance of happening, but even still, Mongolia are giving everything on defense with that miraculous save there. Still, Wordy, that's a touch that's going a bit lateral, pays the price with it, gets demoed out of the way. Snoozy tries to find Guns, but Sweaty's already there intercepting.
I do gotta say, man, these last couple of games, Mongolia has done a good job of playing a lot closer with Limitless.
Game plan,
which again is why I feel like I would really like to see
game 1.
These two teams. Oh my god! Oh, but Guns with the save!
He is known as cold and clinical in the scene, and just showing why there. Baits out 2 defenders. Still doesn't manage to come away with the goal, meaning Mongolia coming back. But like you say, do they have a novel idea, shall we say? To come back into this and rewrite the script of our series. Werty going for a good little demo play there in the back line, but doesn't find the same efficacy as Mongolia has been suffering up until now. Ball turns down the other way. Sweaty trying with a little bit of a breakaway, but doesn't have the boost behind it. Ball parallel to the goal line. Finds Guns instead in the center. 18 seconds left, and Snoozy looks to start something big here for Mongolia.
Snoozy tries, but Guns has to take the ball across and back to his own back corner. Sweaty is there. Shot is good. Werty's better on the goal line. Keeps it out. Still gives Mongolia a chance. Long clear. Sweaty, can he make the read? Yes, of course he can. Guns to keep it alive. Can the ball be kept in the air? To die for is there. Puts it on the ground. Limitless sweeps Mongolia to punch their ticket into the second consecutive Grand Finals.
And that's why the panel gave it a full Limitless backing right now. As Greybeard says, there's days that you bet against Limitless, but this is certainly not the one. A team showcasing what that international experience that they've managed to gather over the years has done for their play style. They are here to take on international and local threats and take them apart.
Man, oh man, oh man. Well, let the record show that I got the series prediction correct. My 4-3 was terribly generous, but Muckfish,
they just look so dominant, bro. Like what else can you say there?
Limitless are on a mission.
Yep.
Yeah. I think you said it best when you shot us that one message. Limitless, this isn't a statement of intent anymore. This is a declaration of war, and if you're on the receiving end of that one, you are getting fried, I'm afraid. Right
This
now,
Young Money
Limitless
Clan game is
are
going to be really
looking
good
more
against Limitless.
comfortable. They're looking stronger than YMC. I think in this grand final, YMC will have a mountain to climb if Limitless can keep up this performance.
Yeah, and Ultrazim, I don't know. The one thing that stood out to me is just how well coordinated Limitless seem. And they have been horribly resistant to recording their comms and releasing that. And I so badly want those comms. And I almost think that it needs to become a rule that the comms have to be recorded and submitted, because it just looks
I kind
so
of
good.
wish. I mean, I feel like Limitless is missing out on an opportunity of having the three players like at least record their perspective,
and Sweaty Clarence has been such a nice
and then
inclusion.
build
They've
like
obviously trained them up and brought them into their playbook. But I think at this stage, most of the players are
Cinema
almost
off.
comless. They know they might be like a one or two lines here being like,
you could
I'm
make
center,
yourself a
or
real
I'm up,
nice
or I'm
video
out
with
of
all
boost.
three
But
perspectives
other
in the
than that,
broadcast.
They are so fluid in this that there's no time to come up with a game plan on the fly. They see one player going up the wall with the ball, someone's immediately heading towards that other side of the field for the backboard redirect or something like that. You know, the ability to play as one single mind has come out from Limitless, and the comms are almost secondary at this stage to what they've just practiced and the drills that they've run over and over again.
It would be a long edit,
Limitless
though, to be fair.
hive mind, indeed.
But that's why content's
quite
king,
something
bro.
to behold. And I know, look, they're heading now into the grand final. They've got their work to be done there. But I know, knowing Snowy, he's going to be very frustrated at that one game they dropped to Firehawks earlier, because they would have been sitting on the potential of a perfect tournament. But that they still have a very, very good Young Money Clan crew to come up against. But we have arrived at the grand final time. If your driver of the day was out of that last series, go and vote for them. acgl.gg/vote. Who is your driver of the day? The player having the greatest impact on their series, their victory, or even in a valiant and noble loss? Go and vote for your driver of the day. But we come back for the very last, and it seems like a whirlwind, but suddenly here we are, grand final time in qualifier number 2. It's going quicker than we can all absorb, but after a short break, we're bringing you that grand final and all its drama.
All right, chat. I am going to send us to a quick. Holy shit, that's loud. Send us to a quick commercial, quick ad. Actually, we should do it on the back end, huh? No, I'm gonna do it now because I'm gonna go pee as well. All right. So appreciate y'all hanging through it, but it helps make it so we only have to do like one maybe in the middle of the series, and I'll do it in between games. That way we don't miss any action. All right. So that means this one's gonna be a long one. All right. I need y'all to be patient with me. Love you guys. Yeah. Woo. All right, now I'm gonna use restroom. Right back. All right. Looks like I made it back in time. We're about to be dropping on back in.
One more game. That's where we are now. 94 teams at the start. We are left with just 2 to determine qualifier number 2 champions. And Maxfish, we could rewind to 2 weeks ago, although it has to be said the broadcast looked a lot different 2 weeks ago. It was me on a multi-stream watch party trying to figure it all out. But here we are again, Limitless versus Young Money Clan.
I mean, here we are where we deserve to be. It's a grand final. It's a centralized broadcast. It's a storyline that is waiting to happen with all these import teams coming in and Limitless being that last valiant standing fortress of SSA. And thus far, they've been an unwavering fortress.
And you've traveled the whole journey this qualifier, Pyro, with Limitless. You were on their team stream on Friday through Swiss, and you've seen them yesterday, you've seen them today, and you've had a look at Young Money Clan. What is there in your mind some key to unlock beating Limitless?
I think you gotta meet their aggression with aggression
here for YMC. Hey, look at the last matchup that we just saw from Limitless. A majority of their goals came from pass it off and get the demo or the bump.
Yep.
To Die For had 0 goals the entire match, but he had the most demolitions. He's setting up plays for Snowy and Sweaty to complete, and for YMC, you gotta look out for those bumps. You gotta look out for those demos. You have to avoid it. Something else YMC does really well is equalize on possession. In terms of most of their matches, they dominate it. So they've also got to make sure they stake their claim and hold their ground and keep that offensive rotation a bit cohesive.
And then, Buckfish, I don't know if you were just going back to that last series for a bit. Limitless were clearly very, very good, and they're in a very, very, very good place right now in terms of their gameplay. But your thoughts on Schmongolia's performance? I mean, they came off quite a high of sort of 4-0 demolition of their own coming into the series. But I don't know for you what you saw in terms of their performance.
It's difficult to put that Schmongolia performance into perspective because Limitless have just been so good and, as Pyro said, so aggressive. So there was never really a phase of really open play where you could see how Schmongolia wants to, sort of tackle Limitless. The few situations where we saw them play directly with one another, but also a little bit too playful for my liking. Just not direct enough. They were trying to place the shots a certain way. They were trying to, make that extra pass in the final third. And that's where Schmongolia, I think, has to be a bit more streamlined towards what's at stake and what's to be gotten if you just play direct Rocket League and just fully focus on scoring that one goal, especially if you have those opportunities.
All right, what do we think, chat?
And the question has always been since the start of RLCS for SSA, it has been, it was Orlando Pirates and then later
is Limitless dropping even a game here?
But there's always been
I don't think they dropped the series. I think that's pretty
then a couple
evident
of teams
from how they've been playing
all
all
a lot and closing the gap. And I do think Schmongolia have answered the question on who's the next best team in the region, and Schmongolia are definitely there. But it seems like there's quite a distance for them to be closing. And I do get the feeling, Pyro, that whatever the conversation about the region unlock, and Ultrism has made reference to it, is that inclusion, the broadening of the competition pool, feels like it has been what has been missing for Limitless for them to step it up a gear.
I don't think there's any missing piece for Limitless to be stepping it up. I think the missing piece, I'm going to be honest, is here's the problem for the rest of the teams of the region. They're obviously getting better, but they have to get better at a rate that accelerates past the way that Snowy, To Die For, and Sweaty are improving. These guys are determined.
I
They
think
are
the
disciplined.
issue, though,
They
is
don't
if
wanna
we
drop a
can't have
single
anybody that
game
truly
in
pushes
any of their
Limitless to
series.
the
They
limit.
don't want to drop a single goal. They
No pun
conceded
intended.
one goal, one in the last series.
Can
so
we-
you have that
what-
to work against.
I don't
You
know
have
if even
to
the one
improve better
major
than Limitless is
for the two
improving.
majors before
And,
Worlds
the conversation around imports, I think, motivates everyone.
enough to
just
give
a
them the
little
reps
bit
they
more. But we
need
take it to the stat sheet. Let's take a look at the teams
heading
as well.
into
We got Limitless on one side. We got YMC
end of the year
on
tournament,
the other.
you know what I mean?
YMC, hey, most often improving on the shot average against all their teams, but Graybeard, you got Limitless. They show you exactly how to top that chart.
Yeah, Muckfish, if we look down there, the stat that always jumps out when you see these comparisons is that win rate. 92% for Limitless, 70% for YMC, and on any day of the week, 70% is a fantastic win rate. But it does kind of highlight that sort of the approach Limitless have had. YMC have won their series, but they have been dropping games along the way.
They have been dropping games, and they have been dropping games because they are still a little bit unsure defensively of how to deal with their opponents coming their way. You can see a bit of panic on defense, and that is something that they will be punished for against Limitless. Simple as, if YMC wants to have any chance, they have to be very confident of where they're positioned defensively and where the opponent is coming from, because as Pyro said, To Die For is out for
we gotta get a
Carparts
little
today.
bit more pigment on To Die For,
And
dog.
I'm looking, Pyro, at the comparison To Die For a Nugget, the extreme left, extreme right there, because for me those are the two sort of comparable opponents here, and kind of, I mean, To Die For is the ultimate stat padder, but I think it's a good matchup with he and Nugget.
I'm glad you mentioned Nugget because he was the key difference maker when you look at their matchups leading to the grand finals. He assisted most of the goals in the first part of his series, but then would score every single one. He is fantastic at the next step ahead in the gameplay. Whether he has to make the pass, the bump, or the shot happen, he's been very precise in that regard. So yeah, you look at Nugget, you look at Sweaty, heck, you can look at To Die For. There you go. A stat pattern indeed. And again, I mentioned it earlier, pay attention to the demos from To Die For. He was big on the semifinals, but don't be surprised if he switches that role, because he'll hit a flip reset double tap on you if he really has to as well.
Well, that's the impressive thing about To Die For. I mean, he is so good, and you often get lost with what he's doing up front. And Snowy mentioned it to me, I think early in last season already, is that no one really appreciates how good To Die For is in defense. And he's that all-round player. He is so good defensively, which you often miss just because he's so flashy up front. But
I mean, it's sort of that where if you're playing with Snowy, who has been that good offensively for in SSA, and now Sweaty comes in as a bit of a younger player, it
other Rocket League startup
always leads to one player being underappreciated on the roster. I mean, you can see it in Europe.
I'm
you
guessing
can
it
see
goes
in
live
North
at the top of
America,
the
you can
hour,
see
right?
it here even
Has
with
to.
To Die For, where
Which doesn't
these
make
players
sense.
do
They could clearly
the
start
heavy
NA later.
lifting on some of the parts, not necessarily scoring the goals, not necessarily even getting most.
I
of
would
the
actually
saves,
venture
even
to
though
say
To
that
Die
they're
For does
losing some
both,
of their
but
crowd
just being
by
that grinder in midfield.
starting
That's
during
a really important
church
gap
hours.
to fill in a team. That's where I think the most value is got,
Or even shortly
for
after.
a cohesive team effort.
all right, so let's get to the predictions. Chat has Limitless firmly in front at 86%.
Oh, semis don't start until
And,
1.
I'm going to go first because why not? And I do
Better,
this
even
is
better.
a repeat of the grand final from 2 weeks ago. It was a 4-0 sweep. Limitless doing their work, and I'm hesitant to call for and say it's going to be a sweep again. But given what we have seen of these two teams, for me, Limitless, Machtfish, you're next.
I'm a sucker for storylines. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
he's
sorry.
hanging
I'm a
in there.
sucker. I'm a
He's
sucker
hanging
for
in there.
storylines. I need the third region to be the all-decisive one. Give me Young Money Clan. Just for the storyline, please. I don't want Limitless to secure.
I can't
Copenhagen
get on that
just by going
train.
to grand finals. I want Limitless if they want, or Young Money Clan. If they want to go to Copenhagen, you have to win that third regional, and this is the only way to ensure exactly that outcome.
All right,
Well,
Pyro.
Yeah, Mike, I appreciate that because a lot of people are calling us biased here on the desk. Well, guess what happened in the last grand finals? Limitless swept. Okay, they outscored their opposition 17-5. Limitless have only dropped 4 singular games this entire season. You expect it in this series? Let's take it to the grand finals, folks. I'm casting it with altruism. Let's hear it all.
All right. So, okay, off you go, gentlemen. This is it, the grand finals, and go!
Oh man, Greybeard had to get that word in there because you can hear the excitement in his voice. You can hear the excitement here in the casting booth. This is it. This is grand finals. Limitless looking to
Yeah, I
repeat
feel like
what they
Greybeard
did
probably
2
should have thrown
weekends
that.
ago.
Not
Young
gonna
Money
lie.
Clan looking for retribution.
Oh, retribution, revenge. It's a cool dish, but will it be served today? Game number 1 of our grand finals, qualifier number 2. And Young Money Clan yet to take a game off of this top SSA team. Can they do it here?
Oh, it's going to be a hard task. After watching Limitless there in that semi-finals, these guys know what they're doing, and they're going to be bringing every blow that they can, most of them to your face, if they've got anything to say about it.
Hey, yo.
Snowy going to go high, gets the flip reset, gets the past 1, gets the extra touch, and Limitless start us off with the goal.
What's that? A demolition as the goal is occurring? What a surprise! Sweaty completes the effort, clashing in with the defensive, but let's talk Snowy for a second. Gets that first goal. This player has not missed a singular grand final in SSA RLCS history. Oh, you think he would get tired of it?
No one retires in SSA, and Snowy. on
No
the hot
one
streak that he's
retires.
got,
The amount of
backed up by a
times I heard
team
that this
doesn't
weekend.
let him down at
No
any
one
opportunity.
retires in
That
SSA,
is
true
not
though.
a time that you leave your crown just yet. Look at that, even backed up by his teammates there. Snowy getting removed from the pitch. Gets to die for a little bit of space, and Snowy once more back onto the field, gets up to the ball, sends it harmlessly to the corner. A little motion, trying to create some more havoc here. But so far, meeting up against the brick wall.
Motion can be that havoc creator, not only in the physicality department, but also with surprising shots. I've seen Motion get a couple double flip resets throughout the couple qualifiers we've played here this season, as well as just hitting shots from any angle.
They're just
you gotta
keeping
be
the pressure
weary
down
if
here
you're
on this side,
Limitless
man.
From any shot position
Hold on.
YMC are at. Motion
Hold
setting
on.
up a double tap for himself on target, but not enough juice.
I don't think that the individual
Right,
play is the way to
even
beat
when it
Limitless,
goes
though.
onto the backboard, and I think that's something that Young Money is going to have to do if they're going to want to take the series back towards himself. Is that backboard? They've shown such proficiency on it. They're reading those touches fantastically. Whether they're setting it up for themselves or for their teammates. Here comes another chance. Nugget's going to get it on top of it, but Sweaty, with the rest of his team in tow, all jumped for that. He's the one to claim the save for now. So Limitless stay ahead to die for, actually beaten in the air, and both of the Limitless players back, but Snowy up to the task.
Well, you know what? After Schmongolia scored only 1 goal in the semifinals throughout the entire series, in that last one we just saw, people are waiting to see Limitless be battle tested on the defense, and boy are they ever. A savior medal already in store for Snowy as he's keeping that goal line secured.
You know, with this whole talk about local versus international and SSA, this is the team that's benefiting the most. You've got to say, Limitless has been rather untested, like you say, for the longest period of time. I think Snowy has been on the best team in the country for roughly about 5 or 6 years.
So I see people in
him having
the
someone to actually test
chat
and
for
really flex his models.
African Gaming.
I mean, that's an anime protagonist
Talking about
story if you
Limitless
ever
not
wanted
wearing their
one.
decals, and I kind of have
It
to
really
agree.
is,
I'm not gonna lie.
but you never know if the protagonist will stay alive.
You
will
finally get
survive,
decals,
will continue
and you're
to
not wearing them
succeed. That's a big question
in the
mark
grand?
in this series, and an exclamation point almost there for Nugget to the top corner. He places the shot, but Sweaty secures the save. Motion, no doink available on the shot take. Nugget to the midfield. Motion peeling into the play, but to die for quicker in the touch. Corner play out from Riho and quickly out towards the net. Snowy has been that third man a few times here, making those incredible saves and continues to do so.
And he looks so comfortable on it as well. It's not just getting something on the ball.
I think
He gets
especially
himself
because none of the
reading that
decals
thing
are, like,
perfectly. Gonna have to be some work from Sweaty. He comes off the back
super
wall with a bomb.
extravagant or anything
Even
as far
manages
as
to collect it well
what
out
the
of
players are,
corner.
like,
He's going for
playing
this.
in.
Even looks for the bump on the way through there. Limitless, has to be said, being pushed back for a longer period of time than any team has yet to force them into this situation. Of course, that's what we expect from the grand finals. YMC is here for a reason. Also uncontested. They were the only other team to come through the Swiss stage without dropping a game, or at least a series. Now, however, they've got a minute left to do something about this one goal.
Yeah, they didn't drop a game, but guess what? Limitless still not dropping a goal. If they do that in this game, it'll be 4 games in a row. And they're a minute away from that, even less. But Riho and company, they are winning in the shots department, doing a great job of equalizing on the possession. They need to find that shot that will actually be the dagger to take to OT.
Sweaty doing work versus 2 there. Manages to start the walk up to the field for To Die For. To Die For, again, such an innovative player, able to change his pace quickly, halfway through a maneuver.
It's been a lot closer than it was last time these two teams played.
Try and reinforce this, looking for something off the backboard. He's pulled a little motion high. Second one has to reinforce. Nugget now going to join Riho in the corner. To Die For up for this. He's got the first touch, looking for the backboard. Decides to take it in and just denied out. But Limitless still utilizing that early goal to their advantage, holding stalwarts in the back lines. They're going to take game number 1.
Hey, 1 goal. That's all you need sometimes, but on the defensive line, they needed some stats as well. 8 in total in the saves department from Limitless against the 8 registered from Young Money Clan. So YMC, you're putting it on target, but there's too many strong defenders in the way.
Yeah. This is the Nugget story all over again, right? Yesterday we see him taking 10 shots in a match and getting 1 goal in there. He's 4 shy of those shots now, and the 1 goal being the key difference. The conversion percentage. This Young Money Clan, as many times as they come forward, they're rebuffed by their opponents. Limitless, stalwart in the back line, and like you said earlier, Snowy being the key to that defensive prowess, putting on 4 saves himself. Not to mention how many times he cut it out in the midfield. Not to mention how many good clears he got there, or redirects that weren't counted. Just a potent wall that meets anything that Young Money is coming up with.
Yeah, Snowy instrumental. You mentioned the wall. And
Someone's
that's the different
chat
trend
says
we're
they
actually
see this
seeing out of
going
Limitless.
6. Get
Oftentimes
the
and
fuck outta
historically,
here.
the idea to beat Limitless is to not allow them to score at least 4 goals. They're very much a high-scoring team. Well, today, it's been completely different. It's been about scoring on Limitless. They score a single goal, and that's enough. You need to test them. You need to make Limitless sweat in some way and disrupt their near perfection here. I'm putting them on a high bar saying the word perfection altruism, but that is 4 games in a row today that they have not conceded a goal. YMC have got to end that streak.
Yep, perfection. This is as close to perfection as you could be
Where's
asking
our
from
overlay?
any squad. And little motion with a nice little
guys?
bump to start things out there. The rest of Limitless able to pick this up and carry it themselves. And I think this is something that needs to be credited towards YMC right now. Most of Limitless, they love to get that pressure on their opponents. They love to control possession for a long period of play. Right now, they're kind of being threatened with that. They haven't been able to keep going with, 20, 30, 40 seconds of shot after shot. YMC certainly finding their way down to the other side of the field very often, more often than Limitless would like.
And I do like the ideas that YMC are putting forward. They've got the progression up the field, and it's combined with that bump attempt from motion. He's working the back line, trying to get a bump to go, but you see Limitless's positioning. They're
Limitless are a
within
bunch
the
of
goal,
G's,
or
chat.
they're away from that bumper. They're not going to be tested in that way unless you get a little bit of creativity, unless you really headhunt. Ulti for this goal, though, is Nugget. He beats one. Almost needs to die for the ball on the goal. And the shot there from motion.
woodwork.
Just off the post.
Oh, heartbreak here for YMC. They did it in the previous series. Thankfully, it didn't cost them there. But right now, shot after shot, finding the pixels. And unfortunately, they just happen to be the ones that are solidified and don't cause it to come back in. Instead, the turnaround now. Limitless, Snowy and Sweaty working well together to find the pass towards the center. Now they're starting to cramp up their opponents.
I
Little
think
motion
the
doesn't
difference
get
in
anything on
Limitless
this.
really is
Giving it up
their,
for Snowy.
like,
Snowy
this
takes the shot
season
down.
so far
Little
is their
motion
coach.
in their way.
Not that
Yeah,
Jay Keys was a
Limitless
bad
can't
coach. I think
get
Jay Keys was a great
confidence
coach.
and dividends out of their
But
hard work.
like, Northwood has
Instead, we see a turnaround towards
the results
other
they've
side.
had at the
Sweaty
collegiate
and
level for a
Sniper
reason.
ready,
You know what I mean?
Try blast it. get back into the offensive.
Yeah, you saw the turnaround, but you also saw 2 demolitions. So Young Money Clan, no reinforcements really to get that shot to go. The worst thing they could have done after coming so close to that goal would be conceding 1 from Limitless. They managed to not do that. Motion single-handedly, that last defender.
I mean, once again, though, you can see Young Money Clan has done a good job of like closing the gap.
For the shot after
they look a lot closer to Limitless's level.
Oh, if he had more boost,
nice
a
shot.
lot control coming out of Sweaty there to be able to
Needed
take
more
it up
ass
so
on that
high,
shot, though.
realizing he's got no teammate with him on the ground. Little Motion, though, also showing some aerial proficiency, and he finds the pass to Nuggets. Nuggets gonna draw blood, and that 4-game streak is all that Limitless are gonna be able to hold now without scoring a goal, without conceding a goal at least, as Nugget finally, his tenacity proves fruitful.
That is the right idea from Motion. You mentioned if Sweaty had more boost off the back wall, how far
All
he
right,
could
so
take it.
usually
Well,
when
Motion says,
Limitless
"I'll
lets
show
up
you
a goal,
exactly how
they
far."
respond
For
with a
3
couple.
sets, pass the ball to get the bump and open up the back wall for the shot from Nugget. That is the idea for Young Money Clan to achieve greatness on the counterattack.
Ooh,
blast
Sweaty
through
would have gotten
comes
second touch.
to die
Instead, it's
for
a
goal.
wide
Sweaty
open
both
net
up
the
to
other
ball,
way.
leaves
Young
it
Money
all to
Clan up
vacant
by
on their
2.
own side, and the communications that Greybeard was talking about this time falter for just a second. Little Motion going to secure the goal, shall we say, at the end there. But here, Nuggets, I think, regardless of who gets credited with the points there, going to be happy that their team now.
All right, all right.
And how often do we see Limitless double commit like that? I feel like it's not very common. In that moment, Snowy saw both go up and said, oh boy, I don't have enough time to get back, do I? It's 2-0 up for Young Money Clan, as they're really staking their claim in game number 2. They find a demolition on to die for as well, immediately turning this ball around.
And those demos are proving to be fruitful. And certainly YMC looking to return some of their own medicine here back to Limitless, who's been utilizing them the whole way through. But this time it doesn't come out to any sort of goal. Instead, to die for going to pick this up. He's a long way away from the ball and can't track it down in the air, but he's got another touch. And the
There's
demo,
one.
this time Limitless shows them how it's done.
All
The
right,
goal
you got
wide
80
open.
seconds. Need
And
another.
Tadaifor slots it back.
Look at Sweaty the bodyguard. Just like, yes, this way, please, to die for. Yep, to the goal line. Okay, perfect. There's always someone positioned for Limitless.
All right,
to
come
get
on, boys.
That last bump, that last demo. This time, there was no one left. So they closed this scoring gap to halfway, but still more work to be done from LMT. Oh.
Nice
They did
play.
the work there.
Still, though,
Snowy
again,
once
I don't
more
think the
savior
individual
on
plays
the
how you
goal
beat
line
Limitless.
after
I really
a
don't.
win past one
I think you
quite
gotta
softly.
play the team
Found his
game, and you
teammates
gotta
in a
be
good
disruptive on
position.
the
Nuggets
on the
trying to find
aggression.
little motion. They've
Gotta
been
get the bumps in the
devastating
demos.
when they're able to push up together. And they're trying it now. And Little Motion hands it off, but it's too far away for his teammate to reach. Rio with
Good
work
read
to
by
do,
Snowy.
Gets denied out by Snowy. To die for the first one there. Pops it backwards. Sweaty's up. There's no one home, but Rio
What a
manages
save.
to get there in time.
Nice
I
save.
don't even know how Sweaty managed to get that shot there. Little
Counter?
Motion double tap. Oh, no, he's just above the ball. That was it. That could have secured the game win.
That
but
would've been
Limitless
it.
now still in it. Snowy battling for the ball in the
Limitless
midfield.
still moving the
And
ball
there goes
upfield.
Sweaty for the bumps on the goal line. Motion has been doing the best job at evading these goal line bumps and then clearing the ball. That has really been the difference maker. We have not seen that from the opposition against Limitless thus far. 20 seconds for LMT to score. Snowy trying to find a way.
Snowy's shot just off target there, and instead it returns.
Ooh.
Little Motion gonna pick it up
Okay.
after Limitless lose control in the midfield. Once more, he and Nuggets, an inseparable duo. And that shot, absolutely perfect, both in terms of placement and power. It is gonna be YMC picking it up by 2 with 14 seconds left. Limitless look to be threatened for the first time in a while.
I'm comfortable calling it here. What, 5 seconds across the board, 2 goals. It ain't gonna happen. Young Money Clan, you were swept in the last grand finals, but will not repeat history here. They take their first game early on in game number 2 to equalize the set.
Pyro, what just happened there? Is this a sign that YMC has actually stepped it up a level? I mean, they've equaled out their shots. Actually, no, 50%.
All right, so we
more
talked
on the
about how
board there.
for
6
Limitless,
shots coming towards them.
usually
Forced to
after
still
you
make
score
6
on them, they
saves
respond.
for themselves.
They
The
usually
important
step
thing
up
is
once you punch
Limitless
them in the mouth
restricted
and
once
win.
more to only 1 goal, whereas Young Money Clan has found a way through
So can they find some way here to
I
respond?
just feel like the difference maker, doesn't it? The fact that Limitless.
Or are
have
we finally
averaged
in for a
1
banger of a
goal
series
game.
for
That's
Limitless?
just not what you expect out of playmakers.
That's
like
the real
Tadaifor,
question.
Who, didn't score a single goal in the last series, but set up Limitless for so many. You expect Snowy and Sweaty to just drive those shots home, but it's not the case this time. Altruism, Young Money
What do we
Clan
think, chat?
getting the goals where they count, whether it's off counterattack or good possession.
I think
play.
Limitless has to win Game 3, right?
Good
I don't.
possession
Do they?
play. I
There's
think
no way they
everything that
drop
these
2
teams
games in a
have
row.
available to themselves is going to have to come to the fore. Limitless have shown that they can bleed, and Young Money Clan have tasted that. Now they want more. Now they realize that all of the psychology that has been plaguing them since our last regional qualify has suddenly dissipated. Limitless, though, are really going to want to get back on that. If I know Snowy and the rest of the crew, it's that they do not take well to going down a game. This is always where you see them revitalize and pull out everything in their back pockets. And they came into this with a statement of war. Now let's see if they can follow it through. Game number 3 going to be starting in just a second.
Yeah, just a second, right? As we get this beautiful visual of Utopia, as we're set here on the dusk. Yeah, we've got a player who accidentally closed the game on one of the teams
Imagine.
here. So, you know, I'll leave that to
Imagine.
be mystified in the shadows as we await the start of this game.
Could be me.
DQ timer has begun, but I doubt we'll get to the end of it. In order to make that transition, Altruism, Limitless, you say they're going to be the beast that's awakened again to make themselves back to the dominant form. What's it going to take?
What's it going to take for them to get back? Doing what they were doing earlier and what they have actually been trying to do for most of the series. You know, they're still linking up for those good plays. The demos have still been coming out full and fast. They suffered a couple of demos themselves, and so avoiding that obviously going to prove very good. But maybe it was just a case of, to die for. This is a typical kickoff strategy that we have actually seen from Limitless a lot, where the second man doesn't go for the ball. They instead go for the player and opens things up. And it certainly gave Sweaty a good chance there. Nugget showing that he's not just a potent offense player here, but he's as defensive as well. Now Snowy tries to send it out, but only meets little motion. Instead comes back to challenge it once more. Drops down in front of the net.
Oh,
Ball
just
goes
a bit wide.
Close chances for both teams here. We saw the double tap attempt there from Sweaty and a great save from Nugget, and now some good saves coming out from Limitless. But who's going to win that midfield game? Where is the balance going to shift? I feel like it's got to happen there. Whoever it dominates control gets more of the possession play motion. How about the ball handling there from the midfield, dribbling and flicking pass to the other side. Snowy leading that midfield engagement, 11 boost to his name. Pass up the backboard. Sweaty is there, but it's a back wall touch, and they left more to be desired.
Yeah, oh no, Snowy didn't have the boost, and after to die for, handed the ball away. Limitless left scrambling for a second.
They're fine.
That
Got the
ball
clear
was
here.
not more threatening
Sweaty
towards
maintains
themselves.
control, looking for a pass to
Rare
Snowy. Snowy.
opportunity there goes awry.
Rebound for
YMC, and
Tadaifor.
instead they're having
Good
to
save
deal
by
with
Riho.
Shot after shot. This is where Limitless really shine. When they get some pressure building, Sweaty cuts it out the midfield. Snowy's up to the ball quickly. To die for. He's leaping up. Riho, the one to beat. Riho doesn't get a good touch. Gets bumped a little bit.
Nice.
And
Let's
Snowy
go.
gonna find the opening.
Way to be there,
The
Snowy.
bread and butter of Limitless is the pass and bump combo from To Die For. Not only off the backboard does he go, but he tests Riho to even keep 4 wheels on the back wall to make the save. Limitless take the lead.
Limitless take the lead as they have been so desperately wanting to get back into that last game. So frustrating for them. But YMC not out of it yet. They just got to work on these touches.
Nice.
Couple of too many going backwards. Only just being picked up by their teammates to try and alleviate this. Nugget now gives away a little bit of space. To die for, going to put pressure under little motion, and Snowy was charging him down for that. Now Sweaty getting involved. Looks for the pass towards the center. He's won the 50.
hold
He's
on.
popped up nice and high.
To Die For gonna pass it
quickly
off for
towards
Snowy?
us, pops it out of the corner.
Snowy was
didn't
expecting a
realize
touch
it
up
was
top.
coming down.
Yeah.
Decides to tuck out of it. Nugget with a little bit of a breakaway.
He was just expecting to rotate back on
Snowy,
that.
though, can't find any purchase for this. So he's going to leave it up to Sweaty. Sweaty, who loves to take this high ball through. Can he get the bump? At least puts the pressure. To die for there, once more causing physicality and consternation, but he can return it just as well
Nice
himself
touch from Sweaty.
as this midfield tussle.
Little motion
collapses.
able to win that 50.
The Young Money Clan have responded very effectively here. What they needed to do was stall
Gotta
the
get this
possession
clear
game
here.
from Limitless, and they've turned it around quite well here in the last few seconds. They've gotten the demolition on
There
the
you
Sweaty
go.
as well, but it's the clear
But
foul
Riho's
from
in a good
Snowy.
spot.
It quells the force of Young Money Clan. It's taken
Nice
now to the
pre-jump
corner.
to die
Riho
for.
following this ball in pursuit is motion, but he leaves it there for Nugget. Not sure if it was called that way, but still, the denial does come from Limitless.
Riho
A high
probably
touch
should just
pass
rotate
to
back
Riho,
to goal.
and a read from the back wall of motion,
Yep.
but it follows a shot to the top corner. Snowy will not be
Yeah, if
silenced.
Riho rotates all the way back there
Amazing.
instead of going back
Sends it up high,
to
looking for a
contest, I think he's
teammate.
all
The
right.
demo and Sweaty. That meant that there was no one else coming in, and so Snowy takes it upon his shoulders, reads
His
the
teammates
attempt
weren't
to
back,
clear.
though, I
Would have been
guess.
harder if it
They
just
did get
dropped
back
towards
because of the
center.
fact-
But Snowy, with the angle and the power, manages to pull it up, gets a second to his name and to his team, and suddenly Limitless, far more confidence. They dropped that one game, but otherwise returning to what seems to be a good, solid holdout of any opposition. Suddenly, YMC, the ones who have to reinvigorate their game plan. Good start with a really nice musty pass towards Nugget.
Well
Nugget
done.
in the center.
There's a demolition on the defensive side of Limitless, and for motion, there is just one defender to beat. It's to die for. What do you
Where'd
do?
Sweaty go?
Stall the play, wait for the challenge.
What was that
and
read from
Musty
Sweaty?
flick ahead. Well played there from motion. He's been a big difference maker for Young Money Clan to keep them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic movement. Once more, it's Little Motion and Nugget going perfectly together. You can see Nugget didn't push too aggressively. He waited. He knew the patience, and he knew the arsenal at the disposal of his teammates. Nugget just waits there while Little Motion pulling off a spectacular use of the Musty. And that's what I like to see when I see a mechanic like that pulled out. It's not about being able to do it. It's about being able to do it at the right moment. And he picked it there, picks him up a goal, brings it back to 1 within a minute.
Limitless,
Yo, what up, Salty? How you been,
changed their average.
buddy?
They had only 1 goal per game.
I've been
Each
good,
one, they've
man.
Got 2 now and searching.
Caston's
for 3.
been picking
Snowy.
up.
Is it the hat trick?
Nice
Put
shot
that
from Snowy.
tap on. Oh, to the front. Limitless.
We were on the
go.
desk for
Make
SSA
sure
the first 2
their
days
goalie back.
for this event.
Well, Riho trying to make a desperate attempt there. Once more, physicality being involved in that play. Snowy had the space because of the body check.
Warcraft 3,
out of reach of
huh?
any of the two-way
I was always more of a
defenders. Makes
StarCraft
no
over
mistake on
Warcraft
that.
fan back in the
Shows
day,
the
but
EU that we too know what the skies look like.
do enjoy
Now
some
onto the
Warcraft.
backboard to clear this out. With a motion, tries to pop it up high, trying to follow it.
I
but
spent
it's a
way
dive
too
ball.
much time
Always
on
one of
WoW.
the quickest people into the air for either side on a field, on any given field, in fact. Now Sweaty in the center, he's got some power, he's found the crossbar.
You know,
and Rio
StarCraft
gets
was
to it
probably
before
like
blue
the
player can.
first game.
And Riho, the big savior on that play.
I,
There were
like,
2 defenders that
really
did
grinded.
not expect a hard shot to the crossbar. It bounced really nicely for Limitless, but Riho gets in front of it. Oh, trying to get in front of that engagement, though. They need 2 goals in 30 seconds. Motion
I always play
behind the
games
ball.
like-
There's a
Oh.
shot the other way. I think it's wide. No,
Damn.
it's inside. To die for the 4th
Like in
goal,
the
and surely securing the
neighborhood,
win in
like,
Game
you know,
3.
Smash and
That little
Golden
touch,
Eye and
slow
stuff,
motion,
but-
knowing that his team has to score a goal here and now.
StarCraft
pushes up
was-
aggressively, and the smallest little doink
Ooh,
over the top
Command and
means
Conquer
that he's
was the
just not
shit,
in
dog.
position.
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was a demo somewhere along the line that meant that the third player was out, but
What's
even if we're in
crazy to
doubt
me is that
previously,
Age of
no doubt
Empire
this
2
time
is
it's
still a
going
thing.
to die
It's
for,
still popular.
going to bring it back, and once more the battle cry rages out from the Limitless fans and from their players alike.
Whoa. To die for from the sidewall, the wave dash and the flip the other way just to beat that extra 50-50, just to dig the ditch deeper against Young Money Clan. It's gonna be quite the space to crawl out of off this deafening defeat as Limitless take game number 3, 5-1.
that's like, even when you think about it with like StarCraft 2, right?
The series.
Although
This
StarCraft
is a
2
series
came
that
out a
has the
little
potential
bit
to go
later.
all the way to a
I feel
game
like StarCraft
7,
2's been
but
out for
Limitless have just
fucking ever.
made a hesitant step here for Young Money if they want to keep progressing further. I mean, Young Money would have been feeling so much better after game number 2, but even that wasn't as convincing a victory as this. Limitless give them more to think about at every
Because
step.
I
and
remember
show
playing
them that their
StarCraft and then
power
Brood
really
War
does
coming
live
out.
up to their name.
This is the one
Aging
trend
myself
that
a little
I
bit
see
there.
staying here after, you know, this is our 3rd season casting RLCS for
Yeah.
SSA, right? All is that when you beat Limitless in a game, you awaken the beast. They come back and they beat you into the ground. Like, that is a
But even still, I feel like
win there for Limitless. Yeah, it stretched away.
I feel like the
in later
StarCraft
seconds,
2
but what
game
did you
still
see in
came
the
out.
mid-game
Hold on, now I
there,
gotta look it
Altruism?
up.
Anytime Young Money Clan, they fight back, it's snowy.
Also, I gotta run a quick
assert his
60-second ad
claim
chat so we
again
don't catch
and
one
again.
during the game. Love you guys.
Yeah, and that kind of shows the depth of a lineup that wants to be crowned the champions of their region. It's not just one player. Snowy has been so pivotal on that backline in the third man role, but when he gets the space, when it's his turn to shine, he doesn't need the other people to come with him. He can do so much on his own. If he finds a teammate along the way, he'll happily shake their hand and hand off the ball if he needs to. But otherwise, every single person on this field from both sides knows what they're doing. So far, Young Money's relying a little bit too much on Little Motion and Nugget at the top. Riho not getting involved to the same extent. But Limitless, every single one of those three players has a potency behind them that is not to be underestimated.
We'll underestimate them no further. Wow, that is a unique kickoff. Whole lot of misses there. It really opens up the field for Young Money Clan. Almost had an initial lead from them. Talk about Young Money Clan making adjustments in this game. They don't call the timeout, which I understand, but they only had 2 registered shots in that last game. They averaged not just like.
But yeah,
8
I'm
to
a big
10
fan
in
of
a
the
game,
building kill.
but
I haven't
also
played him in a while. I feel like it was
normally
something
have
that I
more
would
shots than
get
their opposition.
way too
So that is a far cry in game 3 from what we're
addicted
used to
to.
from Young Money Clan. They need a big switch up in game 4.
Well, that's what we said that Limitless loves to do to their opposition.
Yo,
Just
Salty, appreciate
crowd
you coming
them
through,
in and
fam.
Tighten the noose as slowly or as quickly as it takes. Eventually,
Stay up,
the
stay
outcome
good.
is the same. Eventually, going to find that.
Keep being dope.
And as Limitless proved that they could bleed in game number 2, they've shown that they've staunched that quite quickly. Now deflecting goals from their side of the field, and turning it back to die for now, pushing forward, gets the demo. Ball pops out towards the center. Rio going to have to take it high and long. Gets one touch, doesn't find Little Motion instead. Snowy back into the challenge, still finding its way towards the blue goal though, as eventually to die for gets a little bit more space for his side. Little Motion wants to try and keep his team on the front foot and keep Limitless away from these shot opportunities.
Oh, you see Snowy there. Defeating the challenger of Young Money Clan after that double commit.
got it.
Very instrumental
Nice.
to make sure Limitless don't get in a tight spot on defense. Oh, Riho demoed in his own net
means
there.
Nugget
Now
needs
they're going
this.
after Nugget.
It's an open shot.
Read. That's an open look down
Oh,
for Sway.
what a
He comes to the
save.
occasion. What a save on the back line.
What an incredible showing from Nugget there. That is a fantastic and probably instrumental save that he's just been forced into there. How much work do each of these players have to do? It's something that I brought up for previous squads that haven't made it as far here as the grand finals, is that when you look at 2 teams like this, you
Oh,
just
bro,
see
I
such
thought Snowy was about to
efficiency
do
on
it
every
to
one of
him,
the plays.
dog.
It's beat 1, get a 50 versus the second, and then go for the demo. In this case, it's pull off save after save to keep your team alive.
And save after save they do. Young Money Clan weathering both the shots and the bumps there, and the boost steals. Limitless trying to ensure that their resource management keeps them in an advantageous position, but Little Motion, he turns the tides. A demolition and a clear, not the dunk against his opposition, Riho. In a safe space, trails the ball to the corner. Nugget with a wave dash, pass to the midfield, gets intercepted. Limitless right on the front foot of some of these plays, asserting their dominance at every challenge.
These 50s are becoming so big right now. How quickly the ball is starting to move around the field is pivotal. Every one of these jumps needs to be a good collect. You have to make contact and you have to get it exactly where you want it.
Almost
the
dropped my
teammates
monster.
need to be enabled. As we see a bit of trickery coming out there. 2 touches from YMC needed. Sweaty's on the hunt. Nugget and Riho working against each
Nice
other.
shot.
They both jump, but it's Little Motion from the sky to shut that down. Limitless once more denied to die for, trying to get up, gets up over Nugget, unable to follow the ball because of that body check, but he's going to look for a second one here.
I'll tell you what, Riho is the only one with boost there as the dust kind of settled in that sense, but managed to really be instrumental on the clear and then the follow-up for the 50-50 to equal the playing field. Speaking of equal, we're still tied 0-0 coming up to the final
Yo,
minute
Young Money Clan
in a
starting to
game
figure out
that seems
Limitless a little bit.
Very important for Young Money Clan. This could be the most vital final minute of gameplay.
It's a big touch from Snowy. He was able to avoid the demo too.
Man, the
To Die
difference
For gets it off the
between
side.
2-all and
Oh, To Die
3-1
For taking it
is
the
everything,
distance.
but
He's
To Die
just
For
better.
Gonna put paid to that straight
Oh
away.
my
He keeps looking for
goodness.
these opportunities in the air. He's gonna take himself on a walk around the goal and underneath the crossbar.
Damn.
Two people once more forced into a jump from YMC, and yet neither of them up to the task.
The reset, the air dribble. See you later, Young Money Clan. I mentioned how it would be an important minute. We are right at 60 seconds on this kickoff, and it's not equal anymore. They're trailing. Maybe not for longer. Nugget with a shot and a dunk as well. But
And
it's
who
just above the
else
crossbar.
but To Die
Motion wants to keep
For?
it going, and Riho's there for the shot. The pre-flip is wide. Gets a great effort on the ball and keeps the pressure mounting against Limitless. Now Snowy out to Die For on
Alright,
the
come
counter.
on, boys.
Riho wants to
Keep
get
this
it
thing
back
locked
in
down.
action. On their side, Nugget with a shot off the crossbar.
Oh!
Riho's there. You mentioned he wasn't potent enough. Can you see him now?
Yeesh, nice play though.
Oh, he has
little bit
worked
of a whiff by
magic,
Snowy. We
finally
gotta be
getting the
honest,
wings to
but
come forward. Snowy
Ah.
with a rare miss on that top bar, just can't get it to the side. You said the last 60
All right.
seconds were going to be pivotal. At 60, we had ourselves our
let's
first
see if
goal.
we get
31.
ourselves an
Down
overtime.
after that, we
One of
get
these
our
teams
second. It's back to that level game.
Close it
as
out.
The first 60
Who's got the ice
seconds
in the
were
veins?
tense. Now we get to see the last 30 be even more so. Sweaty gets himself a bump. And To Die
Okay,
For
To Die
takes to
For.
the skies.
He's Oh, I thought he was leaving.
Reset. It's almost on target. It's right off the post. 10
I
seconds
thought he was leaving
remaining.
it off for
Young
Snowy,
Money
then he
Clan
still ends up
have
finding some way to
completed
put it on
games on
target. That's
0-second
crazy.
goals and 10-second goals. Can they do it here? The ball's in the air. Snowy trails on it. And you think the search is for overtime. To Die For still trails this ball towards the net. And OT.
Bro, To Die For is
extra
trying to chase that
time
thing down.
in
You see
game
that?
4.
This is the clash we were looking for. To Die For with a
Nice.
little bit of a breakaway. Gets the dunk down. Our first overtime
Sweaty.
at all between these
Good
two
leave
teams,
off for
considering
Snowy.
the sweep of the previous regional qualifier. But now it's up. Everyone's hackles
rotations are
raised.
so
Sweaty
clean,
tries
bro.
to find the corner, gets the second one. Snowy's up to this, but cleared aside by Nugget. To Die For gonna find off the top. There's a bit of physical contact in there. Sweaty wasn't in the position to be able to take the shot. A little bit of confusion between the two on the side walls, but still To Die For there to reinforce. Fortunately, he's given it away to his oppositions as the ball goes high. No one jumping for this. The shot down.
Nice.
To Die For collects it with composure.
A scary moment with Riho up in the air and nobody there to challenge him. As you mentioned, every Limitless player grounded in that moment. But now they're grounded, determined to make this next attempt count. Nugget finding motion on the other side. After the demolition, Limitless have to go back to the drawing board to get this offense to work. To Die For.
Oh,
No boost,
cookies?
but- Oh, the dunk occurs. Snowy's
Cookies?
there. The follow-up from
Let's
Sweaty.
go!
It's good. Limitless now on match point.
Everyone just throwing bodies at this little motion. He wasn't able to compete with the pace that ball ricocheted.
I need
just
a this is
outside of the
SSA
net.
when they
the
win.
The pass was perfect. The follow-up
Not gonna lie.
flawless. Despite the pressure surrounding this Limitless side at every turn, they get ahead by one, and that's again all it takes. The shot tally, cumulative for both these sides, up there above 20 shots in this match, and yet only 3 goals to come from it. A devastating performance from the defense of both sides. But Limitless was just one step ahead as they get themselves to series, to qualifier points, and effectively to that complete major slot.
Oh. Yeah, I wanna pat on the brakes here, you know, because qual 3 can still happen. You never know what occurs. YMC, even if they lose here, may just have that major spot. But poor Limitless sitting pretty off of that OT victory. I gotta say, since the kickoff
big
from
dub
OT,
for 'em
they
there,
were
man.
hammering away. They had possession. They had
All right,
control.
they taking time
But
out,
in that
surely,
final
right?
60 seconds of regulation, I have to applaud Young Money Clan. I mean, this team, they truly played like they needed a goal. They essentially got it in 30 seconds. I almost want to see that bigger from YMC throughout the entire game. Play like truly you are needing to score a goal in the last 60 seconds, and maybe we'll see that venomous attack again.
Yeah, one thing I've come to learn from this weekend is that you do not count out a European side at any stage. You do not say that, okay, there's 10 seconds left, there's 15 seconds left, they got to score 1, they got to score 2. They can bring it out. They will fight to the end. They have taken a big risk. There's been a lot of critics about our import sides, and yet they are here to show why they want to challenge for these major spots, why they are here to earn that money. And it's certainly pushing our players in the local scene to a level that we have rarely seen forced out of.
All right, let's see if Young Money Clan can figure stuff out after
especially
the
in the grand
timeout.
final. I mean, Limitless, they have a knack for dropping a game here and there. Heck, the Firehawks took a game off of them in Swiss during this event. But when it comes to the grand finals, you truly see the peak of this team given everything that's on the line. Especially when we talk to Snowy in the post-match interviews of the grand finals, he just says, you know, head down, focused, determined to get.
All right, what do we think,
win,
chat?
And
It's
lose
over,
no feather
surely,
from
right?
it. So for YMC to take this game, their first game against Limitless, you'd think they could come close to bringing it to Game 7 Altruism, but with having to win the next 3, by the way, we're waiting for the server to get back up. Crashed for a second there, but yeah, with having to win 3 in a row, that's a tough climb to make.
That is a tough climb to make. They've certainly
Gotta
shown
start
that
one
they
game at a
can
time.
take games off Limitless, but now you're facing the fact that it was previously a sweep, and now you're sitting on almost effectively a reverse sweep required. We're back into
Gentleman's
the game,
reverse
it seems.
sweep,
We are
right?
gonna
Isn't
be
that what
rushing through this? And,
had called
I
him
think we're
earlier?
going to just go back to just a stall for a second. These two teams have had the moment, effectively a good timeout for them. And so certainly YMC are going to have shared some words. And Pyro, you've been around the scene for long enough. What do you think are the words that would be shared by a good coach against such formidable opposition?
You know what? At this point, I just want the team to recollect themselves and go back into.
I would like this to
next
still be
game
able to go
with
to like
the
to a
same
6. I just don't
ability,
see it
right?
doing
Because
it.
game 3
I think
to
this is the
game
last
4,
game.
The transition was
Personally.
monumental. We're talking about 2 shots in game number 3 from YMC. And then you look at the overtime push in game number 4. It was night and day. So the adjustments, Altruism, I would say, have been made already from Young Money Clan. You just got to go out there and give it your all here in game number 5 and try to not only force OT, but maybe get that lead, that tone setter at the start.
Yeah, I mean, look at how many of those shots from Young Money just clashed against the woodwork. They got denied by millimeters, it seemed there. And it certainly wasn't a lack of opportunities that held them back in that previous game. You just keep coming forward. You keep putting in those shots. And eventually, somewhere, the Rocket League gods could smile their favor upon you. And you do get those extra couple of millimeters.
3-1
It's
Limitless.
just now. You've done all the practice. You've done all of the research.
I think it's where they
You're
send it home.
here to play on the big stage. You settle your nerves while we have this brief little intermission. And then you get back into it with everything you've got, nothing left behind. And whether you win or lose, I think at that stage, you hold your head up high.
That's a fact. Their mentality, though, is about that loss, about getting that win. Wonder what Limitless are doing, especially after that OT victory, getting fired up and then having to cool the jets.
Honestly, I love how the fields look.
Extended break. Talk about what YMC are talking about, but really for Limitless, it's about keeping that fire blazing. And we may stay
They need to
high
make
here
it, though, where
because
you can
finally
change,
Game 5
like,
is ready for us. We're all set on the field.
Imagine
And
you can
match
put like the
point.
2 different teams'
Finally,
logos.
in favor of Limitless, we could have the final game of our grand finals.
And you mentioned there that keeping
put, like, the
fire
banner
alive,
for
that is
whatever
something that
tournament.
Limitless has to do. We have seen it in the past where when they're
You know
feeling
what I
very
mean? That'd be pretty
comfortable
sick.
in a series, then they just ease off. They start messing around. But I don't think, with a game down and they themselves really on the verge of that international trip to Copenhagen, that they're going to leave anything behind. They're coming back with a sweaty fest as he takes control of the ball. Tries to find a pass towards Snowy. Snowy not in position to be able to receive that. Instead, Sweaty keeps going to die for up on the wall, wants to try and shut down an avenue. Now he's going for a bit of a creative play. He actually gets the touch. Snowy tries to push it towards the center as Sweaty challenges for the shots. And yet none of them able to find it. But so far, YMC looking a little cramped up.
And I do wonder if the idea there from Sweaty was to pass instead of shoot, because you have 2 shot takers ready to read that off the backboard. The angle was just too wide, I think, for Snowy to make anything do with it. But to die for, all the angles almost
Nice
over the double tap off the
pass.
corner. No need for the second touch when you've got Sweaty as the follow.
Well done.
Well, you wondered if that previous one was a pass. You can certainly see that is the intent here from Limitless as often as they can.
Dude, their
They know
ball
someone's
movement
coming
is
in.
so good.
That personally is one of my favorite plays. Put it into the corner at that 45-degree angle and let it pop out to one of your teammates. Makes it so difficult for one of the defenders to get to it in time. You're just placing it up into such a nice opportunity for a teammate, assuming that they're ready for it. And you can be sure Limitless always going to be ready to take the shot. This time, Snowy gets himself with a booming shot straight down the center.
Oh man, Nugget, you can tell the idea, but he lost control of it. It kicks off every player.
The wheels are coming off.
Young Money Clan, but they pinball it the wrong way. It's time to shoot that ball back into the slot. Pinball back at it here with bumping cars and the ball going everywhere. I'll tell you what, Altruism, Young Money Clan, they're the most fun to watch when they're at a deficit. They will send everybody for the goal.
Oh,
And
maybe not.
what do I tell you? This time, it only takes one.
Man, the backboard reads of the squad are sublime to watch, to use a word Mark Fish loves, because that off that
Also
angle,
touch.
at that pace, he's got one touch to set himself
That one
up.
bad. That one bad. We
Barely
give him
gets
that.
it off the wall. Upside down, he follows at a foot off the ground, and still it finds its way into the back of the net. Still Limitless now. One goal up as opposed to two. They're straight away back into the attack. And Nuggets going to keep it safe for now. The Riho doing at least some work back into the series.
Yeah, part of the work definitely done here. 3 minutes still to go, and okay, Riho. They get a left, right, center, just about everywhere there, near your goal line. Luckily for him, it wasn't in position where Limitless could actually score from, so they managed to get away with it. Again, now at the midfield line. Takes the challenge against Snowy to die for, getting the better of it though. Still staking claim to this corner. And now Snowy avoids the bump from Riho. Gets the clear as well. Sweaty all ready to cherry pick. He misses the bump.
Second touch. Nice. Fielded in the corner though.
Now with a long way to go, he's carrying it well. Left it go at the end there, giving Snowy an opportunity to intercept. That miss from Rio gives Snowy a high line.
Nice touch.
Through there.
Snowy's looking for the bump. Doesn't need the bump. Just offer Sweaty. Let's go.
Snowy guiding his teammates through this play there. Baits enough of them into the air. That little motion left stationary.
This is the biggest worry right now for YMC. It's that Limitless are back to their bread and butter. You see the reset attempt there from Snowy. It gives him so many options to shoot, to take the next shot off the ground, but he evades the ball and goes for the bump, goes for the disruption play, allows his team to finish it instead. It's what they love to do, is lead with the bump. To Die For may do that here, but Snowy cannot win the challenge.
Second touch.
2 minutes to go.
No one left off there to follow it up.
YMC,
you can see how aggressively they push up. As soon as there's
All right,
no
to
one
Die
there,
For
for
fields
Limitless
this.
to take a shot. Everyone. from
Riho,
our
I think, was the
side
one who
getting
just came in
involved
and
with
had
this,
bumped.
but being turned
Gave him
away
control.
in the corner. Snowy going to keep it out
Nice
of
touch
harm's
by
way
Snowy.
for a little bit as well. And he's got Sweaty.
Trying to go under Nugget, wasn't able to do so. To Die For, gets a touch, leaving it in the corner.
Stop it.
Gives the squad enough time to get back in defense.
Find it high. Sweaty up to the task. Nugget has to do some work just to try and stop the progression of the ball. But to Die For, finding his roots, finding his tires for that flip reset and trying to carve it towards the center. Once more, a little motion to the skies. Snowy relying on the work on the backboard.
Limitless, they have to be careful, but not too careful. To Die For gets a flip reset in the pass right in front of the goal, but no other player from Limitless is even past the half-court line. They're playing so passive and so patient that at a point, they're relinquishing possession back to YMC. It may put them in favor for this next goal, but not for Sweaty getting the save in the 50.
Nice shot from To Die For.
If he's still on
Digging the
field,
grave.
putting up shots like
Digging a
this.
little deeper, baby.
It seems to be the story on how to beat this YMC side. You withstand all the pressure you need to, and then a good little dunk there from Sweaty sends the ball rocketing to the other corner, and that's your moment to shine. You break away from the shackles that you've been forced under, and you just charge ahead. A free man, a free goal, and looking to be the end of the road here. Limitless not reflecting as well as they did in the previous, but certainly a good enough showing to make all of SSA cheer.
Yeah, but if you've been watching YMC, you know this team will not give in until the very end. They're still charging forward themselves, 30 seconds and 3 goals to make up for. Sweaty with a long clear, Riho bombing it to the other side. The desperation attempt, it's too desperate. Shot there from motion, Nugget almost the redirect to die for saves. Yet another save registered for this player who does it all on every end of the field. Limitless, they won your first qualifier of this RLCS season, but we weren't able to broadcast it here. Here today, we will see the win, if not for the miracle attempt of YMC.
I say 3 seconds is
Guys,
doable,
your
right?
driver of the day is up, and I certainly am on my second screen going and voting because I know my man, Snowy, and the squad managed to come through. There's going to be a late goal coming out here from the side of Young
Snowy,
Money
probably a
Clan.
pretty good vote for
2
driver of the
seconds,
day.
1 second. It's all textbook now. It's all academic. They can even put this one in. Nugget will. to
Makes
make
it look
a
closer than it
more
was. It's
dignified
fine.
Loss, but a loss it is. Limitless going to be crowned your regional qualifier 2 champions.
Sweaty, to die for, and Snowy. Congratulations. Only 2 games dropped throughout this event, and the grand final secured once again for your leaders of SSA. There you have it, Graybeard. You're winners. You know what? We didn't sweep the desk, but you and we did get our prediction correct.
Yeah, we did. You know what, Machtwish holding out for a dream third qualifier,
But
you know,
it didn't
the
happen.
mathematics are such that it is still possible for Young Money Clan to make Copenhagen. In order for that, just to put that, I think Limitless have to finish 5th to 8th, and Young Money Clan have to win the third qualifier, and then they go to Copenhagen. But what this means for Limitless is that they just need to make semi-finals in the third qualifier, and they will book their seat and trip to Copenhagen. Now, guys, there's a stat I wanna mention right out the gate here.
Okay.
For the second qualifier, the goal difference between these 2 teams, YMC have scored 60 goals, conceded 48 for a goal difference of 12. Limitless have scored 86, conceded 22 for a goal difference of 64. I mean,
Damn.
that is just a
That's insane.
remarkable performance.
That's a crazy
Autism.
performance
And,
throughout the course of
what
a tournament,
surprise,
too.
you and I having a chat here with a Limitless regional champion.
Man, it shows these guys have worked hard. Let's give credit, and they're doing it. They're doing it in every sense of the word. They've got their defense locked when they're up against a strong opposition. They're putting in goals cleanly. That's something Young Money has been struggling to do the whole weekend, was just get that finishing blow. But Limitless is there. All of their players are working. All of them are coming together as a side, whether you're asking them individually to pull off the mechanics that they need, if you're asking for the rotations, they were there and clean every time. The composure that they kept on the baseline. I don't think we saw more than maybe 1 or 2 double commits from the Limitless side throughout that entire grand finals. This is a team that a region should be proud to send off to a major event like that. We've been wanting SSA to step up to a world stage, and this is the team that has the potential and now seems to be unlocking that potential in every way you could ask of them.
All right, so there's going to be an extended breakdown of that grand final series because, of course, there is going to be an interview. So that's just getting set up and locked in. So you'll have the 3 of us breaking this down in detail until then. And then Pyro, it seemed to me, look, that was a very entertaining series. I thought it seemed a lot closer than the first grand final 2 weeks ago. It was very hard fought. It seemed very high paced. And in my mind, Limitless seemed to have the better of the aerial game and making those aerial 50s. They always seem to just get there slightly ahead.
They've definitely got the one step ahead approach, but I'll tell you this. The last minute of gameplay tends to really be in favor of Young Money Clan. This is a team who always have fight left in them. And that's something you really got to respect out of this team, is their ability to come back and to really go toe-to-toe.
We gotta find out. Has Schmongolian Young Money Clan played against one another?
I think it's been nugget to really raise the eyebrows of a lot of players. I mean, that guy is presenting opportunities left and right, but in game one, it's very silent. Really worked up to a better standard as the series went on, but it was really motion to surprise a lot of people and set up those plays and make those great shots. It does feel to me like maybe the peak of Young Money Clan is still yet to be seen. Because at times it's Riho popping off at the late game of the series, motion at the start, but Nugget quiet. If all three of these players are moving exactly the way we want, this grand finals continues to be, if it will be a rematch in the next qualifier, one to keep our eyes peeled for.
And I'm going to ask this to you, Ult, and I say
right,
this
let me go,
and I'm not trying
rinse
to
out my
be
shaker real quick.
facetious about this. I mean it quite generally. You know, the general conversation about the whole region thing has been, well, it's going to benefit SSA in the long run. These players who are coming into the region are going to help uplift the skill of the players. But I want to make the comment here that I think this rivalry we're seeing here in this grand final, I think Limitless are doing wonders to make Young Money Clan a better team.
Yeah, as Pyro says, this is a team of the future to watch, at least in our region, hopefully in the world stages, because they have adapted. They did better this week than they did 2 weekends ago. I mean, mathematically, it's obvious, but also when you look at the individual way that they're playing, they have stepped up quite a lot compared to the other import teams that we've seen come in here as well. You know, everyone, when you play against a better team, steal, sharp, and steal. It's as simple as that. You're going to learn how to play. Limitless is an incredibly fast team. And again, I think it's a different flavor than what you get to see from a team that has ground as much as YMC has in the European stage. When you get to see people from other regions and get to actually play against them, you learn a different method of playing, and you pick and choose which of those pieces you can take with them. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to adapt, and YMC did need to adapt for a long period of time in the previous regional qualifier. But right now, they're getting the hang of it. You could see the challenges were more efficacious. The passes were beautiful. The way that YMC approached this game was on a different mentality than what they did previously. And they actually came so close on so many opportunities to pushing this all the way to potentially even a game 7.
Well, a fantastic, a fitting grand final. It didn't get as tense as it could have. I mean, that game, the fourth game came close. You felt the Young Money Clan could have taken that. Then it would have been a different complexion. But there we are. So before we get to the interview, driver of the day, you've been voting for your driver of the day. And as we've been saying, I was going to ask for the pick of the desk, but it's up there. Snowy is the RLCS SSA Grand Final Championship Sunday driver of the day. How you feeling about that one, Pyro? Good pick?
Absolutely. Snowy came alive, especially in this grand finals. He's got the best shooting percentage out of that grand finals at 35% as well, averaging a goal a game and about 3 shots a game as well. This is a player who drives the offense of the team for Limitless. He is the mainstay of that top team from SSA, and an impressive and a worthy pat on the back there for Snowy for driver of the day.
And I think Ultra's to die for. Oh, Snowy's going to be having a word with to die for. Like, okay, it's not all about you, young man.
I mean, deservedly sorry. Snowy was my driver of the day at the end of it. He played fantastically from the back line, making sure that goal was always secure at every step of the way. The number of backboard reads that he denied from his opposition, and that was one of the key parts of the gameplay that YMC has used so well over the weekend. But he was there constantly, and then not just that, he was there to bump or at least capitalize on the bumps. And I don't know if Snowy's going to be too harsh to die for. To die for was being a menace in the back lines of his opponents throughout the series. But I mean, that sort of ability to take the maturity, to take the stuff that you've learned from every competition over 6 or 7 years now, to be that stalwart of the scene as a whole, I think regardless of what anyone's personal opinions are of any player on the Limitless side, they are here showing why they know what they're talking about. They can back up everything that they say with some amazing performances.
All right. Well, driver of the day, 16-time regional champion. Coming in to have a chat with the desk, we have Snowy. So, Snowy, here you are again. We're becoming intimately familiar with the little knickknacks you've got on the shelf behind you. But I'm going to fire out. So we were talking, you're driver of the day, and I thought you would have words with To Die For about that. Ultrazum thought you'd go easy on him. I've not known you to go easy on anything. So driver of the day, you're going to have words with To Die For.
Words about what?
Being driver of the day. Norm To Die For is a legendary stat padder, stealing all the glory at the end, and he didn't make it today.
Yeah, he is a stat padder, that's for sure. But it really doesn't matter, to be honest. It's just like a small little thing. I wouldn't even talk to him about it, to be honest. He never has an off series. He's always having amazing series. So it's a nice little thing, but it wouldn't really disrupt us at all.
All right, well, that was a frivolous question to get things going. For more serious stuff, I'm
What
going to
up,
hand you over to
Buffy?
Ult.
My bad.
Snowy, we're getting very good at this stage at
Really
having these
nutrition.
conversations, and you've always been one who keeps your cards very close to your chest. But this is
what I
now
wish we
kind of
could
starting
see,
to get a different conversation.
for
Previously,
Limitless
it's all
is
been
someone
about
in the number 2
wildcard
spot that can like
slots, and
really
at
push
that
into the
stage,
limit.
there were 2 up for grabs, so you kind of were shooting. Is this a little bit of a relief for you? Because now you've effectively said, okay, we don't even have to have the best performance of our lives in the next regional qualifier. We are looking ahead to Copenhagen.
To be honest, that's not what we're thinking. I think our goal and our focus is just to improve again as a team.
I think their coach has
improved a little bit
really
compared to
helped
the
them
last
with their
regional.
team play. I think when
We
you
got
look at
some
like their
games here and
passing
there,
game
which was, a little bit
compared to
annoying.
even last year,
We forgot
like
some
their
of the
team
stuff
plays
at
on a
certain
whole nother
times, while we were playing.
while they still can
And
have
the
that
goal is just to win.
individually
each
built
time.
different
I
sort
think
of
it's
solo
really
play
exciting
from
and
time to
amazing
time.
that the possibility to go to the majors there, and that we finally included in majors. But for us, our goal is always just to win.
You know what I
think,
mean?
If we went into the 3rd open qualifier and we went out top 4, we came 2nd, I think that would be pretty devastating as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, definitely. Makes sense, Snowy. I mean, you mentioned improvement. I want to actually go off that if you don't mind. We've discussed on the desk sort of the gap that you've created between you and a lot of the other teams on this region. I mean, you left 1 goal to be conceded in the semifinals. That is a massive, massive showcase there. You mentioned that you're focused on improvement, and it seems like you're improving even quicker than other teams. I want to hear from you, and maybe a statement
Voice
to
the
other
lower
teams
bracket
here.
today?
How are you guys doing that? What are
According
the
to
methods
Twitter?
in place, without sharing too much, about your improvement? You're at the top, but still, you seem to expand that gap.
I think the first thing as far as improvement goes is just us individually grinding the game. Us having that time to ourselves where we're practicing and improving and learning things just on your own. That solo grind. And then when we come together as a team, we obviously try to scrim as much as possible, and we try things in those scrims. And then once we try them, we also review them, and we just pay very close attention to our game. Because the goal really is to just become as good as possible. And when we get to an international stage, we don't want to just be a write-off. We want to actually compete with those teams, and those teams are incredible. And to compete with them, we really need to be
Why
like
do
a
I not
well-oiled
see-
machine, and that sort of encompasses all aspects of the game. Mechanical, team play, and also communication as well. So we just constantly discussing it amongst ourselves, reviewing
That's
it, and working on all
why.
that stuff to make sure that we can keep up that improvement.
And speaking on that game, Snowy, because I do want to dive into the grand finals, you mentioned improvement and tailoring that to the teams you play.
So
Does
Boy's now
the
playing
strategy
great.
change? I mean, in this whole theme of players playing on a much higher ping, which you know of very well and many other SSA players know very well, does you as a team, does your strategy change and adapt when you know you're playing a team that isn't necessarily local to your region?
Yeah, it 100% changes. I've mentioned it in the past, but the fact that we know we're playing against players who are on that ping, and us specifically, we know that ping better than anybody else because we spent the better part of 5 years grinding ranked on that ping. So we know exactly what they're seeing on their screens. So we certainly do change some things in order to give ourselves an advantage when we're playing against teams who have higher ping. But with that being said, for this event specifically, we didn't actually do a single scrim against a high ping team. And I think that showed a little bit I think the only 2 games we dropped in this regional were both against hyping teams, and they were both just like sort of like once-off unique games where sort of we weren't really expecting a few things. So that was probably as a result of just not scrimming those teams. But yeah, it 100% changes because we know exactly what
They can play more aggressive, basically, right?
Make their lives harder.
Snowy, I gotta get you to solve a discussion that Greybeard and I were having earlier, and it comes down to your team comms. You mentioned that that's something that you're obviously working on right now. You guys have been playing for a while together. I mean, you are now officially one of the longest standing rosters, and I mean, you and To Die For obviously have been teammates for as long as history.
Let's see if Rocket League esports
when it comes to your
anything about
comms, is it starting to get to that point where it almost feels
SSA,
natural on what you're going to be doing, and you just fill things in with basic updates of boost and position, etc.? Or is the comms starting to get frantic and like detailed methods that you're going into a little bit? I don't know, Greybeard, if that's how you would phrase it, but just give us a basic taste of what it's like to be in Discord with you guys.
Comms are actually like one of our biggest points that we work on, because they really, it doesn't really matter how long you've been together as a team. They don't really, that doesn't just guarantee that you have good comms. And I think, like I said, it's one of the areas we work on the most, and one of the areas we struggle the most, because it's very difficult, you know, when you're playing such a fast-paced game like Rocket League to communicate accurately, and then you add on top of that the fact that we're communicating online through a Discord server. There's like a slight bit of delay. So yeah, it's not great all the time, to be honest. And it's very tough to get right, but it's such a huge part of the game. And when you do get it right, that's when you start, you know, really taking your level up, because you need to know what's going on with your teammates, because you know you don't see the whole field at once, and you don't see other cars around you. You don't have eyes on the back of your head, so the communication is super important.
Well, for the people trying to get better, what would good communication, if in your mind, really look like for you and your team?
I mean, it's pretty much just stating like all of your intentions and your positioning at all times, but without saying so much that you cluttering the comms and you're not hearing what your 2 other teammates are saying. So it's like it's really tough to find a good balance. But basically, it's just, you know, saying what you're doing so your teammates know what to expect. You know, calling out certain pieces of information that they might not be privy to, and again calling your position so they know where you are at all times.
Nice. All right, and then
that's how they leave those passes off for one another sometimes, coming up on the rear.
And I don't know if it's a fair question, and I'm
or even like cross pitch
there, but in my mind, there is clearly there is something that Limitless are doing that is better than others. Outside of the great comms, the great mechanics, and how you are individually and as a team, in terms of a mindset, a grind set, I don't know how we say that, but if I were to ask you, Snowy, to deliver a message to the young up-and-coming players in the region, and Ultrism and I were having a great conversation. He's got a student at his school who's 13 years old, making his way through. He's so keen to grind, to get into the competitive scene. But it's not just about being good in Rocket League. There is something that you guys are doing that is different to everybody else. What would you deliver as a message in terms of how they approach their intent to compete?
I think it just comes down to like a deep desire to, you know, to compete and win specifically, and couple that with, you know, really strong motivation and a good work ethic. It's pretty much just that. I mean, there are, you know, other factors that, you know, like whether someone has more talent or not, or, you know, their life circumstances or whatever. But basically, it's just like you really just have to want it more than other people. And I think, you know, to all the young SA players out there, it's very important that you guys, you know, keep grinding, and you want to, you know, to do well. You want to succeed and improve and get up to the current.
I think that's the important thing for the talent that is contemplating continuing to play or not.
Like I said, we want to be competitive on the world stage, and ultimately, you know, we're doing our part at the moment, but in future, it's going to be on your shoulders. And yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say on that topic. I just they just need to want it. And you know, RLCS it's a big thing. You know, it's important. It's a prestigious event, and we're very privileged, you know, to be here in South Africa and to have this opportunity. So I think, you know, if players can just sort of wrap their heads around, you know, the fact that this is like quite a big deal, like especially for us locals, I think, you know, they can wrap their heads around it, and then just get behind that work ethic and just have that desire to, you know, get where they want to go, and that is just to be the best level of Rocket League possible that they can be locally.
Outstanding. Well, I think I see more conversations in some sort of content, whether it's podcast or whatever, to break that all down, because I think there's a lot to unpack. But as a first message, outstanding. I think that's a great message for people to take on board and go with it. But once again, Snowy, great to have you again, as we so often do, and good luck for qualifier number 3 and locking down that LAN in the major in Copenhagen. But Snowy, Limitless, and your team to die for, and Sweaty, huge congratulations. Regional
GG.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, like it always is. It's the saddest part of the day. I hate this segment out of everything.
All right, they're signing off, chat. We're going over to NA.
Bracket, and OG will be a stepping stone to that. This is their qualifier to win, in my opinion, for all the hard work and fast improvements that they made. They went from being swept by NRG to demolishing them. Their offensive output and isn't just based on a single threat, no matter if I'm, hyping up cheese and stuff like that. This team is fluid, it's aggressive, they boost starve their opponent if they're ahead, and they just never stop shooting. Go watch that NRG match if you want to see Luminosity start to reach their peak. If they play like that, OG are in trouble.
But Com's got to wake up. That was the longest yawn I've seen on camera, maybe ever. So, OG, wake up. It's time to play.
Who we thinking? Luminosity, right? I think we're all in the same boat. Luminosity.
That is what you need. But Luminosity, they have turned it around. Qualifier 1, they were the 4th worst defense in the entire tournament. Now they are a top 5 defense, and that includes them kind of playing with their food through Swiss. They had a lot of weird scores where they won like 8-3. So I bet a lot of those games they probably could have gave up a lot less goals, but they already blew them out, so they didn't even care. So they are much better on the defensive side now, but you got to watch out because OG is going to come out with those demos. We have, of course, Com. He had more than 4 demos per game in the quarterfinals, but Nolly as well, 3 demos per game. So they're going to be looking to disrupt the Luminosity defense. Will it work? Will Luminosity do the same thing? Because they're going to demo as well.
Cheese doesn't know we're looking at him. Say what up, Cheese. Say cheese, cheese.
Oh, certainly. And this is an interesting matchup because we've seen them go head-to-head before. I watched this matchup before OG was OG back when they were Torment's Minions in the final draw event, and Luminosity got clobbered. But then Luminosity and Bandits on Wheels were able to get some revenge, but this is where it really matters, this main stage, and this is a huge matchup.
Give me LG.
For both teams. They are going to move into that favorite for the 3rd spot, giving themselves so much of an advantage to make a major, and I think both of these teams, a major would be huge. And this is no disrespect to OG. And the Offs team kind of felt like when it came together that it was a bit of a leftover team. People were wondering, where did JNAPS even go? Is he still around? And then all of a sudden they announced this team. Com got abandoned by Daniel in Beast Mode, finds this team with Nolly. And so this to me is a huge redemption series for both of these teams. They have a lot to prove. People are talking about how, North America is just a 2-team region. Well, these teams are the teams that are fighting to make that not true. They would be the one in that 3rd spot. And so I think both of these teams, a lot to prove that they're not just another team that's trying to make it into the top, but they are at the top. They can take down G2, they can take down Gen G, and this is the first big step.
I mean,
I didn't
you talk about this
realize that
team
I'd
being kind
already
of a
gone through so
leftover
many of
team
those
just built from the ashes of other rosters, but
they're
the
my guilty
pros
pleasure right now.
power ranked them, Gibbs. We talk about this all the time. They power ranked them 4th before the beginning of the season, and then they have such an abysmal start to the season that all of us, the non-professional players, started to undervalue them, started to underestimate them, started to say that we wrote them off. Now, do you think the pros? You think there's any chance Luminosity is underestimating OG coming into this match?
Yeah, so I wonder to the pros, who is the favorites here at this point? Because I think a lot of people saw like OG as that 4th best team, and they finally showed it. So are they now the favorites in this matchup versus like a Luminosity squad that was right below them, probably around like 5-ish? So they could be honestly favorites at this point. But Luminosity, like, I don't think that they're going to rate them low. They know that these are very talented players. They've been around the scene forever.
I think this goes 6. I think Luminosity wins.
Here, so
I mean, that's what I have to go with.
What they are getting into.
Although OGs look good. I mean, they did beat MAD yesterday.
Because we've seen both these teams at times.
But I feel like they kind of had an easier trip in.
Runs at it.
Reverse sweeping their bracket. I mean, they lost at Gen G, and then they lost to Deleted XD, and Deleted XD didn't even make it around 5.
Bad series. You can't have it here today.
Okay, so well, folks,
they start beating up on a bunch of college kids.
Going to be the winner here in chat. We're excited to see how this match gets going. I mean, I know Cheese was your MVP, your dark horse MVP here, Lemon. But like, if we're looking at OG, if we're favoring Luminosity for this matchup, like, what is the recipe for success? Who are you looking at to take it home if OG is going to be able to take it to Luminosity?
My favorite Canadian on the team, of course. I gotta be a smidge biased for like the 3 Canadians in all of RLCS. But yeah, I think JNaps proved that. The knapsack. We needed him to become the knapsack for OG to pop off, and he did just that. Of course, I said that Noe maybe has the highest ceiling on this team, but everyone needs to have just high output, a good performance, and Calm has to be that disruptor that opens up the gaps.
We'll see. Can they use the disruption, or does the disruption leave the defense open on the backside? Chat, hashtag LG, hashtag OG. Let us know how you feel. I know you guys already are. You can read. How are we feeling out here on the desk? We all predicted against OG, against M80, and then we all were wrong.
They just showed everyone.
No one except for me learned from this lesson. Okay, cool, got it, love it.
It's hard to know how consistent like OG is right now, right? Because like they did start 0-2 in that Swiss. They did battle out of it. They took down M80 and they look great.
They beat up on a bunch of CRL kids.
Overall, so I think I would give them the slight edge. I really hope we see Champions Field though. We haven't seen it yet, and I really hope we do see that because we've had a lot of 4-0s, 4-1. So I'm hoping that this one goes all the way there.
I do. While I went with OG on this matchup, I do think that the first few games are going to be kind of the way the rest of the series go. Whoever wins game 2, I think, is probably going to take care of the series. That's usually how it goes. But if I would love for this to be a consistent series, for it to go all the way to game 7, folks. The Luminosity, the favor on the desks, are the favorites in chat as well. Can OG cause yet another upset and get some respect on their name here, folks? We got the first match of Championship
AI
Sunday.
confirmed
versus OG
or
Esports.
Wavepunk, Cyberpunk. The fuck? Thoughts?
The OG redemption arc continues, but now they run into a white-hot Luminosity squad averaging over 3 goals a game. Can OG keep up with this lightning-quick offense?
Big situation here. Semifinals, major conversation. A win here puts both teams in a really good spot. Most teams are looking for Luminosity to win, but you cannot deny OG have shown up here in playoffs so far. How long?
How come nobody on Luminosity is wearing their decal?
Luminosity coming in averaging 3.3 goals a game, which is just.
Although I do kind of like Jesus' car, not gonna lie.
The third hottest offense in the tournament. So what does that mean? Probably expect a bunch of 1-0, 2-1 games. Here goes JNaps diving in. Calm kind of checks
Magic
into
Bear
the boards as well. So now Magic Bear will try and bring it around the corner. That doesn't work out. And Cheese making sure to get to that midfield boost ahead of Calm. But of course, in typical Calm fashion, he takes out Reynolds. Magic Bear coming in with a flip reset. Noli the initial save. And then Calm up there to stop Cheese.
Luminosity, though, already strong here offensively. Forcing a couple of mistakes on the side of OG. A little bit of panic touches.
See?
But they haven't been able to find the back of the net. OG have held
Yeah, see, OG's
so
wearing their
and
skin.
they're trying to get out so they can get more boosted up. Magic Bear will take control of this. Plays this really well.
Looking for Cheese.
JNaps also trying to intervene, but Noli will get the cut away. Ball in the orange half again is OG trying to really get something going here on offense. That's a big pinch, but it'll be Magic Bear who has to dive for the save.
You see teams try that about a dozen times a game, it feels like, or at least in a series, and they never convert. That one on target. Good save by Magic Bear.
A
now
second
Reynolds
touch from Reynolds.
With Luminosity not really spaced out very much. They're not breaking out of the zone very quickly. Reynolds will try and get to this. He does, just ahead of JNaps. And then Cheese running onto one through the demolition by Reynolds, but still nothing brewing from that as JNaps avoids Reynolds, sweeps that out to the corner.
Yeah.
Magic Bear waiting patiently. The pass doesn't really find him. He's got to dive in for it. Cheese has to wait as well.
Oh, looking for
And
Cheese.
OG
Cheese
right
with a
now
shot.
doing a good job slowing down
Bang!
Luminosity,
Like
but
that,
not good enough.
Luminosity
Cheese
with
converts
the lead,
yet again.
baby.
Magic Bear just staying on top of the ball, forces 2 out. Calm tries for the bump to slow down Cheese, can't connect. And Cheese takes the lane, banks the shot. First goal for Luminosity as they get things started off, but for OG, it's really got to be cleaning things up on that back end. They are giving Luminosity a lot of time in their half.
Ooh.
The tournament's leading
Kabooey!
scorer scores first. Of course, he's had a few more games than someone like apparently Jack, who has more goals per game. Calm in an awkward spot. Gets past Cheese, but that's all he does. JNaps finishes the effort, getting that ball central. Looking for any teammates, and instead he has to give it up. Now Calm, deep in his own territory. Cheese bearing down on him. And now Reynolds waiting very patiently. Didn't dive after that. Forced Noli to play around him. Of course, that works out.
Yeah,
for
there's a package on the
Luminosity.
porch
He's
for
not
me.
able to keep
Stand by,
possession.
got me
Reynolds
right,
now
man.
brings this central, but nobody's there. Well read by OG, and then
Open
JNaps
net.
deleted off the field. Open net, thanks to the demo. Cheese has another.
Dim on the back end sets this one up. You see Noli just trying to get that initial touch to slow things down. But with JNaps gone, the net is open for the taking. Another goal for Cheese here. He's been just leading the offense for Luminosity. This one kind of free thanks to a little bit of help, but a goal's a goal. 2-0.
By hook or by crook, they will take whatever they can get with as hot as OG has been. This kind of miraculous run. I think miracle may be a bit of a misnomer. I saw that word used quite a bit on the pre-show. We know how good this team is, and JNaps will score here as Calm centers and the defense just gets completely caught flat-footed.
This is just really Calm, just becoming a nuisance. Even though he doesn't make contact, he gets a bump on Reynolds, enough separation, and JNaps strikes. You got to be careful. If he starts to get going, could change the way this game turns. 2 minutes to go, lots of time for OG to settle in.
Well, as volatile as this format is, a team that's power ranked 4th by their peers. Yeah, another demo almost opens things up as Cheese will bring it to the corner, but a team that was expected to be one of the top 4 teams by the other pros in North America, having one bad event and then coming back and maybe winning the next. Shouldn't be that much of a surprise. You look at how things have gone around the world, and the consistency has not really been a thing. Here's Noli through the corner. He's got a teammate coming mid, but JNaps couldn't jump up for that. That pass had a lot of mustard on it, and now Magic Bear will boom it away. Outlet pass, he had to try and follow that himself.
I missed
Some
a
of these
goal
balls
for
getting
each
too far
squad,
away
it looks
from
like,
Luminosity
huh?
players. It's almost surprising that they have the 2 goals they have. They haven't really kept possession as much as you'd like. Oh, what a hit by JNaps, and Reynolds with the save.
You're right. It definitely need to see more control defensively. I mean, Reynolds, though, he'll be able to get this, but the ball gets away from him, so now he has to watch Calm. Good cut. Cheese trying to put the shot on, but Noli, good save to deny that one. Luminosity now trying to ramp up here. They had a good opportunity, great field possession. And they're forcing OG. I mean, JNaps is up in the blue corner taking boost. Calm, though, lots of time, lots of control. JNaps trying to assist. Nolly will pick this one up, puts it towards the right wall, looks for the redirect, but Magic Bear, great challenge. Gonna be late to the second one, though. JNaps, great controls. He tries to get it mid, wasn't able to find the bump. Luminosity breaking out. Chance here for them to submit the game if they can get this one through. Cheese plays that one high. Noli just able to make it in time. Time ticking down. OG, they got to get moving.
Woo,
Gotta get moving. They're at least going the right way.
my
but
blueberry
Magic Bear
muffin
just
proteins
ahead
here,
of
chat.
JNaps is the only one back. Cheese taken out by Noli. They've got to work downfield now. 3 seconds left. Reynolds stalling, delaying. JNaps does all he can to keep this in the air, but Noli's not going to be able to. Oh, he does, just barely.
Oh, not the best.
Can he run onto this? Yes. Calm to the rescue. Surely
Oh, one for the road.
soon, and JNaps did all he could, but Luminosity hangs on.
Hangs on is a good way to describe that, too, because except for a couple of opportunities in the end, Luminosity were kind of slowing down, and you saw OG ramp up with a little bit of the free space that they got.
All right, in between games, I want to try one of these on
turn
Jack.
it around for the most part towards the end. Definitely quickening up the pace. I believe we got into like the last 30 seconds or so, but have to be careful not to let your foot off the gas. This one though, as we take a look at our mobile one high performance replay, was pretty high performance on Cheese. Cheese individually outshot OG. He had 7 that game. A grand total of 10 shots from LG total. As offense did really seem like the name of the game there.
Yeah, offense has been the name of the game for Luminosity Gaming. I mean, they have tried to get by not just keeping opponents off the scoreboard, but outscoring them in shootouts as it has worked out, where OG has limited opportunities for the opposition. That's 7 shots a game. That's what they average as a team, allowed. Problem is, Cheese got that all by himself. You mentioned it, total of 10 shots for LG. Not going to be sustainable for OG. They got to really tighten things up defensively as we go into game 2 now at the iconic DFH Stadium. And Reynolds cut off at midfield. Here comes Noli. Calm down in front, and he scores!
That's so well played by Noli as well here. Takes the opportunity, reads where the defense is, says, okay, I can afford to push this one down to the right side. Calm places the shot perfectly. Beautiful control and team play by OG.
That's the OG that everybody expected to see. Score early and maybe score often. Kong gonna have another look at it. Magic Bear stayed with him, and then that goes off the post. Cheese had the angle, and then he stops that rebound effort from Noli. Now JNaps, decoy as Kong takes another shot, and that one's saved away as well. Lots of demos on the backside, but nothing else opening up here for OG.
See it. OG though, I mean, strong offensive presence here now. Even JNaps did that big miss, but Cheese, great interception to cut it out. Should be an open net. He's not gonna miss that one. Good read on the play there. You see JNaps trying to get, like, he doesn't make contact. Calm goes up, either a fake or whiff, whatever you call it. Cheese cut it out and paid up big time for them. Tied up ball game here. Is Luminosity able to get one back quick?
Based on how they've played this first minute, it definitely looked like an intended fake that was just completely blown up as Cheese read it the whole way. Now Cheese right there at Calm. So we're right back to square one here after the first minute. No advantage either side. JNaps just around Magic Bear, but this is all for Cheese, who is the last guy G2 OG wants to see on the ball. Goes Calm now with JNaps in behind him. Reynolds slowing things down. He'll grab that midfield boost. He's going to have to get back in a hurry as Cheese makes another save. What was it? Lemon Kiwi, I think, said Cheese was her MVP. Hard to argue against it right now. He has done everything right now for LG.
Yeah, he's got, well, he had the only saves until Reynolds picked up that one now. Reynolds in a 1v1 against Calm, looking for the air dribble, but Calm, great save out. Cheese won't be able to get to this one, but still trying to control it, looking for a back pass to Magic Bear, and it works out here for the moment. Another good goal line save from Cheese, all over the field. Like you said, offensively and defensively, he's been big for Luminosity's success.
Oh, the big Cheese here, beaten out by JNaps. Noli can run onto it. JNaps ahead, but he can't catch up to that ball. And Magic Bear sweeps it away. That was dangerous for LG. And nobody for OG able to get onto it. Now it's JNaps again. From the skies, going head hunting instead. So too was Calm, but then nobody was able to play the ball, so that kind of fizzled out.
Oh,
now Magic Bear, despite the demo on Reynolds, can move downfield, but only as far as Jacob Natman.
JNaps trying to play slow. Good read on Cheese to be able to block that away before it becomes something more. Oh, big miss, and Noli, wait, no, Magic Bear able to recover that in time after missing the read initially on the back wall. Great from Magic to keep that play alive. Noli had a pretty strong shot.
Couldn't let that package sit on the porch.
LG though, still with some fight. Here's Cheese, lots of control, identifies the defense, has the flip, good 50, but no one able to follow up.
Plus
here.
I want to see how those
OG
shirts fit.
clear to the corner.
Didn't know if I need to send them back or anything.
What else can Magic Bear do here? They're trying to keep the pressure on one of the more sustained attacks perhaps out of LG, but Cheese has to peel off, and now it's going to be Reynolds. Cheese still lurking in the play. Out of the corner, Magic Bear screened off by Calm running downfield, but he will turn on this, picked his spot, and JNaps met him there. Another opportunity. Cheese misses high. Oh, he's human after all. One that he'd love to have back. Should have converted. 90 seconds left. Noli repels that effort, and Cheese will play it across where Reynolds
I told y'all Limitless is going to take it
and
serious.
he has that as well. 2-on-2. Reynolds, Magic Bear against Calm and Noli. And
y'all need to start
Magic
listening.
Bear who gets his first.
Beautiful control there initially from Reynolds. Faked the ball out to get possession. Went for the pass out. Got the bump on Noli. Set up Magic Bear for the lane. And he banked the shot. Luminosity, when they are in that offensive front, you have to keep your head on a swivel. They're so effective.
Both teams averaging around 3 goals a game.
Damn, well, we're tied up though. Hold on. What happened here?
Right place, right time as he turned around.
Cookies. That's what happened there.
Yeah, that's big. No one back home. You already saw Magic Bear initially try to set up the pass, so once the cutout happens, Noli in the perfect spot, and we're back tied up.
There's another one that Luminosity kind of going to be kicking themselves for. Demo on the backside by Magic Bear, but Noli plays it way downfield, so that nullifies the demo. And now Cheese again, given some time and space. He runs through Calm.
Hold on.
Oh, she's got a bump.
Oh no!
He tried it.
On
Almost.
the near side, another one that LG is going to want to have back, and they may pay the price
save.
for it. Calm is coming up, and he doesn't have anything to do with that ball. No teammates to pass to. Now he can at least try to
Reynolds
keep
with
this
the bump.
central.
Magic Bear gets us out. At least to mid.
With 30.
Cheese gets a shot. Target. Nice bump.
Magic
Oh,
Bear
won the
trying
bump.
to get that demo.
Tried
so
to,
Cheese
though.
now taking that lead block roll. Reynolds wants to play off of it. Not really the best challenge for him
Kabooey!
to make. Instead wants to play from the own back end. Has to be a little bit careful. You see JNaps lurking. He's going to take that corner boost in the back. Calm. Great initial touch. Has another JNaps.
Nice save by Magic Bear.
Block out.
Sheesh.
Final 10 seconds. Luminosity want to make the push, but OG is closing the door. Chance here.
Can they
Calm,
pull one off
demoed.
before the end?
JNaps is demoed.
Hold on,
Reynolds
rule
trying to keep
zero?
this one on the hook. Luminosity will not be able to capitalize. We have OT in game 2.
In a game that has felt like a comedy of errors for Luminosity, it's a stellar play from Magic Bear that keeps us going.
Double?
And now the double lined up, but Calm is there, well read.
Shake
Now
the bear.
Reynolds has guided up to nobody in particular. JNaps gratefully claims it. And now Calm, just off a full pickup at midfield, trying to work his way through traffic. Everybody was up. That was never going to
Everybody miss.
Second effort. Reynolds stuffs him as well.
JNaps had to struggle. That is not the best touch, but he got the flip, so it throws off Cheese. Magic Bear opted to control. Again, not the best first touch. Noli's able to take it away from him. Cheese has a chance, and you're starting to see individual prowess come out, trying to thin the defense as much as possible. JNaps again, he's been going upfield trying to take boosts the entire time, but now OG have to defend with low numbers until he rotates back. He does, only to get bumped out. Reynolds trying to keep this in play. He wants to get this mid for Cheese, but it's awkward, so JNaps is able to take it again.
Cheese very indecisive there on how to play that. JNaps picked him apart. Now Cheese with another big booming clear downfield, and he almost swept Noli out of the
Nice
play.
cookies.
Reynolds trying to bring
Not
that
clean
back
though.
central. Cheese again with a full tank coming on, and Calm is right there. Magic Bear very quickly up just ahead of Noli. So now what can Calm do? He's got to be very careful here, and he wisely brings it all the way across. Reynolds to meet
That
him.
cleans
Magic
out the
Bear
back
down on the
line.
net. Cheese waiting for a pass that never comes because JNaps just happened to be there. Very fortuitous for OG as JNaps take it out yet again, but back
Nice.
downfield, OG had a little something going.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Calm was looking for the lead demo. Bought Noli a lot of time to get some room, and JNaps time to respond, despite having Reynolds upfield looking to pressure. Reynolds again.
A good
Trying to
job by
pressure Noli.
Reynolds to
Noli
try and
able to get
bump,
this
but
one, Magic Bear immediately reads it. Almost a chance there, tried to use the doink, but it didn't work out. This one goes off the sidewall. Reynolds has to backtrack. Calm wanted to go for the demo, but once Magic Bear cut out the play, he had to retreat. Now he's getting more involved in the play, but this is just goes to show you how much possession changes, ebbs, and flows here. As this overtime continues on, no one with solid ground. Luminosity's kept this ball on the orange half for the most part, but they haven't been able to make much of it. Chance here for Reynolds to end it.
there it is. Let's go.
Everybody shoots and everybody scores eventually. JNAPS
The double commit there on the first shot means JNAPS needed to make like an instantaneous decision, needed to make the perfect play and couldn't. Well done.
Win there for Luminosity. You had OG knocking at the door close to overtime and during overtime as well, just waiting for a kind of a lapse of rotation, but kept composed, stuck to their game plan, and once they got the best opportunity, Redo's able to nail the shot. Now up 2-0 in the series, and you still think that, of course, yes, Luminosity the favorites here, but you're seeing what OG can do. I mean, I don't think we're getting a timeout from them, so I think they even want to continue to play on. It feels like this is within reach for them, I believe.
Yeah, after you lose a game like that, I mean, I think OG did have a lot of forward momentum. They had a great opportunity at the end of regulation. 9 out of 10 times they're going to score there. Magic Bear just happened to be there the one time. So no, I back OG to make a series out of this, but they are down 0-2, and there is that mental block to overcome now. Like, all right, well, we gave them a pretty good shot, and it didn't work out. And we've seen teams address that concern with varying results. You've got a very veteran team here, though. That's one of the things that Com talked about yesterday, how mature everybody is on this team.
All right.
They're never too low. They're
not taking the overtime, or not taking the overtime, not taking the timeout yet.
Now as we go to Utopia.
So probably wait till the third's up.
Here. Saw a glimpse of Luminosity's coach, Raw Gray. Talked to him yesterday. He described the series. It was going to be definitely an interesting one. Couple brainiacs on both sides. Lots of smart people game planning, preparing on both ends of the field.
Nice.
Is OG prepared now? It's a drop 2. Series not over yet. Definitely can turn things around, but you want to do it here.
One constant for every team that has faced Com, whether it's been with version 1, Bull Send, or now with OG. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. You know Com is waiting to blow a game wide open.
Facts.
Try to outlet towards Com on the opposite side. Magic Bear intercepts. Cheese is right there to challenge JNAPS. Full tank of boost. Quickly up for the ball as well. Reddles in support. Look, the support hasn't necessarily been needed. Cheese has 3 out of the 5 goals so far. Now JNAPS.
Oh, 3-on-1. Magic Bear coming in with the clutch.
Avoids the contact and makes the save.
Been a lot of clutch saves so far this series for Magic Bear. He's definitely stepped up, especially in game 2.
Double bluey.
Looking to continue that trend here in game 3, which is going to be needed, especially the way OG are starting to play. Keeping the ball close, taking a couple more opportunities at net, and not really letting Luminosity have too much possession, even bringing the ball to their own half. They've been able to shut things down fairly early. As even JNAPS here, big touch on the midfield, despite Reynolds trying to go for the demo, which is undeterred.
Com looking to connect with JNAPS. He couldn't run on.
Oh, jeez!
Top right. And he strikes.
Let's go.
Again.
And this is Cheese after getting a demo from Noli and taking the corner. Turns, beats out JNAPS, top right corner. What can he do?
Chilty.
Cheese again for LG.
It's not surprising that OG, over the course of time here, has gotten by with limiting opportunities and playing solid defense. The problem is they're up against the best offense in the tournament. Now it's Com around Cheese. Nolly waiting. Can he get into the play? Got a piece of that, but Reynolds deflected out to the corner. And Magic Bear, despite getting swept away from the play, got that touch. Now Cheese. Can't do anything with this, so Magic Bear will boom it right back downfield. Try and keep possession. And what else can he do? He has to stall a little bit. I mean, again, OG is not going to win many shootouts in this series. And Reynolds just barely cut off the angle.
That was so close.
Very close. It's lots of good.
It doesn't get any closer than that.
Here, but it's these in midfield beats. I mean, Cheese has been so fast to the ball. We talked about JNAPS and how fast he was yesterday, but even he's having a tough time the way Luminosity have been moving the ball around on the field. Again, beautiful control there. Almost was able to play it around Com. The ball goes straight to Magic Bear.
Kablamo!
Able to push this onto the back wall here. And OG,
another
they always
kablamo!
got to start from square one. It's never been really easy for them to try to build a counterattack As Luminosity's been spaced very well.
Cheese took his time trying to bait in JNaps. Reynolds doesn't get the second touch. Cheese high to the corner. Loose ball that Magic Bear thought about, but realized his teammate's going to be slow getting back. Calm running ahead, leaving that for JNaps. Reynolds actually played it right into JNaps. That could have been very dangerous for LG. They kind of got away with one there.
Yeah, that's when it really comes down to the OG being able to capitalize too off of certain mistakes. Here's Cheese keeping it close. Big 50 win. Knows he has Comm in a tough spot, so he's going to try to lead block for
Ooh, and Cheese doubles it up.
Able to get it again. I thought I was on
Cheese. Run up the scoreboard, baby.
Look at this.
Well, change up.
Missed the first touch, but it's okay. He wins the 50 and gets it in regardless.
How can he defend that? Good luck. 2-0. Cheese with his 5th goal of the series. His teammates have 1 each. An MVP if we ever saw one.
Woo! What a
Cheese
save!
there,
Bro, I thought
but he
Cheese
can't
was about to
stop
save
everything.
the second one.
He needs
I'm
some
not gonna
help
lie to y'all.
as Calm makes it 2-1.
Initial touch, has to watch out for the demo from Noli, and Comm able to get there in time. That's exactly what you needed from OG. Getting one back here with 1:12 left. Things are in your hands. Not a lot of time on your side, but it's enough.
Just over a minute. Magic Bear had to jump out a long way for that ball. JNaps just stuffed it right in the midfield. Round 1. Can he run onto this too? He got a piece of that off of Reynolds. Now Noli downfield, intercepted by who else but Cheese. There's 2 of them out there.
Oh, no, he actually gets demo. Reynolds takes out 2. Chance here. Cheese trying to get to Magic Bear. This looks really sloppy. Plenty of time here for OG to take the ball, but Comm plays it right back into Cheese. Now they're playing 50s on their own end, and they don't have enough time here on the clock. 30 seconds to go. Free ball for Luminosity as they try to pass it in between each other. It's starting to work out. Can Cheese hit this double?
Imagine.
No.
Magic Bear's able to keep in the zone. Second touch puts it over the other defender. It's all left to one. Magic Bear just has to control it for a possible setup. Not going to be able to do it.
Time's ticking down.
Tough.
Even when they go upfield, they're not able to really make
Oh,
contact to slow
jeez.
down the offensive press. Final 10 seconds. LG still in control. Reynolds with a pinch high. JNaps has to play it off his own back wall. They're going for a last second play. Magic Bear is going to keep this one close until it hits the ground. And Luminosity put this series on match point.
Well, you can't take that timeout with
Let's
you.
go,
and they immediately are gonna call it
Luminosity.
here. Down 0-3 as Luminosity wins another 1-goal game. They go 2-1, 3-2 in overtime, and 2-1. And OG Esports needs a timeout to try and turn this series around.
I mean, it's tough because they start to get things going a little bit later than they probably should. I mean, Luminosity, though, they really don't give you opportunities to kind of slow down the play. They're always on top of the ball. Even if you get a strong beat, there's always the second man is just always there, outpacing you. And OG struggling to play around that for the most part. You're right, they kept it a close series, but it's never really felt like they've had their hand.
Honestly, I don't even remember them having 6 shots.
Well, there's the man who's got to come up with a plan. Torment. It's still hard to process that Torment has retired and he's now a coach. I know he retired almost a calendar year. Yeah, almost exactly 12 months ago. I think it was 11 months ago. But he's in the saddle now, trying to lead OG.
Dude, Suh just upset Carmine Corp? There's no way.
And for Calm, the physical play, I mean, it has opened up opportunities. He's done some of the scoring where you don't typically look to Calm to be a major part of the offense directly, right? His value is more off the ball, but he's had to be involved on the ball a lot more than maybe OG would like because JNaps and Noli just haven't been able to get past. They haven't been able to get past Cheese, really. He's done everything. I know we've said it multiple times, but he has been far and away the most valuable player of this tournament.
He's been doing a really good job. Luminosity as a team has been looking solid. All cylinders go here. And even when you think about this particular matchup, the way OG's been playing, yes, it's been keeping things close. Their defense is very solid. But at the same time, there's certain things on the field that are happening that are working right in Luminosity's favor. Clearances downfield to where they have to play catch up to the ball. Okay, someone from LG's there. They know how to control it and play for each other every single time. When you have them on the defensive end, yes, they have to dodge bumps. There hasn't been too many one-sided demo affairs here in this series, but again, just making sure they're uncomfortable, they don't have time. And for OG, having to be able to break past that, they've really got to turn things up. When they do play fast, we have seen them kind of outpace LG for the time being, but they've got to make the most of it.
Luminosity has been slightly more physical in this series than OG, and that just does not bode well.
Ooh, double touch!
Oh my! Say cheese! Double tap!
Oh no!
Clip it, baby! Look at this from Cheese.
Oh my God! Calm tried, he got put on a poster.
Didn't stand a chance.
Damn.
Coming out of a timeout. Worst case scenario. 10 seconds in. You feel like this game just got shortened by a few minutes because OG needs an answer and they need it right about now.
And Cheese getting enabled, especially with that coming off the timeout, does not bode well for OG. Again, a little bit of slight hesitations and in the wrong spots on the field. And Luminosity said, well, thank you very much. We will take that every single day. What a series Cheese has been having. And if this is how LG look,
Luminosity might upset G2.
I mean, they are a threat. It's up to OG though. They're not out of this just yet. Plenty of time in this game. They've kept up.
Gotta see how G2 looks today.
But now they've got to turn things around. They're playing from behind once again.
Magic Bear ahead for Reynolds, and he stayed with the play. And now JNaps has calmed downfield. A little too strong for him. He couldn't get on it. Noli. Backboard, angle downward. It was loose, but nobody else could read that. It was not particularly well played on either side. Reynolds all the way across. Calm is there. Won the race to the corner boost, then ate a demolition for his efforts. The irony here, Calm has been a popular demo target.
That was, yeah, I guess he wanted the ball there too. That was really weird
hold on.
The side of OG. This one's stuck in the back
Cheese
after a weird double commit.
Reynolds! Oh, what a save! Response from Magic Bear, 2-0.
Bear gets involved as well.
Luminosity looking for the sweep.
When they're in front.
Now that initial save, I mean, JNaps is there, but it's just a slightly bad angle. And Magic Bear, perfectly placed to zip. Things just keep going from bad to worse. You know, we talked so much about timeout buffs, right? With some coaches, maybe more so than others. I mean, I think Greg is eventually going to get a lot of credit for his coaching performance here with Luminosity. Here's Noli's second touch, just kind of kills that on the side. But remember, even though you take a timeout to try and stop momentum, yeah, the other coach gets to talk to his team for that long too. So that pass just missing JNaps barely, and then that out of the corner. Just skips out to the opposite side, and Cheese will have it.
Naps trying to turn this around. Calm upfield. Got a bump on Magic Bear, so this is going to sail all the way downfield. And Calm's got the read. Up front play from Calm. JNaps pushing the ball in the right spot. And all of a sudden, OG, it's a 1-goal difference.
Yeah, Magic Bear just getting clipped, as you mentioned, and that meant he couldn't just stop and get up in the air to try and contest that ball. So easy finish for Calm. They're right back within one. Hey, they've been in this spot multiple times. Every game at some point has been 2-1. But they've only been able to get that second goal the one time, and they still lost that game in overtime.
Backs against the wall here, halfway through game 4. Is this the start of what could be a turnaround here for OG
Nope,
Esports?
shut it down, LG.
Luminosity just want to close this series out, start preparing for the grand final. Reynolds, big shot, but no, it's off target. Noli also, great touch in. Infield pass between JNaps and Noli. The ball goes to Cheese. Noli gets a cut, and Calm ends up beating Reynolds there and taking the corner boost, but Magic Bear still able to play it on the back wall. OG trying to disrupt there. You see JNaps looking for a bump here on Cheese. No real free shot opportunity. That's really awkward for Calm. He stretched to make that touch, just to keep things in play here for OG. They've got good offensive possession, but they haven't really been able to amount it to a shot. It's just been, how can we play around Luminosity? How can we bump them and get them out the way? And so far, they haven't really answered that question because now they've lost possession and LG are on offense.
Cheese with a full tank of boost. He thought about going up, but that ball a little too far from the sidewall for his liking. And now Noli had to hesitate because JNAP jumped in front of him, and that allowed Cheese to demolish him. And OG just, at times, it looked like they have a promising attack. They jump at each other.
There it is! Let's go! We're tied up. All right, let's see if OG can turn this around. I don't want to sweep, man. It's Championship Sunday.
The mark. You have to take your
Carmine Corp lost to Sub, which is crazy. Carmine Corp will still probably get in the lower bracket, I'm sure.
Bear just thought Reynolds was behind him. He just maybe lost track of him because he's just starting to creep downfield, and
that's just crazy.
Nobody home for a ball that was not secured.
EU's deep, man.
Knows where he is. He's going to take a shot, and it's an open net. After all that, OG just gifted them a free one.
So much pressure, but no one home. Magic Bear had 0 boost, but guess what? He was close enough to the ball, got just enough power to put Luminosity back in the lead. He's shooting 50%. LG have a chance here to end things, but they just got to hold on.
Honestly, I think Major should be more than 16 teams. I think they could get away with 24. And have like EU have 6.
This series has taken.
I don't even know if NA should have 5. I think you might leave NA at 4.
Under 1. Noli is right there.
Then how do you get to 24 though? I don't know. But yeah, I think.
JNAPS jumps in front of this.
I mean, shoot, the French are normally just the 4. Mina 1000% need the 2.
He's got the midfield boost. He's going to need it eventually here as Noli dives back in to save the day. Down to 20 seconds. Reynolds beaten out by JNAPS. Cheese racing back.
I would argue most regions need 2. Just.
It's high. It's an own goal.
Damn.
And they get this one. I'm actually shocked here.
Damn.
Khan plays the high. Cheese tried to play jump in, and you saw Reynolds wanting to get involved too. I mean, you have to get
I would venture to argue
he called Luminosity
that each region getting 2 would be better for improving competition within the region.
JNAPS on the ball. Khan picks up a demo. Can they win it here? No, Noli gets demo before he can take the game-winning shot. Luminosity with the ball. Chance there, no, blocked away, and we've got overtime.
Well, what crazy way will Luminosity find to steal this game?
Like right now in APAC,
Reynolds, patient in the corner.
I think it would be between 3 teams for 2 spots going into the last event.
To get that to Reynolds. Can he turn on this? No.
OCE's already got.
And what else can he do? I mean, what else?
Didn't Sam already get 2?
Com's got this. Got bodies forward. It's JNAPS underneath. Magic Bear the initial stop. JNAPS rolling.
And I would argue with as deep as Sam is this year with both Complexity and Furia going back, that Sam should get 3 spots.
He did get a demo. No, he got demolished. So he'll be back into the play. Spawning back ball side, and that actually means he's not going to have much boost because that quarter boost was taken right as he spawned. Calm can't go forward. Noli's got to retreat. And LG just looked like they're one touch away.
Because Sam looked decent when Complexity and Furia were both getting spots in NA.
OG stand tall,
you know what I mean?
Clearance out, and maybe even a chance here to kind of build on some late momentum. Calm has been moving up and down the field trying to be as effective as possible.
Well, Complexity has like a full international roster in a sense, right? Don't they have, who was it, CRR, who played in EU, then NA, and then now Sam?
Starting to struggle here, but chance for Noli to end it! He's got it!
There it is. OG continues the series. Let's go.
OG will not go out in a sweep. We play on.
Reynolds did all he could there. He's trying to avoid contact. You know, he probably wants to try and pinch it around the corner, but that's just the touch he ended up with. Nobody else within the same zip code. And we play on as OG, after the timeout, finds a way to steal one off of Luminosity.
But like, even look at last year, right? Like I think when you look at like last year at SSA, like I don't think by the end of the season
the individual players, that mentality, the mindset. You know, they've been in the game. They understand these high
I don't
situations.
think that
They've gone through highs and lows all to
who ended
all
up
their
becoming
own.
Valiant,
Now
which
they're
was
all
French
playing
class,
together.
right?
And we come down
I don't
to
think they were
something as
that
big
far
as an overtime
behind
like this.
Limitless. We saw them
For
play that
them
much
keeping their
tighter.
series run alive, and
And I think by being
even
able to send
make
more
the major
people to a
run
major
easier
to get
for
the
them,
experience,
they show
to bring
up.
that back to the
And
region is
now,
huge.
a chance here for them to build. A reverse sweep against Luminosity would be crazy. I will say that, of course. Not too many best of 7 reverse sweeps in this stage of the game, but I wouldn't count it out on them.
Let's do quick math.
Not too
2
many
for
best of 7
SSA,
reverse sweeps in North America.
2 for APAC,
Unless I happen to be here.
and we'll say 2 for Mina, because I don't know if I can give Mina a third
Okay,
spot.
that
I feel like
vouch.
Mina is very top heavy.
Well, you know,
When
I
you
had
look
the
at their
first 2.
region.
That's all I'm saying. Here we go. Hey, Reynolds knows that. He had
Let's
one of them.
do
I was
3
there
for
this
South America.
Yeah.
You guess up to 9.
It's Corelli and Subi. Get out of here.
Oh,
All right.
we're talking about the optic one.
2 for OCE, which
I
gets
wasn't
us
there
to
for that one.
11.
Magic Bear. Going to work. I mean, LG has been great.
I don't think we're that
early
far
in
off.
Games. Late,
6 for EU would be 17. 5 for NA
OG.
would then be 22.
Magic Bear going to stay way, way back. And a good thing, Com actually pulls
And then maybe that is where you give Mina another spot. Maybe even South America 4.
It doesn't pan out. And things have slowed down to a crawl here, which I think OG is very happy with because, again, the way LG has started every game in this series, it's been a nightmare for OG Esports.
And OG already starting off with some increased pacing here. Oh, Naps, backflips on the play, but almost got a free shot. Reynolds sent him packing.
Yeah, and
He
Mina,
did not want
it's
Naps
them
to
all
get that
day,
at all,
but I
watch
do
out for Kyle.
think
Flip reset. Did he get it? No. Reynolds denied
when you
on the
look at
goal line,
behind them, teams
but
like Twisted
you gotta like what you
Minds,
said from OG. Chance
Infinity,
here, Nolan,
ooh, nice.
bang!
I don't think that they're that far
The
behind.
pressure pays off. Look at OG go.
J-Naps credited with another assist as he returns the favor. Magic Bear knocked way out into Utopia. 1 minute gone by. OG strike first. Starting to think maybe there was a slow-mo.
Nice response by LG. The other thing you could always do, and I don't know like what the formula looks like, especially with less teams per region.
Kickoff, cheese.
But you could start with like that for like a 24-team tournament, you know, or however many teams you want to do.
Cheese now with the equalizer.
And then
if you thought OG was just going to simply turn things
Oh,
around,
wow.
you are wrong. Magic Bear's going to get it. Reynolds had the demo or the bump up in front to give him the space. Perfect kickoff as well. You saw Cheese with the fake there. Reynolds got the bump, and Magic banked the shot back to back.
That was
for
easy.
Luminosity.
But then you could do where like based off performances, like teams could, or like regions could like lose spots and or gain spots. For the teams that are at, or the regions that are at 2 slots, you can only be at 2 slots, but you could potentially earn more spots depending on, you know, if your 2 teams finish like top 6, you know, top 12 or some shit.
Somehow LG keeps OG off the scoreboard again, but it is still
Again, I don't know what that formula looks like, but
Noli coming on, double no, and JNAP started going middle. I don't think he realized Noli was going to leave that ball back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a third man or a second man too, or an OG, you have to be careful. Because Luminosity will opt to just
I do think NA would be in a lot better spot if the OGs mixed with the new talent in the region. They just don't.
It's been the biggest thing that stifled OG's offense this series. And if they could clean it up, look for that, position themselves for better shot chances, I mean, they'll be that much more successful. But Luminosity, I mean, you have to give them credit. They know who they're dealing with here. They know the best way. Okay, we got to make J-Naps uncomfortable. Can't have him taking free shots. Chance here for Com, but no, Magic Bear gets up first. Reynolds blocking J-Naps out, and Cheese able to push this upfield.
Oh, Noli wanted the ball there. He did grab the corner boost and then got demolished. So that nullifies about 80 boosts right
I'm not gonna lie, the more I look at the
pitch in front, and it goes off of everything. Cheese saves
the more I look at the LG
J-Naps has to feel absolutely robbed.
the LG
stand on this one now.
car, I don't mind the matte finish on it.
Looking for a chance back.
I think it low-key looks slick.
It's been so tough. Still though, they know they have time here on the clock. Luminosity Look at Reynolds just being able to switch the play so efficiently. Magic Bear, great follow-up, and now Reynolds moving upfield again, trying to see who can he disrupt.
Nice.
Chance here for Reynolds.
Oh,
Cheese! He's got it! And now it's a 2-goal lead for Luminosity.
I would argue with the way that Gen G looked versus G2 that as of now it's only G2.
Here to extend the lead to
But
2.
again, I think if you were to...
OG are fading. Less than 2 minutes to go.
Because we saw there was a changing of the guard of a lot of teams in NA this year, right? But it was still a lot of the OGs getting together with a lot of the OGs.
Field pass, 1, 2, 3.
Nice. That's the turnaround OG needed.
What a play!
The one team that's kind of popped out of nowhere in NA right now is Pirates on a Boat. And there they took a former pro, a former bubble scene player, and then like an up-and-coming, like just got into the bubble scene bubble player, and they're playing amazing. That's Pirates on a Boat.
So quickly, OG.
I just think if you saw like, you know, a TSM wavy
a 1-goal game though. Luminosity have been
playing alongside a couple of vets instead of having to play along 2 guys who only played CRL ball, you know what I mean? I think the French are just able to put their pride aside.
Everybody on the left side for OG. Somebody's got to get mid. Calm ends up there because he follows through.
If you want me to be like completely honest with you.
Already downfield going after. Oh, made the save off of Noli. And then Cheese only brings that to the side. Couldn't get another shot off. And a big break for OG.
Yeah, I think Cheese, he might have been looking for a pass there to Reynolds.
I think for the French, it really is like regional pride for them.
2-4 forward, he backflips and it goes the other way. Reynolds
they want to push each other to be better versus just being the best, you know? And I think for a lot of regions, it's hard for that to truly come to the forefront. Because competitive spirit is what it is, you know what I mean? But when you look at the way that a lot of the French players talk about other French players, like you don't get like that disrespectful banter back and forth.
Just not on the mark. OG's got to find a way to get
that you see from even other EU countries. You know what I mean?
Still blocked away. Now all the way across. Calm. Just outside of 30 seconds remaining. Reynolds had to hesitate for a moment. That's the opportunity. The window's open. Noli can't get back around to center that ball. Nobody else was forward anyways. Now down to 20. Calm, too strong. JNAPS out for Noli. Gotta have it here with 15 and it's cleared.
Ball downfield. Luminosity will bank another one. My goodness.
Like even when you watch like the pros, right? Like in NA, it's the same OGs playing with the same OGs. Over in EU, you see them playing with new up-and-coming talent all the time.
Had here in this series, 10 seconds remaining, and my goodness.
At the risk of, you know, throwing the word culture around too loosely,
and in game 5,
I just think the French culture is different.
The edge of our seats. But Luminosity shows that they are here in the top 4 and in the grand.
I think it's the same reason that you see the fan bases growing as rampant and as fast as they do.
Get to go up against either G2 or Gen G later on today. What a performance out of Luminosity. What a performance out of Cheese. 8 goals to lead all scorers by a significant margin. There are only so many superlatives you can use to describe his performance leading LG.
Yes, I mean, Cheese has definitely been breaking out here on his own, but it does take a team. And this team, if there were any questions,
I thought that this LG team could be good when they got picked up. I thought that they'd be more like a second split team. I did not expect them to gel this quick. I also kind of expected NA to be
contending team, to be one of the best teams in North
a little bit more competitive.
Game by game, match by match. They are in the grand finals. Who will join them next? We got G2 versus Gen G Mobile 1 coming up. You won't want to miss it.
Wait, so if Daz and Stacks just did this game, who's doing the G2 Gen G game? Raw Greg. He was optics coach last season. And then I guess it was E United's coach the season before that. Oh, it's G2. It's G2 easily, and then I think G2 maybe drops a game to LG. I think G2 is very much the best team in the region right now. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider easily, right? Like, I don't think there will be very many games. I think the games will be close. But I think it'll be like the end of last bracket when these two teams faced off. I mean, bro, they held Gen G to 3 goals in 4 games. You know what I mean? I think Gen G will show up more prepared. You're talking about on the Gen G side? Yeah, Abjack, Chronic, and First Killer. Whereas you've got Daniel, Beast Mode, and Atomic over on that G2 side. I was joking with my buddies because we do some of the Stride like weekly events pretty often. Well, one of the producer does it every week. But I was like, man, it's a shame T-Bates is always on the team cast. Otherwise, we'd have to have get the in through Stride to cast G2. That'd be so cool. We've worked with Deleted XD a lot. Done some of their like off-season tournament stuff. I know that they've got Lawler doing their stream right now, but I wonder if they would want to go from like a watch party to more like a traditional cast. True, true. I'm trying not to overextend myself too much right now because I got the high school and middle school league here in our state starts up not this week, but the following week. So that has my Tuesdays through Thursdays pretty locked, at least in the afternoons into early evenings. We still got, I think, 5 more weeks left for the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference for college. 5 or 6 weeks left of that. But it is nice to finally have stuff to be back to casting, man. Esports winter sucked. Yo, is Moist out? Hold on. Well, yeah, and isn't he also the announcer for a hockey team up in his home state as well, I think? Like, not a pro team, but like a semi-pro team? I wouldn't mind dipping into doing more hosting stuff, because like on the high school side,
Luminosity get the job done, and they look like a well-oiled machine here on Championship.
Sometimes with people where they kind of lean on me to do more of like the head hosting and stuff on that. I also would like to
thank you, DeMar.
do some like stage hosting, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, talk to me about OG here. Of course, you guys just got finished playing them.
Bro, last fall I got into being able to do
a lot of people had them ranked up pretty high, but
volleyball and basketball, and it was fun. Then I had to start chasing them down too much for pay, and then they went under. It was really sad.
Game plans pretty close to as good as we do, which is rare, you know, for North American teams, and it's a team that we struggle with. You know, off season we lost to them twice, beat them once, scrims. They dominate us, to be completely
like honestly, that's why I want to take on doing this
that
2K casting, even though it's gonna be free for a bit. But like,
top two, obviously,
I want to get
and
reps, and I
when
would
it
love to
makes
get an
the semifinal,
opportunity to
you're not
cast for
gonna
the
be able to take
2K
them
leagues.
lightly,
That'd be
but
like,
it's gonna be a good match regardless.
Yeah, you guys did absolutely.
I don't want to say dream job, but close to it.
Cheese especially. A lot of
Played
people
too
been
much
saying
2K growing
his
up.
name. I mean, but talk to me about his impact on the field.
I mean, a lot of doubt, a lot of hate came his way this offseason replacing AJ. It's no small feat, but you know, we saw it, and now you guys get to see it, thankfully. The most hardworking,
I think if I'm gonna end up
respectful, I can't praise him enough.
getting
for,
into
what he's done
doing
to
the
team,
ALGS
completely
stuff in APAC
transformed,
North this
touching
this
Magic.
year, I think it's gonna have
He's,
to be more in a
you know,
host role.
One of the best teammates I've ever had, and I've had a lot of good teammates, and you know, I could talk about.
Although who
him for
knows,
hours.
maybe
We
I'd
would
still
just
do some
G2
play-by-play,
Gen Z
which would be
series,
cool.
So I'll leave it at that. But.
Fair. Maybe another time. But talk to me. You know, you guys are also
But they've got
just one
a good
solid
duo
team.
right now.
From all you guys on the field, even including your coaches that help you guys out. I mean, we always talk about your team's preparation, but I do want to hear it from you especially. I mean, how do you feel about the way you guys prepare match by matchup?
The NRG preparation wasn't a ton. It was like any other team. We watched their VOD and we said, okay, this is why we lost.
I have worked with them before. Yeah, I helped
that,
him with his
yesterday,
EU
but this
series
OG team is a
last
lot
year.
Tougher. I mean, just you have 3 people.
Love
that have been
Zephyr,
here
cool
forever.
kid.
You know, you add up all their years playing, it's over a decade. And it's not a team that you can just come in with no plan and beat them, which you see.
Well, not a kid. I mean,
from other
he's
series, but
becoming a man.
we felt good.
He's getting older,
it's a
but
team that we.
Yeah, I'm a big Zephyr fan.
I won't share too much sauce on the broadcast, but we were feeling good coming in today.
I actually went to ALGS champs not last year, but the year before.
G2 coming up next. How do you think it's gonna go?
And
I think G2 takes it pretty handily. I haven't been, you know,
talked to
compared
Fallout
how
about trying to
good the
figure
players
out
are
how
in
to
G2.
kind
I
of get
haven't
my
been that
foot into
impressed
like
with
the
them this
like
season. I think they still need to figure it out a little bit. And G2 obviously is
casting
you know,
scene,
Q2.
and he
So,
pointed me.
I
He
like
directed
their
me
match
actually
against
towards
both,
Dia
but I'm expecting to
and
play G2 in the
Zephyr,
grands.
which is kind of how I got in with them
Definitely
too.
makes sense. Rattles, thank you for your time for the interview, and we'll let you go to prepare for the grand finals.
Thank you, Daz.
They came out of the kitchen and hit him with the mozzarella. My goodness, Luminosity will play in the grand finals of Open Qualifier number 2, and we wait to see who they play against here with our second semifinals.
I really like him and
Can we talk real quick? I'm sorry.
I really like him and
You had to fill the shoes
Dia's
with AJ
like
Cheese, and you've done
synergy
just that.
on the mic on
1.6 goals per
Apex
game in
Cast.
this series alone, shooting 44%. Like AJ was a goal striking machine last spring, but Cheese is bringing that power as well, rejuvenating this entire team. Kudos to him. Magic Bear was involved a ton as well with this great goal at the end.
Wavepunk's good, man.
Luminosity are the real deal.
With considerably more games played than Jack, by the way, who's leading him in goals per game by 0.02.
Did he ever do like play-by-play back in the day, or has he always kind of been like the main host guy?
Yeah, you know, we really only need to worry about Drippe because Classics and Corrupted G are a little too slow too. I don't want to spread too much sauce on the broadcast. He's become such a mature boy. Well done, Reynolds.
You did a great job. An excellent interview and an excellent match. They are going to be getting ready for the finals now, as they have to wait to see who they're playing against. G2.
Oh, really?
And Gen G waiting on the other side here. Many thought this would be our grand finals yet again this week, but as the bracket would have it, you lose some games in the Swiss. Things like this can happen here. G2 versus Gen G will be our next matchup, and these teams, huge battle. Went very one-sided the last time, Stacks here. G2 clearly the favorites right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, Gen G came in with all the impressive statistics, and you thought, okay, they're going to keep it going, right? No, they ran into a brick wall. They ran into a buzzsaw in Beast Mode and Daniel in particular. I mean, that duo, it was weird. They couldn't get out of their own way in the majority of the first event, and then in the grand finals, they looked.
I wonder if maybe
compared to Gen G, and I know that Jack in particular is probably
the fact that it's not grand finals
in his team's performance
helps alleviate some of the stress for Gen G. It makes it easier for them to play like free and clear against G2.
He puts in a ton of goals. He was #2 goal scorer in qualifier 1. The only reason
they gotta
why
find something.
#2 was because in that grand finals, in those 4 games versus
otherwise
G2,
it's gonna be light work.
0 goals. He leads everyone again in qualifier 2. He's gonna have to show more. The entire team is
shit,
gonna
when
have
does
to get the
EU
offense
start,
going. G2 is the #1 defense in North America by far.
Valorant. If I do my
But it
pick'ems
feels like
tomorrow,
they
is it
really
like
haven't
gonna be
been
last
tested.
second?
Last time they played a Gen G squad, Gen G just kept giving the ball up to G2 over and over and over again. So maybe a little bit of complacency, like in the offseason, they didn't want to lose that honeymoon.
No, if I do my
period,
pickups
so
for
they
EU
didn't
tomorrow,
play
it's the
in
day
any
before they
off-season
start.
tournaments.
Perfect.
And I think that's coming back to bite them now, because
Perfect.
pros, they ranked them tied for first with G2, but even Reynolds is saying now, like, after watching these guys on the field, they don't look that threatening. They look like, yeah, that they're still a top 4 team, but they're not in conversation anymore for that #1 spot. He said it himself, Reynolds, G2 should win this easily. Gen G's got to show something on the field.
Well, I mean,
Hold
the
on,
way
Chad, I
that
think
he
people-
phrased it too is
Shit,
that like,
help.
the players on Gen G aren't living up to the caliber he knows them to be. Each one of these players individually so excellent, but something here, Stacks, is just not. It's just not clicking right now.
And it's weird to say that, right? Because against everybody else, they look fine. I mean, they have been dominant against most of the rest of the field, except G2 and M80. And at least M80 doesn't exist right now. You got to focus on G2, and I'm very curious to see how they adapt from that first match now to this one.
Well, folks, we'll see how it goes. I just pulled up the stats here. This is across all rosters. They've played 7 times, G2 and Gen G. Gen G does narrowly hold the lead. They're 4-3, but most of that was last season when there was a completely different roster. As far as this season goes, they've played 1 time. Gen G literally has not taken a game. So given that it's only been 1 time, things could change here. We'll see what happens. GGM1 in chat, G2 in chat, and we'll make our predictions up here on the desk. I mean, there is a very clear, obvious choice here. But Stacks, you're not going for it. You believe it was a one-time fluke?
I wouldn't say necessarily a fluke, because the fact that it was a beating last time,
yeah,
I think it's the fluke. But it is tough to dominate a team like Gen G to that degree twice in a row. I understand that M80 did it. There's something different going on there. But I do think this time around, this is the matchup that Gen G is kind of mentally highlighted.
Ain't no way.
This is their grand final.
And I think for the betterment,
that's
of
gotta be
North
like
America, we need Gen G to punch the G2 like in the mouth to see what we get out of G2. They've coasted this entire split. I want Game 7 wave. Be calling for it all day. It's still not happening.
Come on,
Let's
gotta
get
go
there.
to Champions
Right
Field
now.
one time here, folks. G2, obviously the favorites in chat and on the desk and on the pitch, but Gen G are looking to show that while it's a 2-team region, it might be the top 2, but this is the best we've got in North America right now. Can Gen G get revenge on G2? It's time to find out.
The biggest rivals in North America meet again. G2, though, have only dropped 2 games all of Qualifier 2. They are in peak form, but Gen G, they hunger for revenge, and they want to cut their road to destiny short.
Yeah, they're going to really need some help as well on that revenge. They were beat down.
If Gen G is going to win this, they need to win the first 2.
Rematch, first qualifier grand final. We have it here.
Like, not even just the first one, but first 2.
Got obliterated. Will it be? They gone to the film room and been able to figure out G2 has looked unstoppable.
And when I spoke to Jack, they brought that confidence. They were really composed in that series. And that's why I was able to go the distance. And Jack, he's the guy that you can rely on, converts 40% of his shots into goals. He's the statistic warlord for his team, but Daniel, he's the one to fear on the other side of the pitch. All around, G2 are a menace. Beast mode with a few more touches. Starts
Beast mode! That's
Beast
filthy!
Mode caused all the trouble for Gen G last time. Look at this, he gets a 50, steals the corner, stays on the play.
Gross.
Beast mode just can't be contained. Gen G will have to figure out the problem of beast mode if they want to have any shot in this series.
Yeah, and if you thought the G2 offense was scary, it's actually their defense that is the best in the region. No team this entire qualifier has been able to score more than 3 goals against G2. Their average goals conceded per game is 1. We'll see if Gen G will figure out how to crack that egg. For now, it is first killer knocking on that door, wanting to set up Chronic, but he was too far forward to do something with that pass. So G2 scrambled to get out.
And you could see Chronic was expecting that second touch from first killer as well. That was a really nice scoring opportunity. Oh, that's a mistouch as well, and it leads to a goal. Apparently, Jack let this get away from him. You see here, it was a tough ball to deal with from Atomic. He was trying to bring it back to the wall and get a second touch. Ended up passing it right out to the middle.
Unfortunate
mistake.
mistake.
This is not the start Gen G was looking for. You know, apparently Jack had a really rough final series as well, with low boost in some tough situations, not able to make the play. And this first game also starting out pretty painful for Gen G.
Man, G2 already up 2-0, and you've talked to any player, any person in the community about G2, they're just so suffocating to play against. They demand perfect team play to break up what they have, and that pressure that they can create. Now Atomic to the corner, has Jack dangerously crossing in front of that net as Daniel looms in the midfield, at least going for the 50, setting up beast mode, climbs up high, wanting to reset. First killer denies that and sails across the field, but running out of boost. Chronic adds in some pressure, some power to the shot, going to
that protein bar wasn't so bad.
setting up Gen G for an offense.
You can see Chronic
first one of those.
battle through the bump, actually got hit slightly through his trajectory off. Still Gen G looking good on the attack before that booming clear from Daniel. Chronic will have a lot of time here, though. See what he does.
Ooh, good dodge on the challenge there. Coming out of G2, and Jack with the shot. Atomic dives and saves.
It's an easy save.
Gen G have had a few close calls, but G2 not out of the woods yet. First killer wanting to dive in a little too late to the punch. And that's a decent enough clear, but here's Jack in that midfield, and Chronic is right below this ball. He needs to reposition. First killer puts it to the corner. Now Chronic steps up and the ball's above him. Jack scoops it up, and Gen G are working on rallying this offense, but that mistouch from Jack gives G2 some breathing room.
So far, G2 absorbing the pressure, and again, Chronic had first killer in the middle, opted not to take that pass. Perhaps trying to play the game of attrition and boost start G2, but I can see that has not been working. G2, despite all the shots that they've received, have not let anything close to going in.
Oh, Chronic, good deny from Daniel. Let's not let the backboard be used there for this to not fall in front of the net. G2 been able to shut out Gen G thus far, with Daniel demoing first killer and G2 getting possession almost there. That was some potential brewing.
Bro, it just seems like Gen G can't get anything cooking.
Give up another goal. Jack goes long and far all the way to Chronic. Down below, Chronic has some help. Oh, what a save from Daniel!
Caster's curse, you're welcome.
From Jack and Gen
Sometimes
G.
you gotta bless them up a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
And again, Chronic has an option to go for a pass, but goes for the solo play. This time, though, it leads to a rebound. Perhaps that is going to be the strategy for Gen G Mobile 1. Just let Chronic in there, let him work, and try to pick up the pieces. That play finally getting the best of the G2 defense.
First killer, ooh, a pinch that goes all the way to the midfield, recovered quickly by Chronic. First killer trying to bump Daniel off the play, and Atomic gets a piece of it, pops it up high. First killer's leaving the play, and Jack does so, but he's always trying to contest that midfield, and you love how Gen G slowed down the play, but G2 are still a slow burn. And Gen G were only able to strike here in this last minute. Now in the blue half, Gen G's defense continues. The 50 still stuck in the corner. 43 seconds as Gen G work on that equalizer, but not able to maintain that position on transition.
Oh my God, Daniel almost did it to him.
Is a rough first killer trying to disrupt that, and man, Gen G's backs are against the wall on this one.
That was crazy. You saw the control though from Daniel. He had the defense beat, just wasn't able to get that shot underneath the bar. Now leaves Gen G a chance to get back in this one. Late flip reset. You see the bump attempt.
Ooh. So close. First killer's demo 2, and Gen G need to maintain this a few more seconds, and they still have a chance to tie and force the OT. Or G2 will start off the semifinal on a good foot. And a good touch by Atomic. This all goes on.
Trying to get under it.
Dribbling it past Daniel with the 50. It's got some power.
Hold on.
Somehow Jack still has it up. They're going to the orange half. Atomic's ready on the wall.
What a save! Good attempt. Good try. Good try.
That is the chance for Gen G. First killer was not able to find the power. And you saw Daniel already in the air denying that opportunity. So Gen G fall despite that heroic 0-second effort. A great catch as well by Chronic to keep that ball in play. And it was a very close game. I think things started out miserably for Gen G. You saw the mistouch from Jack in the corner that led to a goal. Beast mode, the solo play early on. It just got out to a rough start, but then from that point on, Gen G recovered quite nicely. I think for the last half of the game, they kept G2 back. You even look at the shots.
Didn't hit by those, no.
Way more shots for Gen G, and scoreable opportunities as well, especially at the end. Even though Gen G lost that first game, I think
Pop Rocks did kind of surprise me at
looking
first.
Forward to game 2.
Yeah, 11 shots to 5 in favor of Gen G, but they lost, and it was so close. I swear we were going into overtime, and this match has big stakes, not only for obviously getting to the grand finals.
I kind of wish I could have the flavor without the pop rocks.
But also, the whole point of this getting that major spot, if G2 wins and goes to the final, they've officially clinched their spot to Copenhagen. If Gen G needs to win the regional,
G2 is insane
to clinch that spot to be guaranteed. Of course, we expect great things from them in qualifier 3 regardless, but G2 off on a good foot.
Oh, certainly. And I mean, by all estimations, G2 the favorite to lock
Oreos with Pop Rocks in them, chat. Who would have ever thought?
And they did enough in game 1 to get there. I think I'm eager to see if Gen G can clean things up defensively and bring that same level of offensive pressure they did last game and really give G2 some trouble. Because so far, you know, we said they had a rival here. These two are rivals.
I still feel the Pop Rocks in my mouth. It was kind of crazy.
G2 is unrivaled at the moment. There's nobody who's been able to contest them.
Yeah, G2 have a lot of respect for their opponent. Like, I got to talk to that coach.
Oh, back home in Midwest, man. Every festival's got deep fried Oreos.
The region sort of discussion that's happening. They definitely think Gen G's part of that conversation. And someone that needs to step up in my eyes is first killer. Not that he's been bad. Of course, the ceiling pin we highlighted on the pre-show.
I feel like I've seen him some out here on the East Coast, but not.
When it comes to
not as a staple as like it was back home. Ooh, Atomic! Ooh!
With a beautiful double tap.
Oh my goodness, and a dime from Beast Mode. This one
nice
is
pass.
So close to touching the ceiling. An Atomic had almost no boost at all. That was so precise to be able to read that ball's not hitting the ceiling, land on the ceiling, and get the double tap with that little boost. That is so difficult. That play was truly magnificent from Atomic.
That's a good start for
That's a
G2.
good demo from first killer. As he heads towards the back, that touch from
kind of what I was expecting. I feel like if Gen G were to win, and I guess if you won the next 2, you'd still be fine, but I felt like they really need to win the first 2 to kind of turn things around after last qualifier when these two teams played against each other.
steals that chance for Gen G. Jack wants to set up first killer, but beast mode is up first. G2's defense seems unrivaled.
And they're just everything about them seems unrivaled at the moment. Gen G, by many, ranked that #2 team, but it looks like number one is who they've got to play.
Well, chat, I think it's going to go exactly how we expect.
A 50 from Daniel.
What's going to be interesting is what happens if Luminosity looks better than G2 in this next game.
He's trying to make the calculation. All right, who's hitting this ball? And by the time he realizes it's Atomic,
so I don't think Luminosity's played G2 yet, right?
You have to play perfect against G2. And Gen G, it's a slow ramp. They only got their first goal in the last minute there of game 1.
Or they play in qualifier 1.
I like these demos in the opponent's end. This 3-on-2 advantage, though. No one's really going for the ball for Gen G.
They played in the start off.
Placed on the left, saved by Atomic.
Top 8.
Tries to follow through. Chronic wins the 50. Goes up high against beast mode.
And Daniel reads it.
Daniel intercepts it again.
It's exactly what Chronic was trying to do. He's trying to pinch pass that out mid, and Daniel says, all right, well, I'll just block it. He read that pass, and most times defenses are going to let that slip through, but Daniel is something else.
Well, damn, Daniel.
First killer trying to make the magic happen with the reset to dodge the challenge against beast mode to the corner against Atomic. Chronic, they're first on the corner, but you just can't seem to accomplish any passes if you're Gen G. And their offense relies on passes a lot more than G2. As Jack going in with a lot of speed. Daniel tries to slow it down and comes out the Chronic.
Nice save.
With the save
wow.
at the goal line.
Chronic shot it right at Atomic, and now it's going to be a rebound opportunity. It is pinched out, but Gen G needs these goals, but getting goals against G2 is like squeezing water from a rock, and that's a miss, and it's going to be blocked on the follow-up as well.
And look how patient beast mode is as the third there. Doesn't rush the ball knowing that he's the last one back.
G2 make no mistakes on the defense. They cover their bases well. Daniel not letting Chronic
good pinch to the clear.
This goes all the way to the blue half. At least Gen G been able to build up this offense, stay in the orange half, and attempt a lot more shots and threatening ones. Backboard protected. Jack setting up first killer. Placed! The triple commit from G2 blocks it. Gen G's shots have been disgusting. They've registered 10 against the 3 of G2, but come out with 0 goals.
Yeah, I mean, but the shots haven't been placed well. They haven't. G2 has been stacking the goal line. They've been predicting the passing lanes. Gen G, they really need to bring some of that power and precision if they're going to beat G2. It's going to have to be a great shot.
Yeah, G2's composure defensively, too. You got to applaud that they don't panic and they don't make mistakes. And Gen G are going to have to force it. Beast mode with the 50 that he won. Chronic, good backup there in the back. Daniel shoved to the side. Beast mode left alone for a second as Chronic climbs up high, not high enough. And first killer adds to the equation to keep Gen G stable. But for how long? 41 seconds are left. And Gen G, it was possible in game 1 when they were only down by 1. They have quite a gap to close, and they just can't put a dent in this armor of G2. Now Atomic has beast mode by his side.
Where's her second?
The pass to him. Beast mode. That's a dangerous touch, and he gets the second one to not let that be used by Gen G. Jack on for a second. 11 seconds left. G2 going for insurance. Double tap, not on target. Therefore, Atomic. And the seconds go by, and Gen G go out with a whimper in game 2.
And it's tragic if you're a Gen G fan, because this is more of what we saw in the final.
Yep.
G2 have outclassed Gen G, and also the chances that Gen G has gotten, it's been hospital balls. You remember the opportunity first killer had, he blasted it off the post, and the follow-up shot was right at a defender. So you're gonna have to be better than that with your few opportunities that you have against G2. G2, on the other hand, spectacular. This goal from Atomic, I cannot convey how difficult it is to make that read of the ball not bouncing off the ceiling and landing on the ceiling and getting the double with such low boost. Atomic made it look easy. A G2, they're playing at a level unmatched at the moment, and Gen G, they're not there right now.
Ooh, Gen G calls for a timeout, and good to not let this turn into just a waterfall of losses. Gen G need to talk about what is it gonna take to score against G2? It's not for any lack of effort or threat, maybe needing more power just to kind of shave off some seconds that G2 have to react to what Gen G is brewing. But how can he be more creative than what Gen G has been putting out? They need to be just better somehow.
No, to me, it's not even a creativity thing at the moment. We saw Chronic generate a few opportunities. It looks like G2 is playing with all the confidence in the world, and it seems like Gen G are not their usual selves. I mean, you saw the opportunity, even at 0 seconds in game 1 with First Killer, when he had that open shot, we were all thinking, this is it. This is that incredible 0-second moment that we've been waiting for, and First Killer wasn't able to get that power. And First Killer, like you said, Lemon, maybe the most desirable individual free agent, aside from that pair of Beast Mode and Daniel. But First Killer, you expect greatness out of him. He's one of the most consistent players that North America's ever had. Many people have called him a generational talent. He is an incredible player. And when he is not making contact on the ball in a situation you expect him to get good power on, you just wonder if it's a little bit mental. Because you know that First Killer has that ability to make those plays. And just on the stage against G2, it has not been happening.
First Killer did his best though. 5 shots to his name alone in game 2, but everyone on that team registering under a 200 score is not bode well. But Gen G have Jack missing, and Gen G just had to make the most out of it. Now they take a step back. Jack with the demo, Beast Mode is gone. They must have talked about needing to be more physical. At First Killer, a great shot. Chronic with the follow-up, not on target. It was a good chance for Gen G to score first.
Certainly a nice effort there from First Killer. And we've seen a lot of great efforts, but somehow the reads from G2 defensively have been expecting these touches that many defenses would let through.
A lot of demos to just try and destabilize G2. If you can't force mistakes, well, you just remove the players, I guess. Gen G go downfield again, but
good shot on target.
Pass to Jack, saved by Atomic.
Not
Again,
today.
Gen G needing more power
Sucker.
to really threaten G2. The kings of North America, it seems. Chronic, decent shot right to Beast Mode though. Save after save. You just can't touch G2.
That was a good rip, but not good enough to beat Beast Mode in the backflip for First Killer. Then he gets demoed off the play, and that'll fizzle out the attack for Gen G. G2 is so good on defense.
G2 is just the best team in NA right now.
Redirect to the corner before the challenge came through, and Atomic with the back pass to Beast Mode, drawing out Gen G from their half, but they won't fall for that one. Daniel's on the ceiling now, and Jack wanted that straight out shot, centered out, gets demoed for his efforts. Gen G reset back to that orange half, but Chronic, the ball gets away from him. First Killer tries to recover possession. Jack is climbing up for it, misses the touch.
Atomic,
G2
bump.
might be able to run away with this. Chronic pushed out of the way, ball hits the cross, and nothing for G2. Beast Mode wants to carve through the right. First Killer won't let it happen.
Bar
Ball in front
down?
of the net.
No,
Daniel
ceiling down I
Demos
meant,
won,
but
no follow from G2.
nice
yet.
shots.
Atomic with the soft shot. It's open for Atomic. G2 1-0.
They found themselves in the G2 tar pit. You cannot get away from them. That pressure was unbeatable. You saw the demos coming in addition to those speedy 50s where apparently Jack gets beat to that challenge and the ball's launched off the ceiling. G2 speed, their everything about their game has been unbeatable. This is so difficult for Gen G to deal with, and that exact play is what everyone's talking about when they say that G2 pressure offensively. That play embodies it.
And I know in the interview, Gen G were really confident this was going to be a different series, that they have improved a lot, and they have, but G2 is just a different beast so far. It is only 1-0, and Gen G
Daniel
late in the game. Daniel almost with the second. Gen G hold on. First Killer wanting this pass and gets a piece of it to the backboard, and what the second touch. Daniel saves.
It's again a situation where First Killer did everything right. He's making the reads, but the defense is there to stop the shot. They predict the angle.
But
Yeah,
now a
it's
chance for Jack. It's on the
so.
goal
Here's the
line.
question,
Still doesn't
Vizera. Do
go
you
in.
think at any point we
There's
see like
no
how an
give up in
ALGS
Atomic,
teams come to
even though
NA?
that ball was sitting
Do we
on the
see
goal
NA teams
line.
go to EU to get
G2
better,
still gets there
or they not
first.
care because the money's better at NA?
Chronic on target, put to the side. First killer hesitating in that previous play of how to get involved, and especially when the ball rides the goal line like that, you just needed to tap it in. And how many goal line saves have G2 had to put out? Soft shot there by first
Money.
killer, saved again. No gaps to be found in the G2
I mean, shoot.
defense. Gap in Daniel for now as
If a
he's
team is barely
demoed
sniffing
as Gen G hope to get G2 off their
the end of the
backs and keep
weekend,
this within
first weekend,
one.
like Cloverty spending
Daniel
24
trying to
grand
fake this against
on a
first killer.
roster.
The bounce being read by Beast Mode, 50 by Chronic.
Oh,
Still gives Gen G some space to work with.
And you know, in the RLCS, we used to give out awards for the savior of the season, the player that had the most saves. And usually it was a team that was at the bottom of the ladder. The teams that did nothing but get shot at. And they would lose.
Makes you
But
wonder
Gen
what these
G
top
has-
teams are getting paid,
or
huh?
G2 rather has reversed that. They're sitting here with 9 saves to just the 3 from Gen G. They've made that play style work for him, but a double tap saved by Daniel. He doesn't get credited with it, but he did pinch that off the bar, or off the post rather. G2 are absorbing every bit of pressure that comes their way.
Yeah, beautifully said. And even if it's a double commit, like they don't seem too shaken, even after so many shots. have been
Also,
taken
Vizera,
out
when
of
do we,
Gen G, from the left to the right,
when
they're
does
doing
Stride get to start
everything
doing the
get
G2
diving and scrambling,
team streams?
finally,
Thoughts?
Jack
Smiles?
breaks through to tie things up.
And this is such a clutch moment. This is what we saw from apparently Jack yesterday, even when the series weren't going their way, even when things were looking a little bit ugly at times. Apparently Jack stepped up with huge goals, and that is one there for Gen G.
Yeah, with 12 seconds to spare, Gen G tied up. That's scary. Daniel was heading the other way. He's turning around now after Atomic slowed down the ball with the 50 in the blue half. Gen G now go down, and that was almost an open net. We do enter overtime for game 3.
This could be the turning point for Gen G. It was looking like they've been, you know, there was no answer to what G2 is bringing, but that play gives Gen G life. And now Jack going.
Well, I know they do
for a
right
fake
now,
out,
but
not catching G2 out, but still we see Gen G pressure.
do they bring that pizzazz that the Stride Dream Team brings?
Jack has first killer to his right. A missed challenge there from Daniel, but there was still one in the net, and someone called for a pause in overtime. That is stressful, but the pressure is on for Gen G.
I'm guessing
it certainly
Atomic
is.
is his controllers aren't working.
Scrambling in these final moments, almost getting a goal at 0 second. Also, Atomic has lost connection. Beast mode calling for a pause. So once we get Atomic back in the lobby, we will continue here in overtime. Not even 30 seconds into the overtime, and calling for that pause. But this game, I mean, even for a majority of this game, Levin, even though G2 only had that 1 goal lead, you could just see the domination that G2 was bringing. It seemed like Gen G wasn't really able to get any answers, but that last play from apparently Jack in game 3, I mean, you lose this game, you have to reverse sweep an untouchable G2, but now to be able to score in these final seconds, this could be the turning point for Gen G as we get another shot. Apparently Jack's wonderful tube socks.
Very white socks too. I can tell he keeps his floors clean. That's good. It's been a clean game though coming out of G2. Their defense is currently active, but with
if he's gonna get water, I'm gonna get water.
hopefully he, respawns and can get right back into the play, or we go to kickoff, whatever. But Gen G, I'm liking what they're doing in overtime. The 1 goal that they got, they really stretched G2's defense thin, going from the left and quickly a shot to the right, from the right. I think that if you can utilize that speed and these different angles to really force G2 to run for it, that's where maybe you could score on them. But otherwise, it's hard to force a mistake out of them.
And thank you everybody out there for your patience. We are waiting for Atomic to reboot his computer. He had disconnected. We're getting him back in. So that is what we're waiting on. Atomic to do the old turn it off and on again. And hopefully that fixes all the problems and we can continue on here. We are in game 3. This is overtime as well. A last second goal from Gen G. Forced overtime. So this could be a big opportunity here for Gen G, who's been struggling to beat this G2 defense that has been all over. And like I was talking about before, Lemon, usually when you see a team forced to make a lot of saves, it's not because their offense is good, and it's not because they're winning games. But G2 has turned that around.
16 shots out of Gen G to the 12 saves out of G2. Like, it's save central for G2, and they're just always positioned perfectly to defend against the rebounds and the follow-up shots. And that's what's gonna turn the series around, along with if we have all the players in the lobby. Hopefully,
and we finally get started. We just to pause 10 seconds later. So now there's some reports that First Killer is having some connection issues, and he has left the match, and we will get back underway as soon as we can. So we'll get First Killer back in here. Again, thank you everybody for your patience. We're doing everything we can. Unfortunately, when it comes to connections, sometimes they don't agree with you. So first it was Atomic, now First Killer. We're going to get this sorted as soon as we can, and then we'll continue with Game 3 overtime. But Lemon, let's just talk here about Gen G. This has been a really tough, I think. It's funny because they made it to the finals. They're here again in the semifinals, but this is not, every time we've interviewed Jack, it's not been an interview where he's like, man, we played perfect. We played our game. We did everything we wanted. He always, you know, it always felt like Gen G expects more of themselves to be able to beat teams like G2, and they're still looking to hit that.
All right, let's get it.
I like that mental. You can always be better.
Whoa! Oh, I thought that was about to be it.
Dunk was, that would have been the worst curse ever.
I mean, apparently Jack literally spawned right in front of him. That is unlucky for Gen G.
All right, here comes Daniel bumping Chronic. The ball drops and everyone's bumping each other around to not let clear possession go.
Ooh, and Gen G punches one in.
And this is the clutch factor from apparently Jack. You can see it actually pinches off Atomic and apparently Jack and is blasted into the net. Jack saving his flip for that wave dash, and wow, that is a play you cannot repeat. I mean, everything needed to go right for Atomic to get the slightest touch to help with the power. Oh my goodness, this game goes to Gen G, all thanks to apparently Jack.
And all the pauses that I'm sure, if you can't demo them to destructure them, attack the modems. That's what it's gonna take. I'm sure G2 were still trying to find their groove after the disconnect, but Gen G finally using those 50s to their advantage, because there was just 50 pinch after pinch, and Gen G knew they had to react faster to these. And that's where Jack was at the right place at the right time. Amazing game from him. And he is the one I noted at the start of the series that converts the most of his shots compared to everyone on the team to this game. 6 shots to his name. Keep an eye out for Jack.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged over a goal a game in their series yesterday. And through Swiss, he was the #1 scorer out of anybody, averaging 1.36 goals a game. Apparently, Jack consistently putting up these big numbers, and I think it's also important to note that he's not just scoring goals when it doesn't matter. You know, he's not putting in the 7th goal for Brazil. These are incredibly critical goals at a clutch point in time in the series. To be able to score in the final seconds of that game and also scoring in overtime to get that first victory, he single-handedly has kept Gen G in this series.
Yeah, Atomic was chasing demos and bumps right off the kick, and Gen G put themselves in an offense right off a kickoff, and Jack gets above Atomic there and summons the attention of the rest of G2's defense to clear this all the way down to the blue half. Now Chronic up high, Daniel down low. Oh, okay, beast mode. Just kind of throws him off. First killer to the backboard though, and Daniel knows he has to scramble for this right in front of the net. A nice little touch out of beast mode to not let this go for free out of Gen G, as Chronic is all locked up by Daniel. He's just on his tail the whole time. Chronic steps up looking for the dunk, and this pinches off to the other end. All
right, so Gen G was able to take the first one.
That was a good 0.
Bro, the
like here, Atomic gonna go for the ceiling pass.
The urge I get to just occasionally press tab, thinking that I'm in game and can look at the stats, it's crazy.
0 boost defensively to get up there and mess up his opponents, not give him that pass lane.
Still
So I'm used to
0-0.
being able to do that while I cast.
Chronic against beast mode
Since I'm
here.
usually in
This
game.
drops, but Daniel was heading the other way, so Gen G recover. And slowly but surely, they're helping each other out. Cross to the orange half. First killer against beast mode. Oh, and it stifles in front of the net. Then G2 sweep it away.
And first killer, he got the space, the little hesitation. He was doing exactly what he wanted to. He's going for a 50, trying to power it through on the goal line. If not, your teammates will be there to clean it up. But G2 sweeps the line so fast that even in those situations, we even saw it before, even in those situations where the ball is sitting on the goal line after a 50, G2 manages to get there first. I just don't understand it.
I know. It takes like a whole army to score against G2, and then you don't want to overcommit and have all 3 of your players slamming against the wall, because what if G2 turn around and counterattack, and wow!
No, like this!
But Chronic still
Off
has a
the
chance to pull a
sidebar
slow.
twice,
G2
bro.
had
That's
time to
tough.
reorganize, and that opportunity for Gen G is gone.
Oh, that would have been so sweet.
Damn.
You saw what Jack was trying to do. Coming up so close. But now we see Gen G looking to extend this pressure. This is a lot of pressure that they're putting up. See if they can make the most of it. Daniel, though, trying to buy some time for his teammates to get boosted up.
Yeah, what Daniel can do with little boosts is incredible. Beast mode, Atomic in the air, juggling through, and Jack right in front of the net.
Damn, Daniel.
And G2 strike first.
This whole play was crazy. You had Beast Mode leading the way to give Atomic the space.
Oh, that bump on the back end, I didn't even see that. That's really good. Really well done.
To control the ball. Gets it off the backboard, and Daniel finishes the job. That is showing you how critical every single member of G2 is and how willing to play off each other they are. It's not like they're making these plays individually. That play required everyone from G2 to be excellent, and they were.
Demo's traded. As Chronic slows down the midfield. Daniel, shot right on target, but Gen G were established. Speaking of which, Jack up high, first killer below him. Chronic right behind us, that third man adding the pressure. Jack looking for bumps and can't find the gap or create any. Nears the counterattack out of G2. First killer pinches to the right, and Jack was worried about what Atomic could do. Manages to push that whole play out of the way, and G2 have slowed down the ball yet again. Beast mode, and Atomic, though, race back to the blue half against Jack. It's been pretty back and forth.
You see, though, the demo from behind. Atomic has no boost on this play. A little of a bit of a heavy touch here as well. Time winding down.
Able to play keep away here is G2 a little bit.
This G2 defense so stingy.
Ooh, I like that first killer was ready on the sidewall for a pass. But G2 will not let this go easy. Daniel is missing with Gen G trying to work this advantage. That 50 from Atomic stifles the momentum that Gen G were trying to ride from that demo. Daniel in beast mode recover possession too, and first killer wants to push his luck, and the ball lands right in the box. And Chronic waits for his moment to shine. And Gen G are trying their best to get the first goal. 33 seconds left. And G2 could be going to match point just off of one.
You saw the pre-jump from
I mean, the
Jack.
game's a bit closer. Gotta give Gen G that.
And now the back pass from Atomic. Daniel will lob it towards net. A little bit of panic here.
Kind of feels like their one was lucky, though.
Stabilize. Pass attempt. Not going to find its way over to Chronic.
This must be exhausting to play against G2 after how many shots you've been putting on. It comes down to this last chance. You're in the orange half, and Chronic's 50 stifles to the ground. Jack is just covered by so many G2 members that he just can't get the ball.
Hold on.
And check, Jack.
Let him cook.
And just to keep the ball up, first killer with a touch towards beast mode, and Atomic
G2
lands
on match
the ground,
point.
And G2 get to match point.
I just can't believe that ball actually bounced. I thought that surely was game right then and there. First killer had a look on the ball, was not able to keep it in the air, and now we see match point for G2. G2, they let that last game slip due to the excellence from apparently Jack, but Gen G could not clutch up this time, and now just one more game separating them and a trip to Copenhagen. If they win this series, they have locked in a spot in the first major.
It's tough. It's tough to score.
Oh, that was so devastating.
Yeah. But man, it's just a triple threat type of team when you look at G2. Not even needing it's just the one assist, the one goal is all G2 needs. They're not a team that take big risks. They're not a team that you can really force mistakes out of. G2 truly put on a masterclass when it comes to representing North America. And Gen G have always been within 1 or maybe 2, but now you have to reverse sweep or at least go all the way back 4 games to try to go to the finals. So long road ahead.
And Lemon, we also heard Gibbs talk about this as well. He compared this G2 to the old NRG, who would often let opponents be close in score, but the game was not close in terms of possession. I think Gen G actually did have a decent amount of possession. They had another look that a ground pinch attempt from apparently Jack very easily could have gone in, but it seems like this is just the MO of G2. They can let the games be close on the scoreline, but they just continue to dominate out there on the field.
Ooh, first killer not able to get there in time. And it must be heartbreaking because Gen G have gotten the ball to the goal line so many times, but it just won't cross. I don't know why. It must be a G2 thing. Now first
the defense is just that good.
Collides against beast mode and doesn't have Jack by his side. One of the best shooters on Gen G, but now he's
really
back
what
in
it
the
is.
picture.
I mean, there's no way of.
Killer likes to play deep and wants to be the setup man. As Jack from the right to the left, and Chronic wasn't ready to kind of keep this dance going. First killer doing his best to create opportunities, but now this goes back to the blue half.
You can see Chronic doing his best here, but Atomic still beating him to that 50. However, we do see Gen G have the initiative here. Apparently Jack gonna take this airborne, lots of options, wanted to test the backboard, but you can see G2 not giving that up.
Yeah, they had 2 people ready on the backboard. Chronic is missing. Good slowdown on the play by Jack. He has beast mode on his tail, and Jack's doing his best to deal with that pressure. Chronic against Atomic, and the 50 goes to Gen G. But as the ball went heavier away, G2 can sneak up.
Oh, has he? Daniel's just bigger, he's faster, he's stronger. You can't stop him on the goal line.
G2 playing with their food. Daniel just
what a hezzy.
And says, all right, I'll just 50 you both. And even on the build up to that play, you could see the panic clear attempt coming out from Gen G. They are stretched thin, trying to keep up with the speed of G2.
And Gen G scratching their heads like, why can't we have goal line saves like G2 did, even when there's 2 players from Gen G flipping into it. Daniel is just built like that, I guess, but Gen G only behind by 1, but it is match point for G2 to make a return to the grand
Moist
final.
didn't make EU main
Daniel,
event.
saved by Jack, but to the corner, beast mode trying to center this out for Atomic, who dives but can't do much. Okay, good dodge on the bump there.
And that was a good idea from Chronic as well. If he lands that, maybe there would have been enough of a gap, but I think really the difference between G2 and Gen G right now is just that composure. You can see how composed G2 are. Daniel did not break a sweat on that play. He made that look easy, and that is so difficult to score on players of this caliber of Gen G. It just goes to show you how much G2 has been dominating, and that one might be it.
Damn.
It is, and Daniel reads it off the post.
Well, chat, I think we know how this is ending, right?
Doing their best to get rid of the ball when they are getting challenged and doing the best that they can with the rebound, with the 50. But in this case, Daniel is just that guy. 2-0 for G2 heading into the second half. And it doesn't seem like much, but against the #1 defense in North America, it's a tough task for Gen G to try and match the score.
Yeah, and you can see Daniel pre-jumping at the midfield. He only had a half a tank of boost as well. This is the most confident G2 that we've seen, and in a Gen G, they're going to need a miracle here to come back, and maybe that's the miracle, but it doesn't go in. Apparently, Jack off the bar and out. A dazzling effort, but just short, and now Gen G's going to have to play defense.
A lot of close opportunities for Gen G. I can't believe it. Just unlucky at this point. Chronic gone from the play too. Gen G's offense is weak. In beast mode, the counterattack is fast. Daniel's ready on the left. It drops down to Atomic. No, he kind of waits. Knew Chronic was going to get there first. as Jack keeps the train rolling for Gen G. Great touch by Daniel to get rid of the ball.
Oh, this might be a check. He dimes it up to Atomic. This G2 are insane. Atomic actually jumped before Beast Mode even made contact on the ball. And on the run, in the air, Beast Mode hits Atomic on the numbers to get that third goal.
G2 are
So
insane.
here's the question, chat. Does Luminosity take a game? Do they take 2 games? Do they get swept?
Out control, Atomic looks
I don't
for
think
bumps
G2
right on the
loses,
back
let's
wall.
be
First
honest.
Killer is right in front of the net. As Chronic stabilizes Gen G. They're down by 3, but haven't been able to score even in the last game and this game. Jack and first Killer pressure through the right, and Chronic hesitates to step up. Just needing that extra little bit of power for Gen G to cross the goal line. Need more firepower than that. First Killer just getting out of everyone's way. Chronic to Jack, to the backboard where Daniel and Beast Mode hold hands to not let Gen G brew anything special.
Yeah, this is going to be a routine, it looks like, for G2. They have stopped everything that Gen G's brought at him. Beast Mode going for a flip reset double. Final 30 seconds. You can see Beast Mode again just floating in front of net. They are in flow state right now, Lemon.
Yeah, and with this win that comes out in the next 17 seconds, unless something crazy happens, G2 will be clinching their spot to the major. And Gen G, they took a game, so it's a different series compared to that last final. And
But
Jack
is it though?
not able to score in that chance, even with Daniel in the net. So a few more seconds, and Gen G gets shut
It's
out
over.
in back-to-back games. G2 not only go to the grand final in a one-sided fashion, but they also clinched their spot to the major. A big congratulations to G2. It is unfair to play against them.
Who's going to beat him? Who's going to have the answer? Well, honestly, it might be Luminosity as we look ahead to that grand final. G2 dominating performance once again over Gen G Mobile One Racing, but they have had close series with Luminosity in the past, and now everybody in North America, everybody around the world, going to be tuning in to see if this beast of G2 will ever be slayed.
And I know Daz is a big Gen G fan, and he was saying, you know, that final, that's just one series. One bad day doesn't mean anything. But now we have a sample size of 2, and at least Gen G are taking more and more games. But G2 solidify their spot to the grand final with a lower bracket. Well, I guess against Luminosity, but we'll see if the lower bracket will stand a chance, James.
Well, certainly Luminosity, we know that they can give G2 a run for their money, but will they do it this time, or will G2 continue their unbelievable run? Let's find out after the break.
There it is, chat. Our grand final set. Let's bring this down here. Bring this back to Rocket League, though. Look at these global rankings here real quick while we're on a break. Oh, also, I want to go to, real quick, Major 1, Europe, Open Qualifier 2. Double Elim. So Carmine Corp make it through. A lot of newer teams down here in this bottom part, though. 100% out. Caliente. I don't think Top Cougars were in the last one. Interesting. So there's our first 3 qualifiers. G2 Power, Team Falcons. And so Luminosity will close this gap. They'll tie Gen G. Unless they win, of course. In which case they'd pass them up. Oh, chat, man. I hope it's a good series for the Grands at least, bro. Because both of our semis kind of sucked. Unless you were like a fan of either team, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't suck if you were a Luminosity or G2 fan. But the games weren't that great. Which is unfortunate. Oh. All right. Gotta wake up. Gotta sit up. Gotta get moving. We're good. We're fine. We've made it this far, baby. We might as well finish it the rest of the way. You know what I'm saying? G2 quad just out here coasting, big dog. It's crazy. Bring it back, baby. I'm actually probably about due for a shake, huh? Now that I think about it.
Gen G managed to actually get a game this time, but other than that, it's the same song.
Probably.
Second verse, G2 has Gen G's number. They beat them 4-1 here. Atomic and Daniel paving the way to the grand finals once more. It'll be G2 versus Luminosity for the title of Open Qualifier number 2 champion here, Gibbs.
And I can't even say it was a bad series by Gen G. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but G2 is just looking on another level right now. They don't make mistakes, and anytime you make a small mistake, they just counter you. Like, I think it was game 3 and 4, or 4 and 5. We saw a play by Chronic. He goes up in the air for like an aerial play. He kind of misses. Perfect counterattack, and G2 just strikes immediately. First killer, he goes off his back wall, makes a misstep. Immediately counterattacked by G2. Then the passing plays come out. The goal line defense is insane, James. G2 is just on another level.
You really do wonder if there's anyone that can beat him. There was a one game in game 3 where apparently Jack had 2 massively clutch goals. Wasn't able to score that ground pinch. That maybe could have changed the series as well. But the precision and the speed from G2 is unparalleled at the moment. You see pre-jumps on the one pass, beast mode launched a pass over to Atomic, who jumped before the contact on the pass even went. It was a perfect pass and a perfect goal. G2 highlight reel machines. And I think the big thing too is mentally, you can just tell they are playing with 100% trust in their teammates and 100% confidence in themselves. And when you have that plus their ability as individual players, it makes G2 the North American super team.
They are the team to beat. They are in the finals once more. G2 versus Luminosity, the challengers this time around. Gen G couldn't take a game in the last grand finals. Can Luminosity do one better? We're about to find out. The teams are getting locked and loaded in. We will get that game underway momentarily here. Cheese, Magic Bear, and Reddles trying to take it to Atomic, Beast Mode, and Daniel.
So I'm going to talk about G2 again, and the one thing I love about this team that I used to hate is they got solid defense. They have now played 20 games. They have given up 18 goals. Less than a goal per game throughout the
That's kind of a wild stat.
9 goals against. The next highest, number 2 defense is Gen G at 1.88. So it's more than double what their goals conceded are. G2 is on another level. Now, the only difference here is Luminosity is the number 1 offense by far throughout this tournament, 0.75 better. But a lot of those wins came in Swiss, where they're putting up 8 and 9 goal games. You don't expect that versus G2, but Luminosity's offense has been great. The problem is number 2 offense.
I think Luminosity on their best day might be able to do it, so let's not count them out, right?
But to me, though, Luminosity is such a different team from a playstyle perspective, and really that player there, Reddles, I think he's going to be the key in this series. Will he be able to disrupt the G2 system? We know that he loves to spend time in front of the ball. He loves to go for those bumps and demos, and we've seen how Cheese can score. I think, shout out to Lemon for calling Cheese to be the dark horse. He had an amazing series last series.
G2 are really all we got from Jorby. That's hilarious.
On Reddles to see if he can bust up that goal line defense that G2 has been bringing.
Absolutely. And that's the only way you break up that trust, right? Is you demo them off the field. That's the only way it works.
Gotta get in their head, too. Maybe we see Villain Reddles come back.
You've been talking about the G2 defense. I agree. Oh my goodness, their defense looks terrifying. And you talked about the LG offense and how good it was, but most of it was in Swiss. Let me tell you, it's not just Swiss though. They got one man. He is a bucket of cheese over there. That guy is crazy. In the last 15 games, Cheese has scored 23 goals in the last 15 games. It's 1.5 goals per game. And only one of those games did he not score any goals. And in that game, he had 3 assists. So if Cheese can be not just the dark horse, but the shining light on this roster, the G2 defense might have their hands full here. Also, fun fact here. This is the record you don't really want to hold, but Magic Bear just broke the record and set the record for most main events qualified for before making a grand finals at 25. He's qualified for 25 main events here. This is his first grand finals. Congratulations, Magic Bear. Glad to see you here. See if you can get it done. Hashtag LG. Hashtag G2's in the chat. Let us know who you think's going to win. Are there any believers?
All right, that's really good, actually.
Gentlemen, I'm very worried. We're about to arm Spaceman and Corelli with some primo meme material here, assuming LG wins, but...
The only time this team has been tested in G2 was Qualifier 1 in the quarterfinals. They played this Luminosity squad. That was a 4-1, but games 2 and 3 came down to very, very close games that Luminosity could have won and been up 3-0 in that series. They let them get away with 2 long overtimes. Can Luminosity?
I think that broke the mental down. Luminosity might be able to do this.
Games 1 and 2. They just need to get that lead, because if you don't, G2's going to roll, James, and G2, #1 team in North America, for sure. Luminosity's got to play upset.
Sir, I think any sane person would have to take G2 in a prediction here, just looking at the body of work that they've put in. But LG has made the games close before, and we might be able to see some fireworks in this
Look, chat, Spaceman and Corelli are anything if sane. They are
damn, chat vote's close though. 57-43.
Well. Everyone wants to see if G2 can be taken down here, folks. It's a David versus Goliath story if we've ever seen one, but the queso is flowing. It's hot and spicy.
Because I think if Luminosity wins this, I think they do lock in their the second spot for NA, I do believe, right?
They say a great
Hold on,
offense beats
I just realized
defense.
I have this still on the other thing on this tab.
Defense beats a great offense.
Let me look at that real quick, because I think that's the case.
Against the #1 offense, something's got to give. G2 looking to go back-to-back. Luminosity stands in their way.
The Beast and the Bear. But there are plenty
What'd
of
they get last event? Hold on.
Welcome to your grand
Let's get down to it, chat. Let's get down and do what it do, baby.
This one's going to be a close one.
Once again, G2 comes into a final facing a team that's averaging over 3 goals a game.
Finished top
They
8.
shut
Was that get
down
them points?
Gen G 2 weeks ago. They shut him down a moment ago.
Didn't take them long.
They're going to work on LG now.
Again, Daniel, this pass up forward to Beast Mode. Beast Mode gets there in time. Beautiful place shot. This is the G2 efficiency we've seen at the start of the day. They're carrying it on.
They might, maybe they don't qualify, but I think they're pretty darn close. I think if Luminosity wins and then gets top 16.
There was a kind of a consensus, Daz, that okay, if there are 2 teams that are
Whereas if they finish second, they just need to finish top 8, and I think they qualify. I'm pretty sure.
That has just been reduced to G2. Maybe Luminosity will have something to say about it. They've got the ball on the right side.
Trying to look at where they have them in the
Atomic
rankings.
Has allowed it.
I think.
As Beast Mode dances around Cheese, he'll bring this down to ground. Here comes Atomic. Got it to an open space in front, but Daniel wasn't there, and Magic Bear actually able to slip past him. Now a shot coming netward, and Atomic has that save.
I'm pretty sure it'll be something like that.
Interesting to see how Luminosity adapt to this. Definitely does feel like there is indeed
I think
a gap here between G2 and everyone else.
next split we may be
Luminosity
doing
has
some
closed
team
that
stream
gap, but G2 right now
in
is
NA.
showing why they're the better
I'm not
team.
telling y'all who
Daniel
yet,
strikes.
so I don't
It's a
know
2-goal lead
if
for
it's going to be
G2.
for sure yet, but there's a good
It isn't
chance.
that G2 plays to the level of its competition. It plays to a
Your boy is
level
going to
above
be
its competition on any given
casted for a
matchup.
top 16 team.
I mean, where
And
every
then
other team in North
doing their
America
team streams
has either their
for the
kryptonite
first
or they're
weekend
just
and
like any other team. G2
like
just
Swiss.
looks stellar every time we see them. And we knew
Or they might just have us do Swiss if they feel that confident. I'm not sure.
Their chemistry, and while it didn't pan out at the very start of the first regional,
They've
still
made both
beat
Swisses so
everybody
far
in
this
front of them, and then they really put it together against Gen G in the finals. And That's the G2 we've seen ever since then.
Yeah, G2 is still continuing to kind of build up on that.
Ooh, demo from Reddles. Reddles is hunting for the second one. Trying to completely open up the net.
G2, even when it feels like you have them on the ropes offensively, there's always somebody getting involved, cutting out the play. Even that goal line defense is like a wall sometimes. But
let's go,
Cheese! Able to get the touch to throw off the defense, and Cheese a great follow.
What a setup here, and the defense.
Honestly, I should have been slotted by Magic Bear, but good follow-up.
Wait, what? What a touch! I mean, brilliant shot to get that anywhere near the mark. Cheese there on the doorstep.
Chat, this blueberry muffin protein shake's actually fucking amazing.
Tell you what, if that didn't go in, you probably could have ended this game right there. This waterfall down.
Oh, whoa!
Put it in the net himself.
Oh, that's good.
Reynolds barely clears that out of harm's way. And Cheese looking for Reynolds, only finding Atomic. Here comes G2 again. Daniel flip reset. Sent away by
Nice
Cheese.
job by Cheese. Still right from the net. Cheese again!
And more effort needed. Cheese not credited with a save there.
Hold on, Cheese. Turn this thing into offense here, please.
Keeps G2 at bay.
Trying to get a touch out. G2 though still making a move. Oh,
Cheese again!
Almost a follow-up from Atomic, but was cut away from Reddles. Cheese already sitting with 3 saves this game, as his defense has been a note and will most likely be needed plenty more times throughout this series. G2, no strangers to constantly peppering the net, but Luminosity been able to keep this a 1-goal game for the time being.
Magic Bear just a little floater there, trying to test the G2 defense, maybe get them to double commit, get out of position. More
Atomic
than anything.
Cheese with another one. 4 saves.
And G2 still kept off the board, but they just have LG at their mercy right now.
LG's played this thing close, man. 90 seconds to find one. Demo up the field from Reddles.
Atomic trade demos, so Daniel will be back for a moment.
Oh, they traded? I didn't know that.
Get back into the play. You see Cheese on the way back, so is Magic Bear. Reddles trying to slow things down, but Cheese able to get a strong touch upfield. You see Beast Mode again, just opting to get control. Great first touch out of him. Atomic also not letting this ball get too far. You see Daniel waiting on the sidewall, just going to show you.
I might need to stand up for the rest of this Grams chat.
Nice
save. Cheese up to 5 saves.
It hasn't been relentless pressure. There have been some breaks in the action, but
all right, here's a big clear.
Pretty darn close.
Now Daniel's going to try and go coast to coast with it.
10 shots from G2.
And who else
maybe
but Cheese?
11th, but
Drop.
Gets free,
nope.
And maybe a little fortunate for Atomic that it was a little bit wide, because I don't know that he was going to catch up to it. Here goes Beast Mode right at Magic Bear. More pressure. That is the 11th shot to just 2 out of Luminosity, but
nice
Cheese
ball
has
movement.
One of them that ultimately found its way into the net.
Rough bump.
Actually, Magic Bear had that shot. Cheese, I don't think was credited with the shot that went in. Here goes Daniel, right down the middle. Atomic in support, and more.
You gotta get something going here. Good touch.
Needed out of LG. Magic Bear does get him on the right side. One miss from Atomic might have opened the door just a little bit.
Come on, Reddles.
With 14.
That's a big demo.
Bear, the demo. Daniel's still there at the back. And
It's a big demo, but Daniel able to get a nose on it.
Time for one last push.
Yep, G2 win game 1.
Tried to control.
Luminosity played this close though, man.
Now they have no time left, and now they have no life. G2.
Good first game.
What an offensive start.
All right, chat, we're standing up.
G2 out shooting Luminosity 12-2. It was just G2 offense for a majority of this game, and if Luminosity weren't up to the task, they were going to give up goals within that. Defense was solid towards the back half, but again, them not being able to break out and create offensive opportunities is the biggest challenge. G2 able to move around. They played spacing really well. They look for each other, and it makes it really hard for Luminosity to intercept that. They've got to figure that out going into it, but of course, G2, especially coming off the momentum from last series, looking in form.
It's kind of funny when a team's goals allowed per game goes up when they allow one
goal. Yeah.
That's how dominant G2's defense has been. They come in allowing 0.9 a game. So just any blip on that radar means it goes up. And the one they gave up, Daz, I mean, it was kind of fluky, right? I mean, you don't expect that touch out of Magic Bear. and then it stays on the goal line. They at least had a chance to clear it off the line before Cheese tapped it home. We're seeing something real special out of G2 Stride right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Luminosity, when they do have their chances, they jump on it. Cheese was there very quickly and was able to get that one. I think before anyone had too much time to react, he kind of read the ball well. But G2 definitely, again, seemed to just, the way they play this game feels almost suffocating if you're going up against them. You feel very exposed. And as a team, trying to figure out how to break out of that and try to find some comfortability is always going to be the game plan here. Of course, if there's any team that is prepared to do that, it is Luminosity. They've got the most experience against this roster. Now, what will they do with a chance here in Game 2 to kind of change the narrative of the series?
Reynolds tried to slow play there and just had the ball knocked right over his head. Now Cheese with Reynolds forward. He'll take it himself. Tried to drop it down to Reynolds. Beast Mode in the way. Now Magic Bear right at Beast Mode, who just happens to be there too. Why not? Flip reset to go forward. Daniel set it high, maybe off of Reynolds. This is going to the crossbar. Off the bar again, and Reynolds will clear it away. Tell you what, Reynolds was completely helpless there. Needed that shot to be off the mark. Fortunately for LG it was, and now that one goes deep into G2 territory, but Cheese is deleted off the field.
Gotta keep eyes out on Magic Bear, trying to keep that composure here. A couple of panic touches could be disastrous.
Nice, let's go, boys.
Luminosity sitting so many in front to disrupt G2.
This is how we do it.
Daniel and Atomic run into each other on the back wall. Did I see that right? It looked like Daniel was just not
This is
completely
how we do it.
Bumped off of Atomic. So either way, G2 have a blunder defensively. Luminosity takes advantage of it. Cheese, by the way, after getting demolished, gets right back into the play for that score. Is now Reynolds off to the side. Magic Bear now into the corner, and Beast Mode will take over. Atomic trying to just bully Magic Bear way downfield, almost like Magic Bear was trying to hold him against the wall, and Atomic was having none of it. He gets a piece of that and allows Daniel to come up into the play. So we see Luminosity with a lead. How long will it last? Beast Mode right at Cheese. They haven't shied away from Cheese at all. I mean, as great as he's been against the other teams in the field, G2 are willing to go right at him like, okay, try it.
All right, 2 minutes scoreless. They've got one. Cheese looking to get the save.
Stop by Atomic. And Atomic the rebound.
That's the G2 pressure. I mean, look how close to just stick with it. Daniel gets a touch. He's able to follow it up. He always stays close to the ball, forcing you to have to
Bro,
try
Magic
to play
Bear is almost still there.
It's in front of your goal line. You can score. As long as he gets you out of the play, that's exactly what he wants to do. He's trying to set up Atomic the best way possible. Does just there, and now G2 able to tie things up.
G2 not a team concerned at all about its shooting percentage. They're willing to set up those juicy rebounds, and they know that Luminosity doesn't have necessarily the best rebound control. It's one of the toughest things to do, to actually consistently get a ball out of a scoring position defensively. And Luminosity have left some opportunities available for G2 that they've been able to capitalize on. That one's loose in front. Cheese,
let's go, boy.
Cheese has been moving through the defense pretty well. This one is solid touch, and Atomic just misses the read off the corner. Big read there to make. He tries to recover, but Cheese has the ball every time. He's shooting 2 for 2, and again, eyes on him. He's been doing super solid over the course of today, continuing up from earlier. He's going to be needed for Luminosity if they want to take this series.
On the cusp of scoring his 40th goal of the weekend. A monstrous performance out of Cheese. Reynolds, demo in the air.
Oh,
damn, what a read by Magic Bear. Oh my.
And there's the big bear. Reynolds leads in front, takes away the beast, and Atomic tries to get a touch, can't get a nice read on it. Magic with the dunk. LG up by 2. 2 minutes and 7 seconds to go.
Better dunk than anything we saw last night. Here goes Atomic with Beast Mode forward. Drop down in the wing, and it just didn't result in anything there. Good win by Cheese. Who else? Beast Mode will collect this. He'll try to go right down the middle, but he gets nudged out of the play. Here come Magic Bear and Reynolds again. Oh my God! Oh, mercy!
Hey, yo, what up, Giggy? How you doing, homie? 44 freaking months.
Giggy has been a QT in the community for 44 months. What a legend. Hella holla at your boy.
Hella holler at your boy. How you doing, Giggy? How's your weekend going? How is your weekend going, homie? Hopefully you've been well. They ain't for 44 fucking months. Holy shit. Why have you put up with my shit for that long? I real appreciate you, Tom.
Hope something good happens. Magic Bear just gets caught looking.
You getting home from work? Hell yeah. Still plenty of day left too? Let's get it.
Has been a big
because I love people. That's fair.
Outshooting Luminosity
12-2
in the first game. But watch out off the kickoff. Reynolds turned upfield and he paid the
price.
No way. Just like that, back all tied up. Big win off the kickoff. Daniel able to get the follow. You said it. Reynolds with the turn up.
Oh, boy.
And just like that, they worked so hard to get this 2-goal lead, and it just in a snap.
I'm good.
It's gone.
Had a good weekend casting over in SSA for some RLCS.
3-all. Magic Bear sent away by Beast Mode. Atomic thought about it. Left a corner boost available too that Magic Bear was able to steal.
Feeling a little more positive with the direction we're going over on YouTube, I think.
90% of the Luminosity
Understand? Oh, wow. Understanding it's going to be a little bit more of a slow burn over there, but
that should just not be a goal. What is going on defensively from Luminosity? A double commit there on the goal line. And Beast Mode has the easiest net of his life.
Waiting to hear back, but I think 2K casting starts this week. During like middle-ish of the day.
Daniel left it
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Intercepted. Cheese going after Atomic. It's still in front. Magic Bear can't get there in time. Cheese does steal the corner boost though, and then won that ball deep into the opposite corner. So where LG had retreated, Cheese stayed up and almost made something out of it. Now Reynolds is trying to maybe have Daniel win that challenge in air quotes back to Cheese. It didn't work out. And then despite the demo on Cheese, LG break out, but they only got 7 seconds. Daniel through the air, trying to waste the remainder of the time. One last shot on, sent away by Reynolds. Cheese got to get under it. He does, but he's lobbed it way downfield. Magic Bear's got to get on his horse. Cheese can't catch it, and G2 take another.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to. Honestly, I feel like
to be honest, Luminosity gave it to them.
I think I've like watched enough of it where I can finally like keep a decent track of it.
They get scored on once. It was a good play from G2, but then kickoff.
I think also spending, I was saying earlier, I think the time that I spent in the offseason actually playing the game.
Yeah, we got a time.
Granted, obviously I don't play anywhere close to this level, but
felt like if this one continued on the way it was going,
kind of being able to predict where the flow of the game goes a little bit better, I feel.
Big lead we saw there early. They've been making them look uncomfortable, and they've been actually giving themselves really open looks at the net. So to look at them kind of drop that, it is kind of concerning because they had everything in the right spot. Up 2.
I think the tough thing about this game is it's kind of reminiscent of, I think it was game 2 during top 8 in the first qualifier.
Yeah, pressure does some real strange things to teams. And unfortunately, Luminosity just didn't have an answer for.
They were talking about it earlier, the long overtime.
Against G2, it seems.
And it was game 2.
There were a couple goals there.
So they got to keep the mental together here.
And unfortunately for Reynolds, he gets haunted by another late kickoff goal. That
game 2 for G2 just seems to be
you know what, probably should have played that one a little differently,
where they get a little bit of extra help.
They have to look forward, use what's happened here in the first couple of games, try and process,
as we've now seen it a couple times.
Attack is.
A couple of times.
Listen, they seem unflappable, G2, but there have been cracks in the armor. Problem is Luminosity hasn't been able to keep them out of their net.
Oh, Giggy, you just missed it. I was having my new protein shake. It's blueberry muffin, and it's the absolute best protein shake I've ever had.
Discuss things as well. But you can see again,
I want more of it.
Really come down to, okay, we've got these mid-game adjustments that we got to make. I think it's just a composure thing right now for Luminosity at this point. You can see.
I can share a link with you if you want.
Defensively, especially in that one towards the end.
I got it from Amazon. It's a big boy. It's a 5-pound tub.
Not so eager to jump. Then who knows? Could have been an entirely different situation that game. But we can't take it back. So here we go. Two in the series.
I'm not sure if this one is. To be honest with you, I'll look.
Point here in the grand finals. Can Luminosity, do they get the timeout buff? We'll have to see right here.
You would have some kind of a timeout with the level of brain power they've got. They're running things behind the scenes with them, especially with Raw Greg. But on the other side, you've got one of the better coaches in North America in Sathiu. A lot of questions around him when he kind of took over for Jazzo. Like,
oh, really? Yeah, it's like a gold way. So
he's answered that question in brilliant fashion. Cheese way downfield for Reddles. Atomic has played it out of the corner. There is Cheese. Infield pass, and Magic Bear turned off.
Sag.
He realized that G2 was all over it. And then a lot of chaos in front there, and I think LG having a real tough time reading what exactly he was doing as Daniel forces that one through.
Daniel, I mean, look at this. Gets control, goes up 47 boost, just
good
plays
read.
the 50 perfectly, bounces.
Oh, that second bounce actually off Reddles?
Old gold double. But
damn.
That's exactly what G2 will do to you. They force you to go up. You got to play it right. If not, it's going in your net.
Poor Reddles, man. This is the second time that's happened to him today. Goal going in off of him that wouldn't have otherwise. It's a real tough spot, though. You got to make that challenge. Here's Magic Bear. Boost and ball, and plenty of time as he dances around Daniel. Took out beast mode. It's only Atomic. He's deleted, and Daniel got back into the play. So too did beast mode. The window was open for Luminosity, and still G2 slammed it shut.
Daniel all over the ball, no matter where he is positioned on the field. Anything he can
this
do
is
to
grand
shut
here
down
for
Luminosity.
NA.
Chance here for beast mode, drops it to Atomic. Atomic was looking for Daniel.
Yeah,
but
so the way this,
Daniel tried to play
and
this off
that
the
was,
wall.
I think this is part of the reason why they wanted to put more of the regionals like on the same schedule, because like today,
some more bumps.
if you know where to look,
this
you
one
pretty well
still
go
remains
grand
within
final to
G2
grand final
got the ball,
to like
lots of
start
time
a
here on the
semifinal
clock.
different region.
Anytime they have this control, you see again Daniel just playing it so close.
So like as
wants
the
to play
SSA got
50 out,
done,
wants to try
like
to
literally
see
I
if he can
finished watching the
get
interview and
something
came
that
over and
just
there's like
helps
5 minutes
out
left.
beast mode and Atomic as much as possible.
Reynolds realized he had to dive in there as quickly as he could. Couldn't get a piece of that. Now beast mode. Loses that out to Cheese.
Have you,
Magic Bear can keep the attack flowing here for Luminosity, but he lost it. Now it's Atomic against Cheese. Centered, nobody home as Reynolds rolls it out. Boy, this ball spent a lot of time in the center, deep in Luminosity territory. Only a matter of time before G2 just breaks it wide open, it feels. Here goes Daniel. Got Magic Bear on skates for a moment. Beast mode again. Daniel's going to get out of the play. Not for very long. He could turn on this, but he'll let Atomic take
we can
it.
do an early
He
dinner.
gets
I'm
demolished
sure
again.
Z-Man will be all right with that.
Atomic has been a popular target for Luminosity in this series. They haven't gotten anything out of it. Even though they get 2 demos.
Cheese has been around for a while, but I also think that that's why he has to have the period at the end.
Defensively on the part of G2.
Oh,
Giggy says hi.
Again, it's just the way they're looking, the way they're moving right now. They cut anything out from Luminosity. They get that demo on a man back. Now they have to rethink their entire approach upfield. This is a team that Luminosity, they also do play well for each other and work off how each other's doing on the ball. So if someone's just disrupted, then that can sometimes shut down all offenses.
And there's another one. Yeah.
Well. Demo on the back end opens it up for
I think the late collapse in
game
game
2.
And then they're about to lose game 3. This is going to be a sweep chat.
After Magic Bear's taken
That's
out, you've
tougher
got one coming
10.
back and one coming from the goal. And confusion over who's supposed to be the primary defender here. Probably should have been Cheese with Reynolds kind of filling in behind him. Instead, they both just kind of half go, and Atomic picks them apart. It's just a mistake you don't see often out of G2 that other teams will make. The level of chemistry and teamwork that you see out of G2, it's their advantage, and it shines even brighter when you see that fall apart from other teams. Cheese trying to work out of the zone. Daniel brings it right back in, and it's more G2 offense yet again.
It just feels like there's not many options for Luminosity here. They're doing their best, but G2 have their number right now. And oh my goodness, Daniel almost adding another one to the score total.
Oh.
Shot from the top notes, a pass to beast mode, goes to Daniel. 1, 2, 3.
Damn, G's defense,
able
bro.
to get the clearance. Reynolds trying to see if he can force
Can't
it
turn it
downfield.
the opposite way, though.
Wants to see if he can make it a one-goal game.
Nope.
Almost that one on the goal line. Atomic.
Hold on.
Golly,
bro. G2's just so fucking good.
G2 are letting nothing through.
Out of everybody that isn't on the G2 team in this lobby, Cheese is the only one who realized where that play was going just a moment ago from G2. That's insane. This kid's getting a lot of credit, and he's still not getting enough. He has been phenomenal. Unfortunately, they're against an absolute giant in G2 who are about to go on match point, having a shutout in game 3. Daniel, one
yeah,
more
Luminosity's going to take a
touch.
timeout here, but I think it's too little too late.
Walk it home. Not even. No mercy, no quarter.
So I am pretty sure they did not
match points.
take the timeout at 2, right?
It looks so composed as well. I mean, you see beast mode on the cams, Matt's smiling. It just feels like they've got their plan set. And even though Luminosity, a team that does a lot of preparation, try their best, it just isn't enough. That game, they were only limited to 2 shots in that shutout. G2 had 7. And even though it's 2-goal games, the scoreline's close, but the field presence, when you watch it, just feels like, okay, it's G2's game to lose. And they show no signs of losing.
Can we talk about the format for a moment, where everybody talks about how volatile things are and how insecure it is for these top teams, and how maybe it's not fair that so-and-so doesn't get an invite here and there past a certain stage? Listen, if you want to be considered an elite professional in this area, you have to be able to take care of business against the teams that are below you.
Facts.
So far, there are very few teams in North America that actually do that. G2's doing it against teams at the next highest level beneath them.
Facts, though.
Clearly on a level of their
Oh,
own.
you're not S tier? You're A+ tier?
This
Get
team
shit
isn't gonna
on, dog.
lose to random bubble fun time
Like,
playing in round
the
3
dominance of
the
G2 is
open
kind of
quals.
crazy.
Here we go again, game 4. Can G2 close out another sweep in the finals?
Looking to see if they can do so. Luminosity not done yet.
We gotta get
Really
you
does
more
come down to how
acquainted,
well
Giggy.
they
Your
start
boys working so much Rocket League now.
Get things going, but if they slow things down,
And it's very, honestly, Rocket League's very quickly became my favorite esport, I think.
Trying to look for somebody. I think it was Daniel Beast Mode now with a strong
But I've also,
clearance.
like, always been a low-key, like, soccer fan. So,
Goes for a low challenge.
I mean, I
Atomic
guess
up
it makes
quick, and
sense, you
Rebels
know what I
need to
mean?
make a touch there, and he does. Cheese under pressure, but Magic Bear there to help him out. Luminosity kind of get out of that for the time being, but not before Beast Mode. Was a great challenge from him to kind of keep pace back here for G2. Good pickup from Daniel now. And Beast Mode actually does get demoed on the back end, so Daniel will try to solo, almost got the dunk through. Good save from Cheese, and good beat from Magic Bear here in the midfield as well. Atomic had to stop Reynolds, otherwise it could have been a chance for a goal. Wait, no,
what
wait,
a
no,
save
but
from Daniel.
Got the block on Cheese's shot.
It was Daniel last time when LG had a shot in the previous game after the 2 demos. Daniel saved him. And then Beast Mode clips this one.
Magic Bear, feed the bear.
Luminosity in front.
Tennis can be cool to
Only a
watch.
matter of time. I mean, you see Cheese initially, good challenge there, not the best touch on the clearance, but had to rush it. And then G2 started to scramble. Magic Bear knew
They
he
gotta
had
do
a
some
good
moving
chance to
sometime,
score,
man. Their
lined up
lateral
the shot
movement,
well.
crazy.
Now Luminosity, they start off with the lead, but they've got to maintain it. Still plenty of time here for G2.
Cheese lost that one to Daniel. It falls down for Beast Mode, the longtime duo connecting again.
Oh, wow. That was
game again.
too easy.
It's like they're in free play.
Damn, Daniel, what a pass
contesting
to
this. It's
Atomic.
just free
It's
pass
too
to one.
easy.
Touch off the backboard, free shot for Atomic. It's in your net. They get that back so quickly.
Gonna throw this out there just because I find it fascinating. Again, our statistician Direct is absolutely awesome. You look at Vitality last spring, their first 2 regionals with Zen. They go 10-1 in series. Of course, I believe it was the bracket reset where they had lost one. As a shot here for Magic Bear. No, Reynolds will follow it up. We'll get to that in a moment as Reynolds gives LG the lead yet again.
Look at that, great touch out. Magic Bear, beautiful read. They're able to get there quickly, and Reynolds has all the net to shoot at. He decides, let me put it in the top left corner. Luminosity still showing some fight here. They got the lead again. Match point situation, but they are not crumbling under pressure.
So Vitality have been 10-1 through their first 11 series. G2 11-0. Obviously a different standard of competition, but impressive nonetheless, especially when you consider they've won 85% of their individual games. Cheese will have this one. Luminosity trying to just put a tiny dent into that number. Give themselves a little bit of life here in this grand final and prove that, yes, somebody can actually stand up against the big bad boogeyman.
Make the giant bleed.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to maintain a 1-goal lead against G2. Good luck. Right now, still battling to see if they can extend that score line. But look, instantly passed out. Atomic was trying to set up a double there, but did get denied. Now Magic Bear, who initially challenged Atomic, goes all the way downfield to just see if he can continue to keep this ball on the orange half. G2 moving left to right as the ball kind of switches sides of the field here. And they're not able to get out. Good spacing here for Luminosity. The challenge game has been good for them right now, but not able to really set up a shot opportunity from it. G2 will still be able to carry it into the blue half.
2 minutes remain.
You like those frames that Ari posted the other day, Giggy? Or was that today? Bro, my fucking days are blending together.
Little docile here in game 4.
That might have actually been
that's
today.
a bad mistake.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
He just about put it in the net himself. And Magic
Feed
Bear
the bear!
And you got Atomic and Daniel both going up for this. Atomic probably should have left it for Daniel there. Got the touch, threw him off, open look, and then Magic Bear scores. We've seen this score line before, 3-1. Luminosity have been, this time, gifted a goal here from the G2 mistake. Now all they've got to do is force the issue. They look to be doing that, though. They're continuing to keep this one in front. That one goes off the back while Reynolds not able to get there in time. But LG just not overcommitting. Let's keep G2 on their own half, and let's keep testing them.
All right, let's see if Luminosity can
back-to-back grand finals in North America.
pull this back today.
Gen G came the closest last year.
See if they can gotta start game by game. Yeah, those are the same at least frames that I have in the purple, but they got them in the pink.
Magic Bear's got a
the bubble gum.
with Luminosity on the ropes.
I was thinking about getting
Again,
them.
Daniel there, not really the best touch, trying to get it past one, slips away from him, and Magic Bear right on top of the ball. Beautiful shot out of the Bear. 4-1's the score line in game 4. And Luminosity are showing no signs of slowing down. This is the shakiest we've seen G2 look maybe almost all season, the way they've been playing.
Give yourself a shot if you
I was also thinking about finding one that I can get just in a black. I was thinking about getting the Terras in a black. The one that are like aviator style.
For that save. And downfield, Reynolds trying to put it away, but it's sent away by Beast Mode. But even if you score here, you've seen how shaky LG have been on some kickoffs.
So like all of my colors are kind of
get a couple, and maybe you can make a game of it.
like
so
exotic, not exotic, but like very vibrant
they need
colors.
To keep the pressure on here. It's the most uneasy 3-goal lead.
So they really only go with certain stuff.
At this point, just because of who they're up against. Magic Bear for Reynolds, intercepted.
Oh, geez, too far forward.
Oh, and he can't put it on target. It went high, and Reynolds, empty net, and he couldn't score.
He couldn't score, but 15 seconds left. I think he'll be okay. Especially with Magic Bear pushing back into the goal line and almost getting another dunk. Time ticking down, and Luminosity backs against the wall, but they show signs of life here. They take game 4.
Oh, it's the last call on the bubble gum storms too. Oh, brother.
Happy to get one on the board. Again, he's done it before. He's done it a couple times. Can he do it again, this time to G2? As mighty as they have been. Raw Greg, again, not letting the team get too high or too low. That's kind of one of the things we talked about with OG as we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, and it's mostly all Luminosity Gaming. They battled back, facing elimination, facing the end of the tournament. They send us to a 5th game. Will we see a 6th? Will we see a 7th?
Yeah, can they build on this is the question.
Oh,
because,
bro, I shouldn't have gotten on that site and see that
we
they're on
said,
like a last call
Luminosity,
clearance.
They played well, but G2 didn't really look too hot there. A lot of missed touches. Saw some whiffs, some desperate plays there late in the game. And this is a closeout game here. Of course, you've already clinched the major, but again, you still want to be able to win this one. Points again for Worlds conversations, etc., etc. But I wonder what the adjustment looks like here. Of course, Luminosity seem very confident, composed, but they got a long road to go if they want to make this one close.
You won one. Now's where you got to keep this momentum going.
We're on DFH Stadium as G2 are trying to close out the grand finals. Luminosity trying to attempt a reverse sweep.
They got a long road to go before they're even thinking about reverse sweep. Maybe it's in the back of their minds, or they got to deal with game 5 first. Atomic lob ahead. Cheese, a little slow getting to that, but he had it red. With G2 not quite on his back just yet. Now Reddles, one demo, but it left Cheese to make that save at the crossbar. Daniel trying to get in front of Magic Bear. Cheese will have this. Credit him with another save. He just continues racking up his numbers. He may need to make another stop as Magic Bear jumps in front. And Cheese has that one rolled out. Doesn't have anything to work with at all. Atomic picked his pocket, and Magic Bear can't catch up. Beast Mode scores as they just wear down Luminosity.
Let's walk the dog, bring him out. Look at this. Turned it on a dime. LG was just simply not ready for that, but Beast Mode was. He was playing close to Atomic. Once he recognized
He
Atomic
wasn't
had that
ready.
challenge, immediately pushed forward downfield to secure the goal.
Didn't feel like it was much of a scoring chance out of G2 until they finally got that ball away from Cheese, and then it was just like, oh, well, Luminosity has nothing to work with. If they're out of position at all, they're not going to be able to recover. Double commit there between Daniel and Beast Mode, which, again, that's some of the early stage of G2 that we saw. It doesn't really cost them much. Daniel still chasing Magic Bear. He'll circle around on this too. A lot of players would have just retreated and let Atomic turn. Daniel took it instead. Atomic parks the brakes, and then Magic Bear redirect home.
Let's go, feed the
And
bear,
they just forced
baby.
their way upfield, winning 50 after 50. Reynolds sees an opportunity to push it downfield. It says, go get it, Magic.
The Storm's in the grave. Good choice.
Tied up game. Good counterattack from Luminosity.
I think maybe G2 just
Got you that discount at checkout.
A little too aggressive,
Hopefully.
right? I mean, maybe Atomic probably should have just kept racing back. Might have been in
Here.
position to stop,
Oh,
no support
yeah.
behind him. Here goes Reddles. From the wing. Beast Mode the initial stop, slowed him down for Atomic. He'll bring that.
I
away
love
from
my
Magic
gamer
Bear
advantages.
and
Like
force
honestly,
Reddles to
between
take charge
these,
instead.
the purples, and then my
Waiting for
reds have
Cheese to
my
get back
prescription in
involved,
them.
and he does with a shot, but Daniel with the save.
Yeah, good shooting there. Anytime you see Luminosity with space, she's been very efficient on the free shot. Chance here for Beast Mode.
Do you have like glasses? Like, do you wear
G2
contacts
with
at
the
all or
lead.
no? Because if not, it's just an excuse to
Everything
buy
we
another
said
pair.
about Cheese in the last series. Say it about Beast Mode.
Oh, you
He's
put your
got
prescription
5
in those
goals
ones.
now. And after that miss up at the
Um,
crossbar,
I'm sure you could
it was
probably
completely
hit up
free.
customer service that help you out.
G2
So you can use your
front with
FSA.
3 minutes left. Trying to close out
That way you're not
Luminosity,
using
their
your own money.
second shot
You know what I
at
mean?
clinching this final.
Well, I mean, it's still your money, but
Beast Mode
just
does
more
have
FSA for later.
Reynolds.
True though.
Now it's Atomic with Daniel trying to disrupt Magic Bear. He's in an awkward spot. Beast Mode, double to leave it.
Yeah, my red
saw
ones
Daniel maybe
that
start
were
to come up, changed
the
his mind in a good thing.
Genucy
He could get back and
collab, the
defend
ones
this
with it was a
alongside
Flint
Atomic.
company that makes them out of like
Light touches
recycled bottles.
forward. I like that from Reynolds. He's just going to get the boost.
Those
Atomic
ones have
demos
my
cheap, but
prescription.
Daniel's back all alone. Reynolds went too far
And
forward,
since I
so he
lost my
wasn't
little
able
bit
to
of
take a
weight
shot
getting back in
there.
the gym before I started
After what
bulking,
was kind of a free off the backboard. Of course,
they
Cheese
don't
couldn't
squeeze
get there.
my
He was
face so
demoed
much.
by Atomic
My face
earlier
hasn't,
on,
it wasn't
so
as
he
fat,
was
or
just
isn't as fat anymore,
respawning
which is kind of
literally.
nice.
Luminosity have to start making the most of their chances here because G2 are going to strike hot every single time. Big goal from Atomic.
Party is like, okay,
I
mean,
do
if
think
he
the
can
next one I'm
actually
gonna put my
convert
prescriptions
that
in
goal
though are gonna
against
be
his
either a
left,
black or
sure.
clear lens.
The other
So
side of that is, all right, nice shot. Perfectly placed.
or black or clear
Defense
frames,
had
I should
the
say.
entire right 2/3 of the net covered. And Atomic hit it where they weren't. Beast Mode turned off of this. That kind of threw off Luminosity for a moment. But now Cheese with Reynolds running forward. Atomic had a full tank of boost. Start this play. He can actually stay with it now as it goes over top of Magic Bear. Reynolds was demolished. He's back into the play. And Atomic won't let this get into G2 territory just yet.
Beast Mode. I'm just trying to keep this one in the blue half here. Oh, Atomic, good bump off for Reynolds, taking him off the play.
You know, I don't think I personally have ever had clear like frames. I've always thought about
But
it.
now Daniel will try to get involved. Luminosity seem very set, but this is a very calculated approach here from G2. Beast Mode wanting to keep it in. Daniel still playing back. Pretty far.
Nice
for third.
shot.
Atomic gets a light touch for Daniel. Dives, but Reynolds able to get the save out. Beast Mode again picking up the ball. Has Atomic midfield. Plays it low.
All right, well, this is over, chat.
Big goal here, which could submit the tournament for G2.
Mirror image of what we saw in the previous game. Except this time it's G2 dominating. Final 117. Luminosity need to go forward, and they can't even off the kickoff. Reynolds destroyed. Daniel.
Oh, I
slow
like
play.
those.
The respawn right in front of the ball through LG for a loop, but they do get downfield. Magic Bear did.
See, that's like a type of style I could rock with,
the
for real.
rebound cleaned up by Daniel and Beast Mode, and this
Yeah, it's over.
version of G2 looks unstoppable.
They are informed, dominant, and my goodness, they are a treat to watch. Atomic to the top left corner after the assist from Beast Mode. And G2 Stride. This is really, I don't even know if words can describe the level of consistently great performances we've seen out of this G2 team. It's been tough for anyone to stop them. LG's tried their best. You see Reynolds again on the ball, trying to make something happen. They played close series with G2.
Okay.
This one definitely got away from them towards the later half. And you really wonder, I mean, where the limit is and what G2 can do. Luminosity, though, still trying to fight here. Cheese ends up getting a big goal to cut the deficit down to 3 with 21 seconds left. But we'll see if they can make something happen here. They're pretty good kickoff stacks.
Not so much. Cheese does reach the 40-goal plateau, however. So good on him for that.
Stacks is over. He's like, bro, I'm ready to go home. This isn't even. We've had 2 fucking sweeps in a game 5.
11-0 to start this season. They're going to keep it going. 12-0. And an overall 42-11 record. They're up there around 85%, which is astronomical. And G2 Stride have just walked to another.
They're just so good right now. Yeah. I mean, what are you
Another
gonna do?
championship and qualifying for the Copenhagen Major. And this team looks to represent in a
Oh, I guess that's not
way
true.
are
They weren't
performing.
sweeps. Both of them were 4-1s.
G2
But
Stride.
still.
So much to be said about them individually. Each player so good. Beast Mode. Shot 3 for 3 in
Lame.
that last game. Always consistently solid on offense. Dale and Atomic just feel like sometimes a triple threat. The way they are moving up and down the field, able to move the ball so well. And they take another one back to back.
Well,
regional
we may
champions.
be popping live again
Unreal.
a little
When we
later.
saw it a couple of weeks ago against Gen G, thought, okay.
We're gonna be doing some gaming. I think we might pop live for that. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what I'll probably do is I'll just ping people in Discord maybe. So we might be doing DVD. And depending on if Vader shows up, we're going to have a full 4. Because Vader and Sam with Weevil. I'm gonna ping people to let them know that I'm at least gonna be like maybe streaming in Discord and have it up. That way people just want to come vibe. That way I can turn off the lights maybe. Or fuck it, we might just pop live on Twitch. I don't know. If we pop live on Twitch, there's also a good chance that I'll still not be on cam. But Giggy, appreciate you coming and hanging with your boy. Buffy Gaming over on YouTube, appreciate you. Chat, we'll be back. This week we might be doing some stuff for EMEA, potentially. Some watch parties, we'll have to see. But I'm going to be staying pretty consistent on the uploads over on the YouTube. Kind of like we were last week. Also got the podcast. We're uploading up to other quite a few platforms. It's not on Apple Podcasts yet. For some reason, my getting approved for my feed has like gotten caught in application status, so I haven't gotten that. But we're on like Spotify and a lot of other platforms, so we're gonna keep that pumping out 2 a week, I think. So appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing. So we catch y'all back over here for the next one. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out.